on here for a second. Yeah, well, this is what most people have. Waiting for no one. Yeah, but I think, so the Biden, let's call it a cover-up. That's, again, it's an example of how people are not more upset about that, right? I mean, again, with the idea that we've got ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that story, if none other, right? Because it's not quite as complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files. It's pretty straightforward. People hiding the condition of the leader of the free world. So anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away.
Well, then there's the auto pen as well. That's another wild thing, because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto pen. So you have to beg the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved in that? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated?
And look, the former president Biden says he was advised on all of this. He was in on all of these, and the auto pen was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons where they're pardoning, for an action, and so you have a number of people included in that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day, it's no wonder. Look, people's confidence level in politicians and government institutions and the media is at an all-time low, and I think it's a really dangerous thing. But I don't see how you walk the dog back on that. Right? I mean, how do you do that? How do you suddenly create more trust in any of those things?
Well, I think a lot of people thought that draining the swamp would create trust, right? The idea of Trump coming into office with 4 terrible years under Biden, Trump's going to come in and clean things up. Everything's going to make sense now. But everything's just as chaotic, if not more, and just as confusing. When there's good things that are happening, the closing of the border is clearly a good thing. That was fucking scary and dangerous.
Yeah, no, from a policy perspective, look, the other day they had 9 crossings, right? 9, right, compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the previous administration. So that's a huge win, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade. Right, they got a good trade deal with Japan. They got a good trade deal with Indonesia. They got a good trade deal with Vietnam. They signed one with the UK. They're getting ready for the European Union. There's things that they should be talking about, and instead, once again, we're fucking consumed with what we've been discussing: Epstein and the Intel manipulation. You think of Biden's condition and
Obama, treason.
Yeah. So it's really disappointing, but I don't know how. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, other than the fact that it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right, there's a lot of flashpoints around the world, a lot of real serious crises, right, and threats to national security.
Welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? I want to fucking talk with you anyway.
Focus, right, on things. But yeah, the border thing is a great win. That's a very, from a national security issue, that's a terrific win.
Yeah, the fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you wanted chaos.
Yeah, that is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional, right? Because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can fix the problem, right?
Yeah, they could have fixed it instantly.
They could have done it, and they chose not to. So, clearly there's a lot of people in the Dem Party, the Democratic Party, that are fans of or believe in open borders.
But there's also the moving of the people to swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats regardless of whether or not someone's there legally or illegally. Once they do a census on how many people live there, it raises the number of congressional seats that's available.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Well, yeah,
all that's so wild that it's so transparent.
Yeah, I mean, look at Europe. I know it's kind of people talk about this, but look at France, look at the UK. I mean, much smaller environments, and you can see what happens when you have massive migration, right? And look, hey, I'm not against immigration. I'm just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border. Yeah. You should have security. You can't pay for everybody, right? I mean, so opening up your borders and say, come on in, and we're going to provide you with whatever Mamdani in New York is providing, new free grocery stores and free bus and free childcare, and everything's going to be free.
They're going to tax businesses.
That's how they're tax. That's what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich, right? You think like, oh my God, how, Stalin, you've been going all the way back to, the communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to gormless sheep. We're just now, Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep, and he will end up as mayor.
Utopian perspectives are really attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people have been running the world. It's all corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah.
It's like a common thought amongst young people.
Look, I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents. If your parents have done okay, done well, and you're thinking, well, that, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, a lot of young folks now are saying, I can't buy a house. How am I going to get a down payment for a house, right? I'm drowning in school loans, which, of course, they took out. But so I get the frustration in a sense. And so I think, Mamdani is doing, again, what, a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done, right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be. Right?
Well, it seems like a huge element bought into it. He won the primary.
He won the primary, yeah. No,
so what happens now? So Eric Adams is the current mayor. So if this guy wins the primary, is Adams even, is it possible for him to run? Like, how does it work now?
Well, I guess, he could run as an independent, which maybe is his intention.
Because he apparently is still running, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He plans on running?
Isn't Cuomo also planning on running, but did he drop out?
I believe he's still trying to run as well.
Yeah,
so he lost the primary, and I think people think that people are so horrified that Mamdani's in that they think that maybe it's possible. And then there's Curtis Sliwa. He still wants to wear that stupid fucking hat.
Yeah, God bless Curtis Sliwa.
Take that fucking hat off. Maybe he'd have a chance.
Yeah, at some point he's going to stop that. But I think there's a good chance that if Eric Adams ran as an independent, maybe that's the plan. And if Cuomo dropped out, I think if they split the vote, then I think Mamdani wins. But they're going to have to, and the Democrats, nationwide seem to have some real concern over Mamdani, right? Because that's not the message they want to send at a time when they see sort of this cultural shift in America where they might be done with this whole woke issue, right? And then they see Mamdani out there doubling down the bullshit, doubling down. And you got Bernie Sanders back, then you got Jerry Nadler back in New York back, and then you got obviously AOC back. So they rightly so, because what do they want to do? They want to reclaim the White House, right? And they want to reclaim the Senate. They're not going to do it right in the backs of a avowed socialist, right? Who wants to reclaim it?
Essentially a communist.
Yeah. So, and he's again, God bless the ideology of the youth, but people should do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they've worked elsewhere, right? And maybe they will.
There's only one way to enforce those ideas, and that's with guns.
That's
how you
government grocery store. Get the hell over there.
Yeah, government grocery stores and taking money away from the rich people. Like, how are you going to enforce that? You need force.
Well, they tried to. Look, California tried to. I think maybe they've even enacted it. They've tried to figure out a way to tax people who are leaving the state.
Yeah, that was a thought that they had that I don't think is constitutional.
Yeah.
They wanted to. I think it was 5 years. So if you had left with it, I could get taxed. God, for even though I've been out there for 5 years. But that's just they're just so irresponsible with what they've done with the tax money. They have some of the highest taxes in the country, and it's chaos. And then they're also like upset that people want to film what's going on in the Palisades in Malibu.
Oh shit! Yeah. I was there not too long ago, and nothing's happening. It's still a war zone, right? You drive up towards Malibu, and everything's just gutted.
Yeah.
Right? So you think, and it's because you've got thousands and thousands of regulations in place that prevent the reconstruction, right? Just trying to get a simple permit for something takes you forever. And
it's going to be years.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because Gavin Newsom obviously is in sort of his soft campaign right now to set the table to run for president. I mean, he's desperate. He's like some kid who wants to be the class
See
president.
him on Sean Ryan's podcast?
I did not. I'm sorry, I missed that one.
He's doing podcasts.
Wow.
It was a disaster.
Well, he's got his own podcast, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. So how do you do on Sean's?
Terrible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Terrible. It was terrible. I mean, there's only so much you can say. Like, the record speaks for itself. His record is terrible.
But that's
people are fleeing the state. The disaster that came about because of the fire, the homeless situation is untenable. It's all madness.
But look, if you look at the Democrat Party, you say, okay, so what does that mean, right? Because right now they're flailing about, right? They're doing this autopsy of what happened from this last election, even though they're not going to address the issue of Joe Biden and at what point did we know that he shouldn't be running. They're going to leave that off the table. But the purpose of the autopsy is essentially to try to figure out what's our next step, who's our next leader, and they did a survey not that long ago. And they said who's the top of the Democrat Party, and the top three individuals were AOC, Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders, and none of them got more than like a 10% of the total on the survey. So when you've got those three as your option, and you're trying to figure out how do you appeal more to a larger mass. They got an issue because it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be Gavin Newsom. It won't be Pete Buttigieg.
They've got a solution. Jamie, I just texted you something. This is the solution.
The solution.
Yeah. Here's the solution.
It's coming up. I hope it's not Hillary.
Finally, a Democrat who could shine on Joe Rogan's show. Hunter Biden is unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication.
Oh my God.
He did the best ad for crack ever, though.
Yeah.
It was a great ad for crack.
It was not just an ad. It was a cooking show. That fucker taught American youth how to make crack. And I was astounded as he sat there. Nobody. I mean, he loves crack more than anything in the world. Right?
It sounded great.
He was romantically involved with crack.
He said it's safer than alcohol.
Yes. Take that to the bank, kids. Holy shit.
Talking about like not learning from what happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities.
Yeah, no.
It's like
which reportedly was done by the agency, by the way.
Reportedly,
again, conspiracy theories. But yeah, I excuse me. Some of the cold apparently.
It's probably allergies. There's so many allergies here in Austin.
That interview with how is it? Apparently, the family has no control. But how is it that they allow him to go and do podcasts or interviews of any sort? Right? They need to do an intervention. And look, I hope he's clean. I hope he's not.
He seemed clean. When he was talking about it, he said, "I'm reluctant to explain this," but he was being honest about like why it works and what's so euphoric about it.
Well, it feeds into the Democrats have decided apparently that they need to be tougher, right? Because after the last election, and so they would send Tim Walz out there and help foot in his hunting gear and try to appeal to middle America. And so I can see it, and you see more Democrats getting out there and swearing because that makes it tougher. So that interview with Hunter Biden, I can see feeds into this idea that the Democrat strategists have is we've got to be more mainstream, right? We've just got, which again is kind of in part why they're so concerned over Mamdani in New York City.
Yeah, well, they were trying for a long time to squash masculinity and frame it all as being toxic, and people rebelled against that in a huge way.
Eventually, it took a while.
Well, a lot of young men, in particular, went to the right because of that, and a lot of young men that would ordinarily have probably voted Democrat if you were just fucking reasonable, but you turned them into villains for no reason other than just being men. And that was a narrative that people were really sick of. And it's like the pendulum swings one way and the other way. It always does. It always has. This is how we course correct. We try to figure out our way through this world, and people go one way too far, and then they overcorrect going the other way, and then we try to bring it back to the middle. It never really kind of goes there.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is. And that's been the problem for quite some time. It is. It's like a pendulum. You're over here, and then instead of it like settling in the center, you're back over here. And that happens every administration change, right? So you get this knee-jerk reaction, and from a legislative perspective, that's a real problem, right? Because you really never do get shit done, right? Because you're bouncing from extreme to extreme.
It's also a problem with this 4-year term thing. It's like every 4 years we have a new person, or the same person does it twice. These are the options, the only options that you have. So you have this terrible situation where you're always like shitting on the other side, and there's no like, hey, this is the president now, let's all work together.
Yeah, what if you had a setup like Mexico has a presidency where you serve a 6-year term, and that's it. You're done. One term, but it's 6 years. I don't know.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's still the same thing. It was like these people fucked it up. We're gonna do a better job, and then they get in. It's the same fucking thing.
Well, and also you get the self-interest. Obviously, that's not rocket science. But if you could be a senator for 46 years, or however long, which is nuts,
and you can make hundreds of millions of dollars somehow or another.
Right, and that's another thing. I always wonder how do people not? Maybe some intrepid investigative journalists, if there are any left. I mean, who wouldn't want to do a story about the wealth gains by politicians? Just look at the past 10 years, right? And say, and take them on both sides, right? So you look at Chuck Schumer and AOC, and you look at on the other side, you look at Grassley, and you look at Mitch McConnell, whatever, right? And you look at those, and that would make a fascinating series if you just said, how the fuck did you make your money?
It's 100% both sides too, which is so important, because everybody wants to point to Pelosi, and Pelosi made a lot of money for sure. But it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them.
Yeah, we do I don't handle any of our finances because I'm not smart enough. But we do have a fund that tracks Pelosi. Right? There's a Pelosi tracker fund, and it's done very well. Right? It's done very well, and I'm always fascinated because I'm thinking, well, of course it does well, because you're sitting up there on goddamn Capitol Hill. You hear in these hearings, you hear about developments, right? And it doesn't have to be about a particular company. It could be about our particular dealings with a country, right? And regulatory concerns with that country, or it could be about a sector and where we're going. And you can, yes, of course, you can use that information to your benefit, unless you're a moron.
But it shouldn't be legal, right?
It shouldn't be legal. No.
It's insider trading. Yeah, like they put Martha Stewart away for insider trading.
Yeah. So how about politicians? But
actually, they put her away for lying. Did they? Yeah, they didn't get her on insider trading. They got her for lying. Because during the investigation, she didn't tell the truth about something. They didn't actually. I don't believe she was actually jailed for insider trading.
It's always the cover-up.
But it's all just horseshit when someone like Nancy Pelosi is able to do it legally. If you're able to make hundreds of millions of dollars legally through where your salary is so low. Yeah. Most people who make, not that it's low, but most people who make a salary, well, it's a great salary, but most people who make $170,000 a year might have $170,000 in the bank. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. They won't have $200 million. That's crazy.
And they'll argue, well, I get a lot of it from speeches and from books, and I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Yeah. Well, you can track it. You can see how much money she made in the stock market.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be a fascinating series. If that's what you did, is if you did asset tracing and a financial review of modern day politicians. How did you make your goddamn money?
Also, why are you still doing it? You're older than Biden. She's older than Biden. Like, Chill out.
I know, but
go on a vacation.
It'll never happen. People, it's not even about the money. It's about the access, the power, the people, who carry your bags and tote you after you, and then they love that shit. So I get it. I get what the attraction is. I'm just saying that, if we had any balls, we would have enacted term limits quite some time ago. Anyway.
Well, at the very least, they should block insider trade. I'm sure you've seen that time when she was questioned about insider trading.
Yeah.
Well, we should be able to participate. You're not participating, lady. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's insane.
And this is not a partisan. I agree with you 100%. It's not a partisan issue.
Not at all.
Everybody gets up on there.
Yeah, if you look at the trades, if you look at it between the red and the blue, it's across the board. They're all doing it. I think it's like it lures them in. I think once they get into office, and even if they have good intentions, they get lured in by a corrupt system, and then they play ball.
Yeah.
And then they get paid.
Yeah. Well, and then you get a lifetime pension.
Yeah.
Which again makes no sense. How about you say, okay, fine, you're going up there on Capitol Hill, you get your pension while you're up there. Your pay is, maybe similar to, military, your congressman, maybe you get a major's pay. I have no idea. I'm just making that shit up. But take the financial incentives and the excitement out of it. Yeah. And maybe you get a different group of people who want to pursue that work. And then they just go the hell back to wherever they came from and work a job.
But also there's a problem that the campaigns are so ugly. And we've agreed sort of as a society that that's how we do it. And that these people are going to attack each other. I remember one of the things during when Biden was running, when Kamala Harris was saying that he was guilty of sexual assault. Like, you remember that?
Yeah,
and then afterwards, she gets interviewed, I think it was by Colbert, and she's like, it was a debate.
Yeah.
It was a debate. Like, imagine that. It's a debate. And so you're willing to say something in a debate that's not true?
Well, there's this policy that you can. I think it's partly just a disdain for the American voter and the belief that people will move on, and they do. Maybe that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People tend to forget pretty quickly.
Well, we're overwhelmed by information now. We are consistently overwhelmed by the news cycle. And it is almost impossible. You have to have like some sort of a Mike Benn style recall in your head where you can keep track of everything because it's just coming at you so fast. And Doge and Elon and this and that. I had some guy ask me last night, do you think that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump thing was staged? And I go, do you think it's staged? He's like, absolutely. I think it's all fake. I go, wow. Do you think that they made an agreement that Elon would say that you're on the Epstein client list and that's why you won't release the file? Do you think that Donald and Elon came to that agreement?
Yeah, just sitting around over at Diet Coke.
They're all in on it. They're all in on it. Yeah. Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
What do you think about Musk's political party?
First of all, my wife told me you really can't name it the American Party. It's not legal.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. She told me, I believe her. So Jamie will find out.
You didn't follow up. You weren't interested.
We're eating dinner.
Thanks, honey.
We're eating dinner. She goes, you can't just call your party the American Party. I go, really? She goes, no, you can't. You can't use the term America for your party. Which makes sense.
But
I don't think you couldn't because I'd be like, fuck you, I'm the America Party. It's the whole country. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you decide you're the America Party and I'm against the America Party, well, that sounds like I'm against America.
I guess, but you couldn't. You call it the American Party. I'm going to trademark that name.
That was my problem with the Patriot Act. You can't call it the Patriot Act, you motherfucker, because then if you go against it, you're against the Patriots.
Goddamn right.
That's right. Crazy.
The terrorists win.
Yeah. Is it legal to call your party the America Party?
I'm looking into it. Says, for example, additionally, New York state law has outlawed the use of words like independent, independence, America, and American for the names of political parties. So,
yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
So she's right.
Yeah.
So listen,
just in New York.
You got to come up with it. Oh, just in New York.
It sounds like.
So nationally, it's legal?
I'll bet it's out. Yeah, if it's in New York, I'll bet it's.
What does an independent call themselves in New York then? you run as an independent, it says you can't.
Well, you can run as an independent. You can't call your party the independent party.
It's all quite sus, isn't it?
Sus. Look at
Is
you.
it a little sus?
Look at
That's
you.
what the kids call it, right? Young
Kids,
kids.
yeah, I
They
know.
call everything sus.
Likewise.
But like, what is he going to do with this party? You're not going to get, how's that going to work?
Yeah, I don't think this. As much as I don't, I think there should be room. I guess I should say it that way. There should be room for another party.
100%.
But I don't think there's enough oxygen to do it.
Here it is. The name America Party has been used by several different political parties in the United States, most famously as the official name of the Know Nothings. This is my favorite. That's what you should call it. Why doesn't he call it the X Party? He likes the term X. A nativist group sometimes dubbed the America's Third Party that rose to prominence in the years leading up to the U.S. Civil War. The Know Nothings were during the Civil War. That's crazy.
The name of America Party is an attempt to brand the party as a force of patriotism and unity. That's what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
As well as the names of an anti-Mormon party in Utah and the supporters of George Wallace.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
He's not a handsome man.
Boy, he looks evil.
Yeah, he does.
Some people just look, I'm not voting for you and your fucked up eyebrows, bro. Some people just look like they are. You know what I mean?
George Wallace. I remember watching, I was tiny, but I remember it still to this day. Watching when he got shot at that rally that he was at.
Oh, that's right.
Put him in the wheelchair. I don't know. I don't think there's room for a third party. There should be, but I just don't see it happening. We're too entrenched in the way that we do things, and you start splitting the vote, and I think maybe it's, who knows, maybe it get more chaos than we've currently got.
Yeah, I mean, one of those two together, it's like, geez, I saw that coming. I was like, this is not going to work out.
Yeah.
When his son was with him in the Oval Office and the son told him to shut up, told Trump to shut up. The little kid told Trump to shut up. He said, you're not the president. Oh my God. Like, what is that?
It actually lasted longer than I thought it would.
Well, it destroyed Elon.
Yeah.
Destroyed his company. Destroyed Tesla. I mean, and then on top of that, when people started like putting swastikas on Teslas and firebombing Teslas, madness.
Yeah.
Madness. I mean, and then people were probably very reluctant to buy a Tesla because they were worried, like, hey, if I buy this fucking thing and park it somewhere, someone's gonna key it.
I know somebody who actually covered up the Tesla insignia on their car.
Bro, I was behind someone the other day on the highway, and they had a fucking thing on their car that said, I bought this before Elon went crazy. Like, oh, God. You're conceding, you're giving in to the mob.
Yeah. And it was
giving
also,
in to the dumbest mob.
but there was an element also that was like, it's legitimate form of protest to blow up a fucking Tesla dealership, right?
That's
That's
not
blow up
legitimate.
charging
It's
stations.
certainly not legitimate to destroy people's private property who are just paying a lease on a car that they probably had for 3 or 4 fucking years before any of this shit went down.
Yeah. But
It's nuts.
But they do it. Someone walks by and keys the car, right? Keys the car at Tesla, and you can just I don't know why they all tend to look alike, but they do. And
They
you
all
just
do look alike.
saw it. They're just like this sense of self-righteousness. Like, I deserve to do this because I'm in the right. I'm on the side of the good. So therefore, I can do whatever the fuck I want. So
Just
anyway.
mentally ill people.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them in this country. And unfortunately, you can weaponize them.
And we've also played into it, right? I mean, so it's, the U.S. Olympics, by the way, the U.S. Olympic Committee just said, males will not be able to participate in female sports.
Shocker.
Shocking. I had no idea that we had to actually say that out loud. Apparently we do.
Or they're going to take that gold medal away from that dude who pretended he was a woman and won the boxing.
Yeah. God, that's bizarre.
Fuck off, man. So crazy. It's like, that's where this woke thing just hits the wall, where people who have daughters and people just like, hey, look, I want you to live your life and be whoever you want to be. I really do. I don't want to infringe upon your right to express yourself. But at a certain point in time, when you impose this on other people and you fuck up their lives, and Vivek had a great term. He was calling it the tyranny of the oppressed. That the oppressed, people who are legitimately oppressed in a lot of ways, then they turn that on everybody else, and they want everyone to concede to their demands. It's like, okay.
It's I'm the victim, so therefore I deserve.
Therefore, we're going to throw society into a wood chipper.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm busy enough that I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about what other people are doing. At the same time, I don't need to play along, right? Exactly. With your imaginings. And so I think that's where it started to, once it started to impact other people, like a kid who loses a race because now suddenly she's racing against a dude.
Yeah, exactly. 900 medals lost during this time.
Really?
Yes. 900 medals that would have gone to biological females that were won by biological males because of this crazy ideology over the last few years. And so think about how many girls lost out on scholarships. Think about how many girls just felt fucked over by the system. Where you've got a guy in the fucking locker room with his dick hanging out, and you're supposed to pretend that that's a woman.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and then God forbid you go against the idea, and a handful of people did, and spent a lot of time getting pilloried for it. But
Riley Gaines,
yeah, good example.
You see people attacking her all the time online. It's just wild.
I think it's dying down a little bit. I think we hit that top. And I think it's coming back down to where people are saying enough is enough. Again, with the idea that you want to do that, you want to pretend that you can, you want to believe that a dude can have a baby. Fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend with you. I'm not going to infringe on your thinking that that's the case, and yes, you need some protections in place for people. Of course you do, right? But at a certain point, I kind of lost track. It used to be that you had gay dudes and you had lesbians, right? That was kind of it, right? You had guys that like guys and you had girls that like girls, and you're fine.
We made progress in that regard, where people that used to have to hide that, they don't have to hide that anymore.
Right,
it's pretty much accepted by society for the most part.
Yeah.
And then they're trying the same thing with this. It's like, no, this is a different thing. And a lot of the gays, they don't want this in their group. They're like, no, this is a different thing. This is not your sexual orientation. You're attracted to men. This is an identity thing. This is a totally different thing that you're dealing with. And then you also have to factor in, as uncomfortable as this is for people, you have to factor in perverts who all of a sudden can just say I'm a woman and wear a dress, and now they can enter into women's spaces, and you can't stop them. And that's real, man. That's real. That's not discounting actual trans people or discounting gay people or lesbians. It's not. But you're opening the door for fucking sexual predators.
Yeah.
People who are out of their fucking minds, man.
And you also had one of the things I never quite figured out was you also have the parent who's like, they've got a 3-year-old son who says, I'd like to play with adults, and then suddenly the mother's the enabler, right?
They want to get on hormone blockers.
Yeah, and you're thinking like, how about you just let the kid be a kid? Maybe tomorrow they want to play football. Maybe the next day they want to do interpretive dance. Maybe the following day they want to play baseball. Let the fucking kids grow up in a certain way without trying to impose this bizarreness on them.
So they do it because they want that kid to be whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. When they want to be queer, they want to be trans. For them, it makes them look more progressive. And they have their kid like a fucking flag they plant in their lawn. It's gross. But there's a lot of these pathological monsters that happen to be parents. They're just nuts.
Yeah, everybody gets a license to be a parent. It's like boat drivers. And the other day we were out on the lake in the boat and close to 4th of July, and I realized, really, anybody can drive.
You have to have a driver's license.
No, you don't have to do a breathalyzer. I mean, you should. And we've got sheriffs out there trying to stop people from
drinking,
boating. But yeah,
but they do it.
Yeah,
they do it all the time.
Yeah.
It freaks me out.
Yeah. It's bizarre because the same people would not say I'm gonna shotgun 12 cores and then drive my car, but God damn it, they'll be happy to get behind that boat and take off and everything. And so we've got our boys have started driving the boat on their own, taking their friends out and that sort of thing. And it's actually more nerve-wracking when they head out on the lake, than it is when they get in their car and drive somewhere, right? Because of just like the craziness that goes on. So, yeah, I watched one of our boys head off in the boat. He had like 3 dudes, 7 girls on there. It was his dream, right? He was heading off to the lake. They were gonna go cliff jumping and some surfing and everything. And I watched it go on. I said, God bless you, but I was inside. I was so goddamn nervous, of course. So, well, they did fun.
People think they're invulnerable when they're young too, which is also a problem. You don't think anything's going to happen because nothing's happened yet.
Yeah.
You haven't had enough like severe injuries where you go, oh, but I'm vulnerable as shit. This is dangerous. Like people can die.
Yeah.
You need to see it.
They go bridge jumping, climb up to the top of a bridge, jump off, and it's just like, oh my God.
I know a girl did that. She was fucked for the rest of her life. Her back was ruined.
Yeah.
She fell funny and hit her ass in the water and destroyed her spine.
Yeah. It's like, you get higher up there, and it's like concrete. Yeah, exactly. And then if you over rotate or you under rotate or whatever, but yeah, there's a balance, right? Because with the boys in particular, you don't want to take away that risk-taking element, right? You want them to take risks, right? But so there's a fine line of saying, no, don't do that. That's dangerous. Whether they're doing that or they're going to the dirt track or whatever they're doing, and you think, okay, how do you balance that out? Be smart, but I don't want to stop you from taking risks. If that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. Listen, you're talking to someone who spent the majority of my teenage years fighting. With no health insurance. So, I'm talking from a position of not being one of the wisest people.
Yeah.
But I was never into jumping off of things, and I didn't want to ski. I didn't want to do any of that because I knew how vulnerable I was.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Because you're risking getting clocked every time you go to fight.
Yeah, I'm getting clocked in the head all the time in the gym. I'm constantly getting kicked and punched and
God.
Yeah. But I realized, hey, I don't want to ski. I could ruin my knees.
Yeah. I might fracture a rib there. I don't want to do that.
I just wanted to take as few risks outside of this one risky thing as possible. And I think a lot of kids don't have enough, controlled risks. So then they start wanting to jump dirt bikes and you wind up breaking every fucking bone in your body.
Yeah, our youngest boy, happy birthday, Muggsy, but he went over his bike, wearing a helmet, very good helmet, so banged his head. Right? This was just a couple days ago, so I'm on the road, and I'm like, okay, keep him up. Don't, make sure he's good. And so anyway, but again, I don't want to, and when I talk to him, I don't want to say, well, you should have done that. You want to say, okay, you're good. Now do you know what you did wrong? And he's like, I didn't get the back wheel on the. He's like, okay, but anyway, that's parenting.
It's you don't want to completely shelter your child, right? You don't want them to expose to unnecessary risks, but it's there's this balance that you have to achieve. It's really hard. It's because you don't want a sheltered child that's scared to take any risks at all.
Yeah, we said that the oldest one is off to university. In a couple of weeks, going down to Ole Miss, and yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a big step, right? So he's going down. He's been down there a couple of times already. He's met some of the folks down there. He's had a good time. Some of the guys taking him out to the bars, and so you at a certain point you lose control of them, right? And so all you can do up to a certain age is hope you've set the compass right.
Yeah, you have to set the compass right. At a certain point in time, you have to realize that's an individual human being that you don't have control over anymore. And one of the worst things that parents do is they try to control their kids when they're in their 30s and 40s. They still treat them like their children. You're just going to have a resentful person. They don't want you to be the boss of them when they're 30 fucking years old,
Or honestly, 20s. I think they want to know that there's a place they can go, or there's someone they can talk to, or advice they can get.
Yes.
But at a certain point, I think, who knows what that point is. I mean, it changes. Kids seem to be growing up a lot quicker now.
Well, it's because of the internet, right? So much information comes their way. And then we're at the precipice of artificial general superintelligence, which is gonna bust out of its cage if it hasn't already. I mean, there's real good arguments that it's already done it, and we're not aware of it yet because it hasn't assumed control of things. It hasn't acted in a way. It doesn't have a physical form where it can move around yet.
Right. Well, we're definitely moving in that direction. I think we're probably already there. We're just unaware of it, but I think people at the cutting edge. I think, but yeah, we went from a Rogan show that was done by AI to now you can't swing at that cat on the internet without hitting Rogan babies, right?
Oh, those babies are hilarious.
Oh my God,
Theo Vaughn is the best one.
Yeah.
Theo Vaughn's a great baby.
I will say, anytime, and I don't spend a lot of time thinking through things like that, but anytime I see the baby episodes with you and Theo, I'm like, yeah, I gotta watch this son of a bitch. Then I send it to the boys.
Yeah.
Oh God. But they don't. There's no authorization. You have no control, right?
No, there's no. It's just the Wild West right now, and it's happening so fast. You know, we had who was showing us the Skywalker thing? Was it Joe DeRosa? Yeah. So my friend Joe DeRosa was showing us this. They're doing Star Wars AI, like fan-created AI scenes of stuff that they wanted to happen.
Yep.
And it looks better than the actual Star Wars. And it's young Luke Skywalker. It's Mark Hamill from like Star Wars 1. Like that. Like, look at this. Watch this. Look how incredible this is. And look at this. That's AI. I mean, this is nuts, man. I mean, this is like better quality than the original Star Wars itself. And it's his voice. It's his face. It's all perfectly synced. It looks incredible. Like, look at this.
Yeah, that's my company does some work for the entertainment industry, for the movie business, and I was out there talking to one of the studios, so it'll remain nameless, not that long ago, and this is a massive issue for them. I look, they're seeing full scripts out there, right, written by AI for some of their franchise, movies and characters, and they're seeing. They're animators, they're writers. All these people are obviously worried. They're convinced they're about to be made useless.
And they're right.
And they're right. Yeah. Because what they're finding, just what you're looking at here, they're finding, but there's places where they're dumping full-length scripts and pieces of movies out there, and it's it's going to upend, much like whatever Netflix and the others did with the television market. It's going to upend the whole industry.
100%. There's no way around it at this point. If someone can make something like this, the Skywalker Stories thing, I mean, this is just a person doing this with an AI video generator. Like, and you just do it through prompts. I mean,
or you say to yourself, okay, I want to write a scripted TV series. What am I going to write about? You spend 20 minutes feeding some ideas into whatever. I forget what the aside from ChatGPT, there's a bunch of them out there, and it will feed back to you in short order the entire show map, right? It'll give you all the characters, it'll give you a character map, it'll give you pitch lines, it'll give you episode plots. It's remarkable, and it means all those people who work in Hollywood writing, right, or wherever they're based, writing shows or coming up with pilots, and they're superfluous to the whole business now.
Yeah, and not just that, it's also music. Drake had a song that was a hit Drake song that came out that wasn't him at all. It was all done by AI. And they could just kind of guess what people like. And you could just formulate what the big hits were, what's similar, what's common, what are the phrases, what's catchy.
Exactly. Give me the last 6 songs, the commonalities that made them successful.
Exactly.
Fine. Give me that. Is Drake still beefing with Kendrick Lamar, or is that over? I can't keep track.
Yeah, back off of that.
Okay. I don't know. That's the sort of question you need to be asking.
Different people have different perspectives. Some people think Drake won. Some people think Kendrick won. I don't really give a fuck, quite honestly. I'm not a fan of those kind of beefs. But they do make some good songs sometimes. Beef does, like Ether with Nas. Those are good.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Ingert?
Yeah, Ether with Nas.
I don't know that song.
What's good, son? I'm well. How are you? Thankfully. I'm well, thankfully. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. What video game? Okay, very cool. Very cool. All right, let's see. Cool. Do they move? Do the pandas move around? Oh wow. Blocks high. I see. Is that what that red is? Petting, petting, petting zoo. Oh, cool. What's that area? What's that? Polar bear? So you have panda bears, polar bears, goats, birds. What else? Beef. You have cow, bees. Oh yeah, yeah. So the oh cats. Do you have wolves? Do you have wolves? Do you have do you have any You have wolves. Do you have any lions? Oh, okay. Oh, what is this? What's in here? Os- oh, for fish? Is that a shark? No, what is that? How do you spell it? Spell it. Spell the name of that fish. Yeah, spell it. Just spell it. Like A, B, C, D. How do you spell it? Just spell it. Just spell it. Just spell it. Spell it. That's okay. Don't worry about it. That's all right. That's okay. Keep showing me. Oh, wow. Beautiful castle. Can you go inside? Oh, pretty. cool. Go to the arch. Go to the arch. Castle. Oh, oh, yeah, cemetery. Is that a dog? Cool. Blacksmith. Oh, very cool. Yeah. What is that? Sure. A dragon pool? Very cool. Very cool. Oh, yeah. Where's the dragon? Okay. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Right? That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
search continues for a former U.S. soldier who allegedly shot and killed 4 people inside a bar in Montana on Friday morning. Former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Price says authorities are treating the search for Army veteran Michael Brown cautiously.
His family has history of schizophrenia, and he also has PTSD from Iraq. That's factored into how he's going to react once he's born.
Thank you for sharing with me. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon, God willing. Bye bye.
Marine Mammal Stranding Center says it was a minke whale and was about 20 feet long. The federal government says employers should do more than trust the E-Verify system when it comes to making sure people are legally allowed to work in the U.S.
A South Florida Reserve police officer hired by a Maine resort town was arrested by immigration officers late last month. The feds say the Old Orchard Beach Police Department knowingly hired an unauthorized immigrant and didn't do enough to verify the man's status. The police department says it used the Department of Homeland Security's E-Verify system. If that's not good enough, it's not sure what the point of the system is. Candy Trujillo, KFI News.
An animal shelter in South Orange County is going wild. The Mission Viejo Animal Services Center has partnered up with a Texas-based nonprofit called Wild Tunes. It works to cover sheltered animals through songs and instruments.
It's a fantastic program to add enrichment to the animals' lives.
Animal Services Director Rin Lavison tells Wake Up Call that a 10-year-old came up with the idea a couple years ago.
He realized how his music soothed his dog, Bozo. So he took that same idea to animal shelters.
She says the Wild Tunes program officially kicks off at noon tomorrow, and they are looking for volunteers to make it a regular thing. Musicians can be anywhere from middle school students to retired seniors, so all ages, all levels of skill, and all instruments are welcome. Southland weather from KFI, morning low clouds. Otherwise, sunny, highs in the mid-70s at the coast, upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 80s to mid-90s in the valleys. Near 100 for the Inland Empire, windy with highs up near 100 for the Antelope Valley. Tomorrow, about the same as today, and then we'll get even hotter by Wednesday. Around 80 for the coast, 80s to low 90s in the metro areas, mid-90s to low 100s for the valleys and Inland Empire, up to 109 in the high desert. And then we'll cool back down a few degrees for the weekend. It's 67 in Anaheim, 69 Redondo Beach, 71 in Rancho Cucamonga, and 67 in Whittier. KFI market report, the Dow trading up 473 points, the Nasdaq is up 352, and the S&P 500 is trading up 80. We've got a stall in Torrance on the 405.
Freeway, it's going to be northbound side right there at Western Avenue stall. Going to be backed up from Main Street at that. Right around the corner, the 110 southbound. Right before Carson's crashed into right lanes of the SUV and a pickup truck. There were some injuries, unfortunately. And traffic really slow back through 91. We've got issues coming out of the valley. Southbound side of 405 is overpass. We've got a stall, and it's not just a stall. It looks like it's going to be a big semi-truck installed there on the southbound side. It's in the far right lane. That's done a number of 405, as you can imagine, stopped all the way back from Victory Boulevard. I'm local driver. Let us know when you're stuck in a jam. Pound 250 on your cell. Keyword KFI traffic.
My Heart's Yacht Rock Radio goes commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend. All commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free radio app, search Yacht Rock, and make it a preset now.
The world needs more heroes, more action-oriented do-gooders. Here's how I can help right-hand side kids. The world of sarcoma is no different. You're thinking, what is sarcoma? We're glad you're listening. Sarcoma is a rare cancer of the body soft tissue and bone. This cancer affects tens of thousands of Americans yearly. The Sarcoma Foundation how you can join forces at here'sproma.org.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away. What technique?
So his mother started investigating.
I got the case file. I started going through and saw people that was an interview.
I joined his mother's search for justice. I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. Put it this way, we would be the head of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around and roll and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them, but they also have some unfinished business. The end of daybreak, Paths of Love, was supposed to have been followed up by another album. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Everyone's saying the same thing about the weekend. That it went by like that. It went by too quickly for some reason this weekend. Why is that? We all feel the same way.
Welcome. How are you, Walk Avery? Doug, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
So when you woke up this morning, you said, "What the hell?" I got to work. Yeah. I had one of those mornings where my alarm went off at 6 a.m. and I was in deep dreamland, where it was a very vivid dream, and which makes it harder for me, at least, to wake up when my alarm goes off. But I'm like deep in a sleep in a dream, a vivid dream. I am discombobulated for a while, like a child.
Was it one of those where the alarm sound was integrated into the dream?
No, but it's interesting you said it makes you feel kind of drunk, because in the dream I was drinking champagne, and in the dream I was also waking up from having had drinking champagne and thinking, I feel like crap. So you're on to something there. But anyway, here we are. It is Monday, August 4th, 2025. Again, where the hell is the year going? What?
I mean, when Friday hit, it was the 1st of August. It was one of those very sobering moments, but to then, like you said, have the weekend fly by.
Pretended I ran in my phone and shut up with my stuff. I need to
I mean, preseason football is going to be not next weekend, but the weekend after. Is that right? I mean, the other preseason football outside of the holidays.
Yes, it is. It is this weekend, question mark? Yeah, it is this weekend. The Saints are in town. I believe to take on the Chargers. Anyway, this is the time of year where I know what I'm doing today. I don't know about tomorrow. I certainly don't know about Saturday or Sunday. We're going to be talking about Reddit. But it is exploding. And the more I talk to people, the hear about Reddit these days, more so than I have ever before. And I was wondering if that's just the people I'm talking to or what. No, it is not. It is bigger than it has ever been. It went
Friction
up
covered my
last
clothing on
year,
bed.
and its stock price popped. They're saying that it is fulfilling the
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Friction covered my clothing on bed.
You've got AI infiltrating everything. You've got filters all over social media and fake stories and fake lives. Reddit seems to be a place where you can connect with real people.
Well, I noticed it when I was when we were planning vacation. We were going to Maui. There were a lot of questions I had about, golf courses, which ones are available, which ones are good, which ones are cheap, where to travel, where to go, what do you have to see when you're there. And you can get, Bobby or Josie's vacation tips list or something like that for Maui. But for some reason, Reddit, and I don't know if it's just that it's a text-based, it's an old-fashioned internet billboard, basically, where people just say, hey, try this out, I hated this one, try this one, I found a great deal here. It just for some reason strikes a more believable chord than some of the other ways that you can find out information.
Yes, because you don't feel like you're being sold the information that it's sponsored or somebody was paid to tell you it's great. Exactly.
We'll have to get to it a little bit later, but I saw the Naked Gun movie last night.
Oh my gosh, I really want to see that. I can't wait to hear your review. Now, did you, to have it be a fair review, did you see the previous iteration?
Of course.
Okay. And you enjoyed this?
Well, yes, but it was also a different time.
It's a different time. You were older than I was. I was young.
And they do a nice job. This isn't a reboot of the, well, I guess you could say it's a reboot. It's a very long-awaited sequel. How's that? To the original Naked Gun with Frank Drebin Sr., played by Leslie Nielsen, of course. Nielsen, he surprised me. I'm very pleasantly surprised in terms of his performance. It's not American cinema by any means. It is not a great movie at all.
No, well, it's not supposed to be a great movie. It's supposed to be nostalgia and kitsch and, Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson in this fun. Does it come off like they're a couple at all in real life?
I guess. I mean, I can see how they like each other, but I don't.
Oops, is that why?
Which I felt like that was a missed opportunity. They didn't make any jokes about those.
It's funny. In that vein, you and I make boobs jokes all the time, right? We do it all the time. But we'll get to this coming up next. But the amount of jokes about Sydney Sweeney's boobs and all of this it's crass, isn't it? When it's not us, it seems a little crass.
It's not us. We don't like those.
We like outside people's boob jokes. To leave it in the family.
It's okay. Tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit much. This needs to be national discourse.
This was interesting because there was an interesting weekend for President Trump. He had a lot of stuff going on. Not only did he fire the commissioner at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there was a member of the Fed Reserve Open Committee who resigned, and now people are starting to question, just like we did 5 years ago, questioning health officials. Now we're going to start questioning economic officials about what's going on with the health of the economy.
Yay. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour news show.
Here's the latest. Stater Brothers workers are trying to get shoppers to stay away from the Stater Brothers in Pasadena today. Convicted killer Eric Menendez returned to prison after some time in the hospital. House Democrats in Texas have left the state to avoid having to vote on redistricting. We'll tell you about those stories and more coming up now at the bottom of the hour. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need for morning clouds, sunny skies, highs in 70s, beaches, 80s, low 90s, and we'll see what's slowing you down.
There's a hole in my bucket.
We are proud to talk about Trajan Wells. Trajan Wells is a veteran led company, family owned. Feels good to talk about Trajan also because we're friends. We both were very
Gravy. A little gravy.
There's a thing that's going to happen within our lifetime where all creativity is going to be suspect, because you're not going to be able to know unless someone's doing something off the cuff, like live in front of you. You're not going to be able to know whether or not something's AI generated anymore. Like they have AI generated stand-up comedy now. It's not great, but it's okay. You know, where you have a guy on stage, the audience is fake, they're laughing. What he's saying is comedic. The timing is pretty similar to comedy. It's nuts, man. And this is, by the way, impossible 3 years ago. Probably impossible 2 years ago. Probably impossible a year ago. Now, ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So, like, where does this go, and what does 5 years from now look like? We're just guessing.
Well, in terms of driving narratives or telling stories or getting people to think a certain way, I mean, think about how simple that is now from a hostile, right? Like, if I'm working Russian propaganda for the FSB, how easy is it now for me to create a clip of whatever, let's take a hot topic, right? And suddenly you create a clip where Trump is talking about, being in the Epstein files, or, somebody around Biden's circle is talking about how they covered up his money. People will see that, they'll release it, right? People will see it. They're not going to necessarily question whether it's, because that's not how people work, right? They see shit on the internet and they go, oh yeah, I'm going to send that to my buddy. And yeah, you got some people who might be more cynical than others, but for the most part, people just eat that shit up. And so,
which is also shows you the incompetence of the government. They released that video from the cell that's got 2 minutes and 53 seconds removed, because these aren't the best people in the world that are doing that.
No, and there's that. You can argue that on the hostile side, on the whatever you want to call them, the hackers or people on the cutting edge of doing things and using this technology for nefarious purposes, they I'm not saying the government doesn't have good quality people doing it, but you tend to have cutting edge folks on the hostile team.
Yeah, they're not going to be working for the State Department.
No.
They're going to make money other ways.
Yeah.
I got to pee real bad. Let's take a little break. And we'll come back.
Okay. Right back.
Maybe it's a joke, but did you see that? I sent you the Lockheed Martin thing, right? I also sent you the thing that I was looking for earlier, which is, I believe he's a senator that's reading off the most ridiculous tweets from the former CEO of NPR.
Oh, God. Yeah, which senator is it? I don't know. I can find out. Yes. That's who it is. Okay, yeah, senator from Missouri. Okay, yeah.
Watch this. This is fun. This is just a fun one.
I thought it'd be appropriate to maybe read some of the craziest tweets from Catherine Moore, who's the CEO of Classes on Here. I'm so done with late-stage capitalism. America is addicted to white supremacy. I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Lots of jokes about leaving the U.S., and I get it, but as someone with cis-white mobility, I'm thinking I'm staying and investing in ridding ourselves of the specter of tyranny. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves. White silence is complicity. I'm white, so my hair doesn't automatically carry with it the freight of my race and everyone else's encoded assumptions. I'm grateful to those who have pointed out my phrasing could be understood as trans erasure. Horses inspire all. Horses inspire all and foster a sense of identity. More kids should have access to these incredible answers. Most horse spaces are white spaces.
Horse spaces are white spaces. It keeps going.
I love the music. The music is good. I think whoever came up with that soundtrack is good. God Christ. Yeah.
So the thing that I sent you, the Lockheed Martin thing, is people are claiming, it's again a lot of horse shit, who fucking knows, that Lockheed Martin created that Tic Tac and that there's been 3 different versions of it. I sent you that, right?
Who are the people claiming?
So the idea is, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So this is a congressman who says this. Congressman Eric Burleson dropped the bombshell evidence that Lockheed Martin has developed 3 generations of Tic Tac UFO technology. technology. Is that real though? Did he say that, or is it just a fucking? I understand that, but did he actually say it?
I believe you said that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I had two people coming to me that say that the Tic Tac Lockheed Martin creation. The latest person came to me, says he has video for second and third iteration of the Tic Tac Burleson reveal. This isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information. The implications are staggering. Lockheed Martin allegedly discovered a revolutionary new propulsion system and has been secretly developing it for decades, according to Burleson's source. They used it in the first iteration, which was the Tic Tac. They have an intermediary one that they are more advanced with, and then now they're putting it inside what looks like conventional so that it's not obvious.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to call bullshit on all that. Look, it's interesting. If you scroll back down, there's an interesting, when you start to do there you go, dissecting this. So I had two people come to me that say that Tic Tac's a Lockheed Martin creation. Now, he doesn't say who those two people are.
I've had two people come to me that said they had sex with Bigfoot.
Yeah, I did. But you've got, then it says, this isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information, which is the implication that, well, the people that came to him with this have access to classified information, which is, there's no connection there. So they're taking a data point and another data point, and they're drawing a line between the two of them.
Right.
And saying, yes, he's getting this from classifying. Yeah, exactly. And so, and also the next part has been secretly developing for decades. I'm here to tell you that if Lockheed Martin was developing something for decades, a new form of propulsion, maybe I'm just a cynical son of a bitch, but I don't think they'd be keeping it secret for all this time. I don't think it would have been able to be kept secret because somebody would have opened their yap, or the Chinese would have gotten their hands on it in their economic and intel espionage efforts. So I don't know. This strikes me as, and then I've got video of it. Okay, well, how about you show us the goddamn video?
Right.
It's always the same thing.
It's always the same thing. Yeah. It's always like, I've seen video. Well, fucking show me, bitch.
Yeah.
And here's the problem. The more time they wait, the more it's Luke Skywalker shit. Like, you're going to show me something. How the hell do I know what's real anymore?
Exactly.
We're 6 months away from never knowing.
Right. That is exactly right. And that's a problem. And I think we've talked about this before. There are companies out there, private companies that are working, trying to figure out how do you get ahead of the curve of deep fakes, right? And AI generated material, and it is really difficult, right? It's lagging. That defensive capability is lagging behind, right? The offensive potential for AI generated material. So again, I agree with it. Someone's going to show this, or it's going to be grainy, blurry, and going like, see, there it is.
Right? I had a guy recently come to me with a bunch of videos that he needed me to look at, and every one of them was fucking blurry. And I'm like, I'm not interested in this. This doesn't mean anything to me.
Every time you got another hearing up on Capitol Hill, it's always the same. I can't talk about it. I've seen this shit, but it's in a skiff, and I can't. It's very sensitive. And, it kind of goes back to, people getting in front of the camera and saying, I've seen evidence, but I can't tell you about it. You're just going to have to trust me. I don't know. I'm not a buyer necessarily. If the congressman wants to make a point of this, then he needs to be more clear on this, right?
Right. And when people say things like that and then nothing comes of it, it makes you more and more inclined to believe it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
That's where I am. So I'm like, I think the possibility of alien life, of course. Yeah, of course. There's so many planets, so many stars. And the idea that we're alone seems crazy. That seems more unlikely. But I don't know what's real when people describe things and talk about things, and things are moving underwater at 500 knots. Okay, show me.
Yeah.
Show me. Like, I can't anymore. I can't respond. I can't get excited.
No, I agree. In short, everybody's chasing, just like they're chasing the better battery. Everybody's chasing a new form of propulsion, right? I mean, that's a leading part of what governments are spending their money on if they have the resources to do it. There's a national security issue there, and you would think that the congressman then would say, oh, okay, maybe if you're telling me this, I'm not going to go out in public and say it, right? Maybe if we're talking about this, maybe I shouldn't be talking about what Lockheed Martin is doing and obviously working hard, if it's correct, to keep it secret because that's a national security issue. So what else are you doing here? I don't know. It all sounds, like, a sack of bullshit.
Well, it's also like the problem is a lot of these politicians, it's kind of a form of entertainment in a lot of a way because they're trying to get attention. It's like they're almost like reality stars, right? They try to do something outrageous to get attention, and that'll help them get elected. That'll get the constituents on their side, and I'm going to be the guy that releases all this information. Oh, let's vote for Bob.
You never vote, Congressman.
Yeah, but it's like you're not producing anything. Show me, tell me, or shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I agree. And it does. I'm approached maybe once a month about doing a new series, focused on UFOs, and my point is always the same, which is like, what are we going to talk about?
Right.
What are you going to show that's going to be something new? That maybe people learn something about.
Right.
And it's always the same. Look, I'm not saying, again, I agree with you. There's definitely stuff out there, right? We've explored, like a drop of water in a glass of the universe, right? So there's stuff out there. I approach it all from a skeptical point of view.
Well, I think you have to because there's also, unfortunately, a market in talking about these things. And there's a lot of grifters out there that have made a career out of telling you they know. I have the information. It's been brought to me, and I'm going to release it. And it's like Lucy and Charlie Brown with that goddamn football. Charlie never gets to kick that football. Like, this is the time. This is it. He never has.
Never
has. Every time he goes to kick that football, that bitch just pulls it away from him. He goes flying up in the air.
4-2. 5-2.
Maybe he needed to identify his trans.
6-2.
We should give him a break.
6-3.
I don't know where I came up with that one.
7-3.
I'm going to get lambasted for that.
Come for you.
They're going to come for me.
You reached on that one.
Yeah, I did.
It's just like I want there to be some information that's real, and I think there are like Commander David Fravors' depictions and his descriptions of what happened, and there's other fighter pilots who are involved. They have video of it. That's compelling. Yeah. What is that? What does it mean? What is it doing? How is something able to go from 50,000 feet above sea level to zero so quickly?
15-7.
What is that?
16-7.
No, I agree. That's 17-7. One of the few things I think is
18-7.
right out there.
19-7.
It needs further investigation. Again, you have to
You
pick
can't
and
be
choose.
19-7.
Is there a reason to have an identification program in the Pentagon? Of course, goddamn there is. It's a national security issue. Figure out what the hell's flying around up there, right?
Right. If it's real.
If it's real, then the Chinese come up with a new form of propulsion. Right? And if they did, they undoubtedly started with Lockheed Martin. It was just because there's never, you can never do one of these episodes without me kicking the Chinese Communist Party in the ass. They just finished the sentencing for an American Chinese citizen. This is a fascinating case. People always roll their eyes when I talk about Chinese espionage, so I always love to highlight, they shouldn't. But there's so much. You want to talk about evidence? There's that's not UFOs, bro.
Yeah, 7-5.
No, it's true.
7-6.
So this guy, Chen Guangdong, is his name. He's like, 60 years old.
7-8. 8-8.
Has been sentenced
8-9.
for, I think he's awaiting sentencing. He's out
8-10.
free, believe it or not. He's free on bail right now.
9-10.
And so he went to work in 23, because this has been sealed for quite some time, but he went to work in 23 for some California-based
12-10.
company that was contracted with the Pentagon. And he was only there for a month. And during the course of that month that he was there, he downloaded some 3,600 files or so on the technology that this company develops on behalf of the Pentagon related to sensors that are very sensitive information that used to detect nuclear missile launches, used to detect and track hypersonic and ballistic missiles, used for fighter jets to track incoming missiles, heat-seeking missiles. So it's very, classified material. He downloaded during the course of his, 4 weeks there, downloaded all these files onto his personal storage devices, and they couldn't find all the hard drives that he had taken with all this information. They've gone missing somehow. So, as it turns out, the amazing part about this story is he accepted a job during the course of his brief period of time with this California company working on these sensors, he accepted with a competitor, right? So they were going to hire him. But ever since like 2014, when he's been working for U.S. companies, he's apparently nobody gives a shit. Nobody's doing any due diligence. Nobody's doing any background investigations. From 2014 on, he's been applying to the Chinese Communist Party for what they call talent programs. The Chinese government puts out these proposals. Hey, send us, your information. If you're working on, information of interest, they call them talent programs. And they'll provide funding to people who get their applications accepted. Well, of course, what the Chinese Communist Party is doing is they're fishing for people with access, right? And then, you'll put in a proposal saying, I'm working on the following. I think it could be really interesting. And this guy did it. He took several trips to China. He applied for funding for these talent programs from which is essentially the Chinese Communist Party. He stated in emails that he thinks it could be really beneficial to the Chinese military, some of the work that he's doing. And so from 2014 on, he's been doing this. And people are still hiring the guy. And it's incredible. So now he's out on an almost $2 million bail. I don't know how they're allowing him to roam around free. But it's just another example, I guess is what I'm saying, of what happens out there and why people need to be aware, why companies that are engaged in anything almost, because the Chinese party's interested in everything. But you see this and you think, okay, I get it, the guy was stealing information. But then you look and you go, how the fuck did he keep on doing this all these years? How was he go from a company and get hired by another company, and they were obviously excited by his expertise, but nobody bothered to dig into it, right? And that's always how, businesses, for the most part, get fucked, is they don't have a proactive mindset, right? They're not thinking about that when they're hiring somebody, not thinking, there's a hostile state-sponsored entity out there that like to steal our information.
Well, isn't that also part of the problem with having these administrations that are only in office for 4 years? So, they have all their problems that they have to deal with. They get in, they're basically starting the job anew, and then you've got these companies out there that are hiring Chinese nationals, and you don't even know it. You're not even aware of it. There's no way you can pay attention to all of it. And the people that are running the companies, all they want to do is get that company off the ground, start making a lot of money.
Get a government contract. Now, theoretically, they're supposed to be going through a variety of security processes about, the dissemination of information, who's got access to it, and all these things. But clearly, it's not working all that well. Anyway, so that's the thing. And then apparently the news just broke that there was a breach, and I think it was Microsoft's SharePoint software that attacked the Department of Energy. And it was Chinese hackers again. This is just the past 12 hours or so. And they were going after, among other organizations and agencies, the group that's responsible for maintaining our nuclear stockpile, which sits inside the Department of Energy. So it's the National Nuclear Security Administration. So I guess I always like to point out that it's a hostile world out there. And going back to your point, you need to have organizations that are out there trying to, secure, the national security interests of America. And so, that sounds like
the idea that you don't is crazy.
Yeah.
That's so naive.
Well, it's the idea that everybody, if we just would all get along, right? It's all going to work out fine. And the world's really messy. It's ugly. I mean, we can see that when you're talking about the Middle East right now, which is a mess. You're looking at the Ukraine-Russia conflict. There's just a lot of shit that happens out there, and so you do need these organizations. Now, again, we've talked about this. You need them to be as transparent as they can be and still be operationally efficient, right? But Middle East, that's a fucked up situation.
What do we know about how much damage was done by those bunker buster bombs? I saw some video, and again, I don't know what's real, but it looked insane, where they were reviewing the damage, and they were kind of climbing into this giant canyon that was created by these bunker busters.
It's a really interesting point, and I think we talked about earlier about how you can get out over your skis. Tulsi Gabbard probably did it, and Pam Bondi about the Epstein files and everything. I think the Trump administration got out, talking about completely obliterated all three sites, right? Isfahan and Natanz and Fordo, and you know what? Wait for the battle damage assessments to come in with credible intelligence, right? Just say we've done this. We're assessing. How about that, right? Just keep it like that. Prevent yourself from having to then walk the dog back, right? So they didn't. They came out and said we've completely obliterated these sites. What appears to be now coming from some of these assessments, at least the early assessments, is that they did significant damage to one of the sites, Fordo, and then the other two sites, they did some damage, but that's where it's questionable. And these are coming from Israeli and U.S. intelligence. And honestly, when it comes to Iran, sometimes we rely very heavily on what the Israelis have because their intel tends to be a little bit better. I mean, it's their existential threat, so they've spent decades developing sources, right? And so I think, did we destroy all three? No, absolutely not. We didn't. Did we degrade their ability to enrich uranium in the short term? Yeah. But does that short term mean 3 months, 6 months? I think that's kind of where they appear to be at. They don't know. There's still questions, and the Israelis think that they actually did manage to keep stockpile of some of the enriched uranium that was buried way down inside of, I think it was Isfahan, the site. And so it was successful to a degree, right? But not to the degree that was discussed early on and what they're still saying, right? So I think that's a realistic approach. I think the military was fairly clear in some of their scenarios that they were drawing up prior to this that we don't have high confidence that we can completely destroy these sites, right? But if they've destroyed and damaged a large number of centrifuges, well, that takes time to replace, right? And so, but I think what's going to happen is the regime, and I think they're already doing it, they're going to disperse all of their efforts, right? They're not going to stop trying to enrich uranium. They're going to stop this drive towards a nuclear weapon, because now, in particular, I think they view it as that's our only leverage going down the road. So they're going to disperse it to smaller sites. Going to make it more difficult to create a single strike scenario where you take it out for the most part, and I think that's where we're going with it. But look, the Israelis, during the course of their 12 days or so, they degraded the missile capabilities, which was a big part of what they wanted to do, significantly. Now, depending on who you talk to, that significantly is like 40% destruction of launchers and missile stockpiles to 50%. That's a lot, But again, they still have the ability to make them, and they still will. So we've kind of kicked the can down the road, right? We've bought some time in terms of, okay, they're not going to get to a breakout point, next week, but we haven't really solved the problem, right? And you don't solve the problem unless the regime goes away, and then people talk about regime change and everybody gets all squirrely. So, but you're going to have the same problem. They've already said they are going to continue to arm their proxies. Right? And there have already been weapons shipments that have been interdicted, going to the Houthis, going to Hezbollah. Right? That process of them getting weapons to their proxies is more difficult, in part because Syria has fallen, and the Syrian government is it doesn't like Iran. The new one, the Islamist government that's there, doesn't like Iran. So they're shutting down some of that traditional routes that they used to move weapons back and forth and other resources. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep trying. So we've kind of, it's putting lipstick on a pig. We've created a better situation in the short term, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Were you shocked that we interviewed, that we bombed their nuclear sites?
No. By the time we got a few days into what the Israelis were doing, it looked like there was really very little option. We were going to have to go in and do that, because the Israelis did not have the ability to do that, right? They were there are operations again. People can argue about they should have done it, but from an operational perspective, it was pretty damn impressive, right? Taking out some of the military leadership, taking out some of those nuclear program managers, directors, scientists, was really impressive.
Well,
And
one of the things that was so impressive was when they tricked them with a fake phone call. Everybody get together in the bunker.
Yes.
Yeah. They blew the bunker up.
Yeah. I mean, it shows the depth of their intel capabilities because, again, they've been doing this for years because it's an existential goddamn threat. And so that's their target, right? We've got, in the U.S., our intel operations are focused on a lot of different things. Right? For the Israelis, for the most part, it's Iran. Yes, it's sets are Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas and all that, but that doesn't, those things wouldn't exist without Iranian support and backing. So their focus over the years has been how do we develop sources, how do we create access, when the time comes, they pull out their playbook and they open it up and go, let's do this, and they just push the button, right? And they're able to accomplish these things. So, but it does show their capabilities. They didn't have the munitions, so they don't have these bunker busters to penetrate and get down, to Natanz or wherever. So it wasn't a surprise that we did it. Again, I just think we should be, and I suspect the Pentagon, felt like we should have been more circumspect in how we described the success of it. Now the foreign minister from Iran's come out the past couple of days, right? And he said, serious damage. We've had to stop all uranium enrichment. People go, look, and even the White House has said, well, see, we've significantly damaged all their enrichment capabilities. Okay, if you believe what the goddamn Iranian foreign minister says. Right? But he's a spokesman for the mullahs and
why would you?
IRGC. Why would you? Yeah, so,
right. Why would they be honest about the losses they've taken?
Yeah, so he's pushing a message, right?
Right.
And so, who knows? But I think there's been damage, but not the degree that they would like to have seen.
But a lot of people didn't understand why at this point did we do that? Because one of the narratives was that they had the capability of enriching uranium to 90%, where they could, but they didn't plan on doing it. They only wanted to have it so that they could use it as leverage. There's
no civilian purpose for having 60% enriched uranium. So yes, maybe they thought if we get a stockpile of it, then we're very close because it's an easy lift relatively speaking, getting from 60 to 90% for weapons grade. So yes, maybe their thought was only we just use it as leverage and we're not actually going to pursue a weapon. But I don't know that you want to, you want to make strategic decisions based on the hope that that's the case, right? I think everything else that it's shown in the past, their obfuscation, their hiding of their program, backing off of past agreements, none of that showed that they were earnest negotiators, or that they were honest brokers in what that weapons program is like. So I think, there sounds like there was significant intelligence that came into the Israeli services that said they're fast tracking this whole effort. And that may have been in part because of the damage done to their proxies, right? So they may have looked and seen, Hezbollah's leadership was torn apart, right? Their stockpiles were incredibly degraded. Same thing with the others. And so maybe, that was the motivation, perhaps, I'm speculating, for the Iranian regime to say, okay, let's get this done. Let's push. If the Israelis picked up on that, then that would, be sufficient justification to say we got to act now.
But the thing is, it's like we had to get dragged into it.
Yeah.
That's where it gets fucked up, because one of the things that people voted for with this new administration was no more wars, no more useless wars. And then 6 months in, we're bombing Iran.
Yeah. No, I'm not here to argue whether, I know there's a lot of people that say we should not be doing any of this shit. Right? We shouldn't be, we shouldn't have been in Iraq. We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan. We shouldn't, gone to Vietnam. We shouldn't have, okay, fine. There's a lot of people that argue that we should just sit in a bubble because the world will happen and it won't impact us, right? some of the shit that happens outside, the U.S. borders will come back in a massively, serious way and bite us in the ass. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take any part in it, could it impact U.S. national security as well? Yeah, it could. So, but it's a call. I get it. People saying draw the curtains, and we shouldn't be at war, and we shouldn't be doing any of this, and we shouldn't support Israel. And what are we doing? I understand the mindset. I just don't agree with it. But I think so. I think the limited participation in terms of providing the necessary munitions to attack those sites again wasn't a surprise. Don't disagree with the decision. I just think we need to be pragmatic about how much damage we've done and what the potential is for us having to revisit this whole issue. Right? So
the thing is, people are so skeptical about motivations now. They're so skeptical about public narratives, why we're doing this and why we're doing that. And I think one of the things that's important, hearing it from a person like yourself that's spent most of your lifetime involved in this, that there are things we really shouldn't be meddling in every part of the world, but sometimes we have to meddle.
There are occasions, there are times, again, it would be great if we lived in a world where we could just worry about ourselves. But that's not, maybe 250 years ago it was, right? Because it would take the Armada a long time to make its way across the ocean. But, shit happens with remarkable speed now. And I just think it's an idealistic idea that you can ignore what's happening and you can just say we're only focusing on us. We're not gonna get involved in anything that happens out there. I agree. There's a lot of things that we don't need to be involved in, right? Looking back on Iraq, looking back on Afghanistan, right? Now Afghanistan should have been a surgical move, right? We should have gone into Tora Bora, blown the shit out of that, tried to get Bin Laden, and then we should have said, look, if you do this again, meaning if you let your country be a sandbox for the terrorists, we're going to come back here and do this again. And then we should have gotten the hell out and not worry about, well, maybe we can build a stable federal-style government in Afghanistan, which has never happened, in which we could have looked at what the Soviets said and said, yeah, it's not going to work. So there's things where we should be learning, or we're not very good at. We should be learning and saying that. But my point being is you got to leave the door open, because there are times when shit could go really seriously wrong. And if the Iranians suddenly, if you're wrong about the hope that, well, I think they're just for peaceful purposes, because I'm going to, for some reason, believe, counter to their actions up till now, I'm going to believe the Iranian regime, so it's peaceful purposes. And then they announce that they're a member of the nuclear club. You got a shitstorm going on in the Middle East, because it's not like the regional actors like the Saudis are going to go, okay, no worries, we're going to let Iran have the bomb, and we're not going to get it. Right. Now you're going to have multiple nuclear-armed nations sitting in the Middle East and at odds with each other. And I don't know that that's a really good scenario, because you're inching closer to use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Putin's already in his moronic puppet Medvedev, keeps rattling the nuclear stable. Well, I remember we use a tactical nuke, maybe. You start getting closer to that, and that's a real problem. So I think there are times when you gotta step in an intelligent way, but you got to be pragmatic about what that means. And so what I'm saying about with Iran is we didn't really solve anything, right? And nothing will get solved. The Iranian population isn't going to have a better life until there's a change in that regime. I'm not advocating regime change unless it comes from inside Iran, right? That's what you'd like to think. Maybe at some point they rise up and say, "Fuck it, enough's enough," right? But that hasn't happened, despite people hoping it would happen.
It's very. It gives people a lot of anxiety when we think about all the possibilities of all over the world, all the different things that are happening, whether it's Ukraine and Russia, Iran and Israel. It's constant. What's going on in Gaza? It's like everything is. It's just like this constant feed of doom. That if you're paying attention, and you kind of have to pay attention a little, because it is kind of crazy, and it could affect your life.
Which is, I think, why we're so quick to want to glom onto what's happening with Epstein or what's happening with the intel assessment there, because it takes away the focus from there's shit happening in the world that could create bigger conflict, right? Could drag us into something bigger. Look, the European Union they're heavily focused on what's going on with Russia, because they're sitting on the border, right? And so, right now, Putin, he has no interest in peace, right? He thinks he's still kind of winning, right? And there's this hope that, well, we think the Russian economy is about to crumble. It doesn't look that way. I don't think it's going to crumble. So, but I mean, my point being is that the EU looks at it from a different perspective than the U.S. does. And I think one of the things that Trump's done very well is to get the EU to focus more of their own resources on this. That's a great move, right? And people should be able to say, yeah, whether they're Democrat or Republican, yeah, it makes sense. Focus more on it, right? It's in your backyard, and so I think that's a good step from this administration. They should be talking about it more. But does that mean we should back off entirely? Well, again, I hear from folks all the time. They're like, yeah, why do we give a shit? Why should we be spending our resources on Ukraine? And fine, if you're okay with Putin winning, then fine, okay. I get your point, but at least admit that what you're saying is, we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine, and frankly, without U.S. support, Ukraine's not going to win this fight, and whatever that win means, right? Can
they even win?
Not in terms of we've reclaimed all our territory. That's never going to happen. Right? So it's over. It's a negotiated settlement of some sort that's not completely unpalatable for the Ukrainian people, right? So what they're going, who knows? Maybe the goal is clearly to get everything back, but they're not going to get Crimea back. They're not going to get some of the eastern region that the Russians have been sitting in now for quite a long time, right? Even before the invasion. So you've got some negotiated settlement that they can accept, but if we say we're not going to support them, and you can't inflict enough pressure or whatever you want to call it, pain on Putin to get him in a serious way to the negotiating table, then ultimately, the Russian military will overwhelm them, right? Because they've got the support of China, they got certainly the support of North Korea. North Korea's about to send another 30,000 troops to the front lines on behalf of Putin. I mean, that's crazy, but we've got North Korean troops by the thousands fighting and dying in Ukraine. And so, the U.S. providing military support that keeps them in the fight long enough to hopefully, with the EU expanding what they're doing, to hopefully get Putin to think, okay, fuck it, I do have to sit down at the table. Great.
This is what's discouraging, is that Trump said, when I get into office, I can fix this in 24 hours.
Yeah. I know.
That seemed
messaging problem. Again, messaging problem. Yeah. It's always. Again, I go back to that same thing. There's always a problem with and again, this is not. I'm just saying, maybe get better, comms people, and try to get just a tad bit more discipline. But the idea that you're going to fix this problem in a day, it's hyperbole, but people buy into it, right? And then you get a mob that are saying, well, how come we couldn't? And what are you doing here? And rather than say, well, no more wars, just say the world is an unusual, unstable, chaotic place. There may be occasion when we need to be involved, but I'm going to try to minimize that. Say something like that. And then you don't have to throw more red meat to the crowd. But it's, the Ukraine situation, and Zelensky's got some other problems, right? It's an interesting situation that hopefully it doesn't bore people, but it's important to keep on the radar, is that, Zelensky has just signed a bill that kind of gutted the two primary anti-corruption organizations in Ukraine. And Ukraine's had years and years of history of being a corrupt nation. And it's always been a roadblock to them getting into the European Union because they're saying, you've got to do something to clean this goddamn place up, right? So Ukraine has had a history of not just with Zelensky, but prior to that. And so the parliament, wrote up a bill basically handing over control of these two anti-corruption independent organizations that monitor corruption inside the Ukraine government, handed over that control to the prosecutor general, government control of these organizations. And they put that bill that they wrote, a Zelensky supporter wrote it, put it on Zelensky's desk, it was like 48 hours ago. And he had the choice to either sign it or veto it. Again, here's the problem. You think, who the fuck was advising him? Right? veto that goddamn thing. But he didn't. And he signed it. And now you got street protests. Significant, large street protests in Ukraine against this because they considered this authoritarian takeover. And they know what their history was like. And so the people are worried about this. So they're out on the streets protesting. Putin's looking at it going like, it's fantastic. That's because Putin's been saying that Zelensky's an illegitimate leader for some time now. And one of his demands has always been, I'll negotiate, but, Zelensky needs to go. And because he wants a pro-Kremlin leader in there. So you've got all this going on, and then Zelensky decides he's going to sign this bill. Now he's got the protests. Now he's going to have to, he's trying to scramble. So now he said, we're going to introduce a new bill to strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. So now he's trying to, cauterize that wound. So, it's just, again, it's a self-inflicted wound. He shouldn't have done it, but I'm trying to speak to the complexity that's going on out there right now.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so we touched we haven't even talked about the situation with Hamas and Israel, but I'll leave that for another day because I'm sure if we got together again in another half a year, it's still going on. There's no ceasefire that's going to happen. Every time you turn around, the U.S., Witkoff, or somebody in the U.S. administration, or the Saudis, or the Egyptians, or the Qataris, whoever's handling mediation, is saying, "Yeah, we're very close to a ceasefire." It's just not happening. So, it's going to be a mess. We can talk about that some other time. Yeah. Is
there any way you can give us some happy news? Wrap this up. Is there anything positive?
Yeah, well,
I know you got a bunch of notes over there.
I do.
Is there anything like, hey,
you know what?
Okay.
What am I know what. None of them. I got one about Ozzy and Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's not positive.
No.
God damn,
we lost Hulk Hogan today.
We did. Hulk Hogan, what a guy, and then Ozzy. I mean, goddamn career.
The Ozzy thing was less surprising because he'd been battling Parkinson's and he was very old. But the Hulk Hogan thing was crazy. He was here just how long ago? A year ago? Yeah. In the podcast for a year ago.
Well, Ozzy did that concert on the 5th of July.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, in his chair.
But Hulk went in for some surgery apparently, and he got an infection.
Yeah. I think it was neck or spine surgery or something they couldn't come back from. But and then it was all in the same week. And then what? What's his name? Then the other guy, this poor guy. It always happens, right? Malcolm Jamal Warner, the kid from the Cosby Show. He dies, and then nobody thinks about it because like the day after Ozzy dies, and then Hulk Hogan died.
They always die in threes.
Yeah.
But people say that celebrities die in threes. Why is that true?
Yeah. The poor Malcolm. I mean, he goes and his death is completely. It's like if you and I were on a plane and the plane went down, it'd be like we lost a legend today. Joe Rogan is gone, along with 240 others, and that'd be like the other. It'd be a sad moment.
Malcolm died swimming, right? It's called
Yeah, it was a swimming incident in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Got pulled out by a riptide.
Yeah, fuck, man. You gotta be able to swim, and you gotta not fuck with the tides.
Yeah, it's
scary shit.
Yeah, we were out in the Caymans. My wife and I had gone down there to give a speech and something. So we said, let's go, snorkeling, whatever. And so I went out. I didn't take a PFD. I didn't take a inflatable device with me. Right? I should just grab the belt. You just pop it and get it. So I was out there swimming, snorkeling around, and at some point I was like, I don't feel good. I don't feel right. And then I could tell because I'd had an heart issue in the past, right? I knew exactly what was going to happen. And so I started feeling this, and I could kind of feel the energy drain out of me. But I'm out in the middle of the fucking, water, and I kind of look up, and I can see my wife off in the distance, but I'm like, and so I'm just trying to keep my goddamn head above water. And so I get her attention finally. She comes over, and she's a brilliant person. She's a great athlete, very strong swimmer. And so she's trying to help, but now I'm doing that dude thing where I don't really want that. I don't want to make a fuss, right? Oh, no. So I'm out there going, I don't want to take my mask off, and I'm saying, I'll be okay. And I'm just kind of like barely going, but I'm doing that the dude thing, right? When you have, as a dude, if you're having a heart attack, you don't want to because you're like, I don't want to cause a scene. I don't want to be a problem. I don't want to show that I'm weak or whatever. So about that. So she literally hauls my ass back to shore, right? And so it was one of those moments. I got back down, I was fine after a little bit, but it was just one of those moments where we realized this would be a fucked up way to go, right? Just kind of drowning and being at the bottom of that, and they kind of fish you out. But so I feel bad for Malcolm Jamal Warner, but then also his news got blown out by Ozzy and now Hulk. So
it's weird that they always die in threes.
Yeah. I don't know what that's all about.
But it's so common.
Cosmic retribution. Something's going on.
But it's like there's a pattern to the universe where that happens.
Yeah. So, but now as far as good news. I'm really working on this one.
You're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
We're here.
Everybody
listening is still alive.
Going to see Oasis. That's good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, gonna go see Oasis. Coming to Los Angeles. Nice. Big deal.
I'm glad they're back together.
God damn it, right? And I'm just hoping it's not because it's not till September. So the danger is
that they feud.
They break up.
Fuck you.
Fuck off. Yeah. So it's gonna be. It should be a great show. They've been doing a bang up job, but as long as they stick together, make it to September, and we'll be fine. But other than that, there's good news happening out there. I'm sure I haven't seen it. I'm sorry about that.
Tell everybody your podcast.
Thank you. It's President's Daily Brief. It's available. We got a YouTube channel. At President's Daily Brief.
Doing well.
So
we see you on the charts all the time.
Yeah, we're up there. We're always hovering around the top 10, and I think it speaks to the fact that, for the most part, look, we're just trying to tell people what's happening without telling them how to think about it.
Yes, and that's what people want, because there's not a lot of that.
And it's worked out well in that regard. And occasionally I'll say something, I get a little comment in there, but I try to keep the opinion out of it. But it's all the podcast platforms, YouTube channel, and it's gone well. It's been a great adventure so far, and it's been growing. Which again, for me, that is very satisfying in the sense that nowadays everything's opinion, right? Everything goddamn opinion, right?
Not just opinion, but again, what you were saying, telling you how to think about it. This is how you have to think.
Yeah. So it's President's Daily Brief. Anybody gets a chance, check it out, subscribe, whatever you do. And I appreciate you letting me bang on about that.
I appreciate you telling me about things and explaining things, just so I get lost out there.
I always feel like I come in here and bum you out, and
you definitely did.
Yeah.
You definitely did today.
Dude, going to your show tonight, I'm going to love it.
Okay.
America wants to know this before I go. The White House card. Is it happening?
Supposedly. Yeah. Supposedly July 4th next year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
July 4th next year?
Yep.
Okay. It's going to be amazing.
It should be wild.
Is Jones coming back?
I don't know. It's a lot of time between now and then. Yeah. He's a wild card.
Yeah. All right.
I'd like to see him.
Are you kidding?
Fight for the title on the White House lawn. That'd be pretty wild.
It's crazy. No, okay. So I didn't mean to drag that one out, but anyway, thank you. All right.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Senate was gathered here 305 to lay out the rules for how Christians
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Check it. What up? How you feeling? What's going on?
Oh man, back from a amazing Thailand vacation.
Oh really?
After the flight, it just feels like I've been on like just a great vacation journey. Baku was amazing. Let me start off there. Let me start off with Baku, Azerbaijan. Oh my gosh, what a place!
I heard it's amazing there.
Absolutely incredible.
Everybody who went there was raving about how great it was.
Absolutely incredible. When we got the news, like, okay, the flight's going to be postponed, it's going to go into Baku. I had never heard of the place in my life. I agreed without even looking it up, but in my mind, I was thinking, like, okay, this is a place I've never heard of. I started thinking, like, I don't know, it's probably going to be something similar to, like, Saudi, and it's probably just, like, a lot of desert, blah, blah, and I get there, and my mind was absolutely blown. Amazing treatment from Baku City Circuit, welcomed us in. The fans were some of the best I've ever encountered, man. They were so happy to have the UFC there. everyone in the streets, like people who weren't even fight fans, were just excited that the UFC was in Baku. So like that added to the experience. And then it's just beautiful, man. Like,
What was it like?
so where we were, yeah. So that's Old Town. So I did a tour through there.
Force Old Town.
I forgot, but I know that 4,000 people still live in Old Town. There's boutique hotels in there. There's just so much history. That's like when it was built, kind of what they're known for. I don't remember what that building is, but the architecture there is one of the things that's the flame towers. So at night, there's just projections and like it'll be like the flag, or it'll actually be like flames. Because Baku is known for oil, like being one of the first oil countries. This is the Carpet Museum, an amazing place full of carpets that are like century years old.
They built it to look like a carpet.
It's crazy. And all these carpets are handmade, like passed down generation after generation. So like they tell you how deep the culture and like the stories of these carpets and like how, oh my God, and clean, friendly people.
That's a bunch of people that went there decided to stay for a few days.
Honestly, I wish that I would have stayed longer. I've already booked family trips. I've told everybody we're going back to Baku.
Wow,
man,
that's cool.
Just thinking about it, I'm like, dude, this is a place that I want to visit for the rest of my life. I want to just keep going back to Baku, man.
That's dope.
Yeah, so.
And obviously you had an amazing result there too.
Yeah, I think that that really played into just my performance. I was in a really good place. I was in a good place, but I was also in kind of a fucked up state, like not gonna lie. I was just so happy to be across the world doing what I love to do and to be like treated like we're actually appreciated for, like for what we do. And so that helped me get through all the other shit.
What was the other shit? What was going on?
Oh man, so I knew that we were going to be jet lagged no matter what. I knew it because we're traveling, super far.
16-hour flight, right?
Yeah, super long flight. So I knew we were going to be jet lagged, so I made sure that we got there 2 weeks early to adjust. It took about almost about a week to like fully adjust. And then so during fight week, say first day of fight week, I'm like throwing up and shit nonstop.
Oh no.
I'm like, okay, this is great. Like, this is exactly what I want to be feeling right now. Pressure's on, I gotta fight, like I'm super motivated. And I'm just like, I don't know what am I gonna do, man? Like,
what was it?
I don't even know.
Food poisoning?
I don't think so, because everybody that I was with, we all ate the same thing.
You were the only one who got
sick? I was the only one, man. I was the only one. And so...
You don't cut a ton of weight.
No. So, I think...
What do you walk around at?
Right now, I'm in vacation mode. I'm, 228, 230, something
That's
around
still,
I don't
guys,
get over 230.
Like Ferreira.
Yeah.
He cuts a ton.
Yeah, if I just do not let myself get over 230. That's just like that's my oath to myself.
And then in camp, what do you get down to?
20, I'd say between 20 and 25 is where I like to balance, 220, 225. And anytime in there, I'm good because I know that that's where I'm going to fight at. So when I'm in camp, it's,
And then when do you start your cut?
So the way that it happens is the last kind of 2 weeks, I don't necessarily do too much of like a diet change. It's just I'm always looking to peak on fight day, not like a peak plateau format that a lot of people go by. So I'd say usually, let's say we weigh in on Friday, that Tuesday, I'm around 214, 213, something like that.
Nice.
And then, those last days is kind of like water load, proteins and fats.
That's a nice cut.
I sit in the sauna no matter what, like an hour. maybe. Like my weight cut this time took. I hit mitts for an hour and a half. I laid down in a sauna blanket, and I was on weight. So it was like under 2 hours for me to be on.
So you're not depleted?
Not at all.
You feel good? And how long did it take for that cold to get out of your system or whatever it was?
I still felt it. I still felt it a bit on fight day, but there was nothing that was going to, like, my mind for like through this camp, through this fight, man, like I'm so happy for everything that I went through. Honestly, like there was nothing that was going to take away like my shine or my joy or my feeling of like being ready, being prepared. It was a battle with my mind, and every day I had to make a choice to like to just be better, to be bigger, to be happy, to just like embrace everything. This was all like everything's just been about embracing the obstacles that come.
So the last time we talked was before the Pereira fight.
Yeah,
it was a great fight. Thank you. You had some great success. It was a tough fight. And then what is it like after that fight? So you faced the best in the world, and you know that you can hang with them. You lost the fight, but you didn't gain a ton of experience. You went 5 rounds with one of the greatest. And what is it like after that?
I'd say everything seems very different now. I have been, since the Pereira fight, I've been to, I'd say, more than 6 countries, and there's fans there. Everyone like knows who I am now, and that is something that was a shock to me. Especially coming off a loss, and just knowing that like I gave my all in that fight, and that's, I guess, what the people wanted from me, to get that type of like acknowledgement, because I've been in the UFC for so long. But that fight, I guess, really showed people like who I am, and I got to show the world who I am, and against a guy like Alex. So now I feel like I've at least kind of made my mark and been like, hey, I'm here. Right? So people are now like, okay, Khalil, I know who this guy is. You can say the name, and now people kind of, they're familiar with who I am now. But the other thing that it showed me was that I now know who I am and what I'm capable of. I spent majority of that fight just soaking in the moment and just like, oh, I'm here. I was excited to be there. I gave everything I had, but then going back and watching it, I'm like, I saw a lot of the mistakes that I made.
What mistakes specifically?
The number one mistake that I think was made in that fight is that it was my first 5-rounder, and when I was going into the 4th, because I took a lot of damage in the end of the, like middle to end of the 3rd, so I was up 1 and 2. The beginning of 3, I was starting to he started to kind of take over halfway through the round, and once he started hitting me, I was like, oh shit, he's established his range, and now I'm feeling it. So it wasn't necessarily like a cardio thing. It was just like I started taking damage, and everybody knows this guy hits hard. So I was taking the damage. I was rocked. I was dizzy going into the 4th in the break. I remember John Wood saying, all right, man, like, you're doing great. 10 more minutes. Like, you can do anything 10 minutes. Just stick in there. We got this. And because I wasn't familiar with the 5 rounds, I took 10 minutes as sellout. So in the 4th round, I came out like ready to, I wasn't thinking with the mindset of like, I'm up 2, he just took the 3rd, 4th round, I need to maybe relax, maybe not get hit, whatever. 4th round, I came out, I bit down, and I went to war. I think that's what lost me the fight, for me personally.
So you made a lot of adjustments in the Jamal Hill fight.
1,000%.
Yeah, you could see it. You could see, first of all, what a performance.
Thank you.
I mean, he dominated a world champion. I mean, dominated. It was such a clear-cut victory. And it was a victory where a lot of people thought that you were going to struggle with him. And, you know, you really showed a level above the Pereira fight. And I think maybe part of it is what you're talking about, like choosing when to engage and when not to engage. Like there's moments in that fight where you were dominating the fight, but there's moments where he was coming after you. You just moved. You moved away from him. And I know it pissed him off, but it's like, hey man, you know, you were way ahead. You were dominating the exchanges. Then when you chose to exchange with him, you were hurting him and dropping him. It was very impressive, man.
Thank you. And that was the product of, you know, really reviewing mistakes. And
you also do some wild shit like standing hammer fists. Because that's how you practice.
Absolutely, man.
That's a crazy move, man.
We're artists, you know. I think that's one thing that, you know, I try my best to always embody the artist in mixed martial arts. I think it gets lost in the growth of the sport of MMA, you know. But, you know, from the past conversations we have, and you understanding kind of how I was before, like, man, I need some type of outlet for creativity, you know.
And that's what it is, standing hammer fist.
I mean, my mind, you know, just my essence is art. So I'm like, how can I, you know, paint this picture of like expression of combat? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different. We got Silat, we got Krav Maga, we got all these things, and it's like, let me paint. You know, like, what can I use to, you know, to.
That's a bold thing to do, to use something very creative like that on the world champion too. Jamal Hill's a dangerous guy.
Yeah, he's dangerous, man.
Standing hammer fist.
Yeah, I'm dangerous too. You know, like I try to like. I always try to insert myself into these things too, because I think about it. Yeah, Alex, hard hitter, dangerous guy, and I have to like, yeah, so let's do it. You know, Alex or Jamal, same thing. Like, I know he's got one punch power. You know, all these things. I'm like, let me insert myself. Let me take some chances. Let me be bold. You know, I think that's
I think there's an advantage that you have also as a lighter guy in that division, is that you move quicker, and that was kind of evident in that fight. That you're like, you know, there's a range of light heavyweights, and you're on the smaller range. Like, there's a lot of guys like Drickus, who's bigger than you, who's the middleweight champion. He's fucking huge, man. It's the opposite thing, right? He's cutting a ton of weight. I don't know what he cuts, but every time I interview him, I'm like, how? How the fuck are you 185 pounds? You're enormous. He looks like a heavyweight. And he is a heavyweight when he fights. I mean, he's over 205 for sure.
Yeah, these guys, they blow up.
And you don't. And I think because of that, you have this, you have speed, and not just speed of the strikes, but the way you move in and out. You know, it's like when you close the distance on Jamal, you can see it was like there were some moments where I think he was surprised by the speed in which you were able to close the distance.
Yeah, I think so as well. There were some reactions in there that I was picking up on. I could see a bit of frustration, you know. I feel like I was able to read a lot of the things before they would come. And I mean, I heard everything that his coaches were saying, and in my mind, I was just seeing him struggle with like not being able to react the way he wanted, and maybe that was because, you know, there was the speed that they weren't necessarily dealing with.
The speed and also the leg kicks. You fucked them up early with leg kicks. Yeah. And it really had a significant effect. When you see him switching stances, and he doesn't like to stand orthodox. Yes. You saw a lot of changes.
Yeah, he did. I can say that, you know, there were some improvements made. I think that he probably spent some more time working on his footwork. He was a lot less flat-footed than he usually is. I could tell that, like, a lot of the times his toes were pointed at me, and that wasn't what I studied. You know what I mean? Like,
so he made some changes.
He made some changes.
He landed some very good leg kicks, specifically in the first round.
Yeah, thank you. I always do my best to, you know, try to channel my Muay Thai and
Yeah, you're like one of the few. Like I remember we talked about that about the Eric Anders fight. Like when you came back from Thailand the first time, you were fighting like a Thai. And me and DC were having a blast with it. Like, look at this, like light on the front foot. It was a like totally different approach.
Yeah,
but he landed some very good leg kicks in the first round too. It was a good exchange, but yours were doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, he started off with the leg kicks. Like I think he threw maybe 3 or 4 calf kicks before I actually started answering back. He started it, and I was just like, okay, cool. If this is the game we're playing, like I love this game, like I love this game. So, it was a great fight, man.
Why did you start the beginning of the fight like with your hands down, just like walking towards him?
Because that's how I felt, Joe. I mean, like I feel like in that fight, so there was not necessarily like beef between Jamal and I. Like we never really exchanged, there wasn't any like heated discussions or anything. But we all have phones, we all have social media, we all, I get Google alerts and stuff anytime I'm mentioned. And so like I've seen things that were said and I'm just like, okay, whatever. I don't agree with it and I don't, whatever. If this guy looks at me as however, that's just his opinion.
What was he saying? Like, what was
it? Was just like I think it were like things again about like the Alex fight, or just saying that like he's gonna outskill me, or I don't belong in the division. Just things like that. Like don't take my exact one.
In terms of being the head of the Democratic Party, because they're the most likely to win the position, but no one is jumping out. And
why was it so hard? So it starts really in 1390 left. As I mentioned, with some of these disputations, like the Barcelona disputation plus 63, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small-scale, local nature. In 1391, there is a massive that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who are all fired up by but we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water. It can be like water particularly in a ditch, as happened in France, for example, any kind of water just sprinkled on a person, and a particular phrase repeated, and that doesn't like the Muslim Shahada. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's the situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled out a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly against their will opposed to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, oh, wait, you're still Jewish, that's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. This meant that a large part, I think that was one of the things that was going to dog Jews, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had the barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? They continued living marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, Jew Christians, or conversos. and maintaining a Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this action. And this continued for almost a century until 1478, when the church said, you know, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities, they cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stayed within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandoned Jewish activities. This was, you know, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomenon where for about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people were denouncing their neighbors. I'm going to get back to that, but let's just have a quick look at this theological concept, which I skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now saved. The most dramatic example of this
makes perfect sense. And if California wants to reinsert itself in the conversation, this is a way to be taken seriously. It shows that California is not obsessed with trans rights and is fringe progressive issues that are completely lost in the national conversation, as they should be, because they affect 0.003%
This is the case
of the
of
population.
a young boy who
Businessman
had a Christian nursemaid living with a Jewish man, and he was very sick when he was in scarlet fever or something like that. So the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 600 years old, felt so sorry for young Ricardo because she expected him to die. She didn't want him to go to everlasting hell as a Jew, so she went and she secretly had him back. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, there's a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? The Pope, Pius XI, it was Pope Pius, ironically, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later as an adult reunited with his mother and his brother. The expressions on their faces are hard to read, but he devoted his life to proselytizing other Jews. He ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed him anyways, because they was not either stay in California or come to California. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed that Jew, the Judaizing. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out the neighbors and to make up charges. Typically what happens is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring them in, and expose them to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity rather than being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, especially awful, is called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I've heard the argument anyway. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice in the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. You can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confess at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these sanbenitos, and there are a variety of them, depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these sanbenitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after their death on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that was done at this time. The most horrific aspect of the book was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe. Usually at these kind of like Rothschild type sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and a bunch of Spanish holdings. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until the 1830s. This did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. And all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things. So imagine like, I smelled the cooking in their home, and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. And so that was their down position on the neighbor's head. So eventually, the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi, they ask, they have kosher delis, Jewish schools, they have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones who are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. The only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red tree on the right, Don Isaac Barbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance in Spain at the time, begged the king to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the great expulsion, which left behind those Jews who had gone underground. By the way, the negative term for this, so the derogatory term, that nevertheless was part of the story of the graphic literature Valentine is Marrano. Term Marrano means pig or swine. So you're so a crypto Jew or he's a free Christian, so Barbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, he decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain. Barbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safety throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsions. It was considered rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed. A Holocaust like event in terms of the expulsion. And you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find haven next to the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular. But then he went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years later, Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1491. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally, illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Huguenot. Just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s, and so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular a sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced to the baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. Liberation and to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrifically consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on. Scholars don't doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but nevertheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families actually experienced. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and in fact this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then we'll have time for a few questions. We'll discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles, the descendants of Portuguese exiles. Julio da Costa is the adult figure, brooding black with his claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down an Inquisition on their head. But when he was an adult, he told me he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam. He was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but on his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. And both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazi Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of a spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, what does this new status mean? And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identity. In other words, going underground. They were able to determine ways to say, okay, we are now under threat as Jews, but maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us. We will secretly practice some form of Judaism, some counts of Judaism. That represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that, especially the Portuguese Jews who had had time to think about this and to adapt to it, were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this really especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazi in the 1920s. With that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you would like to time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting. Really appreciate it. And frankly, very jarring, recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly, maybe you wanted to add a point. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there's lots of intrusion of all sorts of varieties of influences within Jewish. So,
Yes, lettuce.
do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, in like art, music,
Word for it, but that's kind of how, that's the stuff that I kind of saw. So, for me, there was no real reason to show any respect.
Hi, Anderson, you're hot as fuck.
Same room.
One of the hottest bitches of all time.
Just kind of block them out. And then during the weigh-ins, so I had a press conference, and they were saying hey, the Alex fight, there was a lot of blood, you got cut up, da 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 da. Can we expect the same thing from you in this fight? And I said, no, there's not going to be any blood on my face. How you're interviewing me now is how you're going to interview me after the fight. It'll look the same. He didn't like that. I didn't say his name, but he didn't like that. And so at the weigh-ins, he comes like, and mind you, we had 3 days before the weigh-ins, and we'd seen each other in the hotel room and blah, 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 or in the hotel, you know. There were many more opportunities for him to say what he said, but he chose to do it at the weigh-ins in front of Dana White. And I thought that was like, come on. What did he say? He said, oh, you're going to bleed. You're going to bleed. You better believe that. You're going to bleed. Like, in my face. Like, oh, I'm going to make you bleed. And I was just like, okay. Like, sure. You know, like, that was really, like, internally, like, I'm okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. And
why did you think that you wouldn't get cut? Like, what made you think?
I knew how I've been training and what I prepared for, and I know the type of athlete and fighter and man that I am, and I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. I was just that confident in my abilities and the work that I put in that I just knew it wasn't going to happen.
It's pretty wild, also considering you're coming off of a loss. Like, you get more confidence coming off of a loss.
100%, because the loss just showed me that there's more work to do. You know, like, people always say back to the drawing boards, and like, it was more than the drawing boards for me. It was like back to the dirt, back to the Vegas weather, back to the dying on the assault bike, back to challenging myself, back to going deeper. Who am I really? What am I really capable of? And, you know, like, that was it. It was just like deep internal digging to get out and to discover what I'm made of. And so in that comes confidence. In that comes like, I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. And so that's how I felt. You know, so that's why I walked out like that, because I was just like,
because it's kind of wild. I was going, what is he doing?
But I was also prepared, you know, like, I didn't want to rush anything. Like, nothing needed to be rushed. Like, the cage is closed, and we got 25 minutes. I'm going to run out, you know? Right. No, like, I walk here. I know that you're not going to do anything. I wasn't threatened. Like, that statement in my face didn't, like, I was just like, here we go. You know what I mean? Like, another guy that wants to, like, get in my face. Like, yeah. Then I did the job that needed to be done.
It was a very measured performance, and some people didn't like that. Some people, you know, like the casuals. I think there's casuals that
they wanted to see blood.
They just want to see chaos. They don't care about your health.
They don't care about me at the age of 50 with, you know what I mean? When this is all over and I want my knees and my hands and my fingers and everything to work.
Yeah.
And I want to be able to speak sentences and go through the airport on both my feet and not in a wheelchair. They don't care about that.
No.
And that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean,
you know, like,
the only time it bothers me when referees react. Like when referees separate people because of booing, like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, you can't. The referees can't be influenced by the crowd.
Don't give in to the casuals.
You can't, man.
Because I thought it was a very smart performance. Like, if you're gonna fight a guy like Jamal, who's an awesome counter striker, one-punch knockout power, got a series of bodies behind him. Like, he's knocked out a lot of dudes.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it. You gotta fight him smart, for sure, and that's what he did.
And I wasn't, I just, like, to be clear, I know the things that I said can come off as, like, overly confident or whatever. I wasn't sleeping on Jamal, you know? Like, I knew what he was capable of, and I trained hard for him. I really did. Every day was dedication. Every day was, you know, strategy and planning.
When did you feel like everything was coming together in the fight?
Before the fight.
Really?
Yeah. The win for me happened before the fight. Like I said, I think with camp, the training, you know, my head trainer, like with John, with Lorenzo, Christian, it's just the guys who are in my circle, and the work that we do, it really helped me with, you know, a lot of confidence and a clear vision and path to victory, and I just stuck to it. So I just had a feeling that if I stick to the plan, I win this fight.
And you did. Yeah, it was very measured, very smart, and I liked it. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. I enjoyed it because I like when people fight smart. I really do. When people maximize the amount of damage that they put out, minimize the amount of damage they receive in return. That's what he did.
Yeah, and so now we got the next one, Yuri Prohaska.
Yeah.
Did you see that news? Just saw it yesterday. Yeah. So this is, man, I'm excited about this fight. Yeah, I really am. Another guy who's, you know what I mean? Like, former champion, very skilled, very dangerous.
Another guy who's gotten a lot better since the Pereira fight.
He's gotten a lot better since the Pereira fight. He's dynamic. He's strategic.
He's awkward as fuck, too.
Yeah, he can be awkward.
He's so weird. He's the weirdest.
And it's in Vegas. So, this is great. It's going to be the first time since the Go-Kansaki fight that I've been able to fight in front of a crowd.
Was that really?
My hometown.
No kidding.
That was the last fight I had.
That's crazy.
At T-Mobile Arena in front of the Las Vegas crowd.
I had not realized that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So that's huge. Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel.
Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel. And then Las Vegas can come out and, support a local. So that's cool because with the growth of Las Vegas, we're getting sports, got the Raiders, getting a baseball team, women's basketball. It's the local scene in Vegas right now. I'm proud of it, to come from there and to see that now we have something besides just gambling and, all the debauchery. So it's going to be nice, and I'm very happy to represent that.
So how do you train for a guy like Yuri? Like, what do you do? I mean, are you going to watch a lot of tape on him? Like, how do you prepare for a guy like that? That's very unusual.
Without giving away too much, I think that it just requires, study, like passing any test. You know what I mean? Like, it requires dedication and focus and, doing the right study, making the right adjustments, and training. It's the rest, I think, is art. Like how we go about solving the problem is for everybody to enjoy. But I think that, it comes from study and good training partners as well. I think that's a huge thing in anybody's training camp.
Do you have anybody that can emulate that style? Or will you even try?
You know what? To emulate someone's style, I think it's helpful. It is helpful, but it's very hard because you can never really truly, be someone. So someone can give you certain looks that maybe you'll see. So I don't rely too heavily on people emulating, but I do appreciate bodies and people that are around the same size, just so I can get used to that body contact of maybe someone who's a bit taller and not training with guys who are maybe shorter. Like if I had a short guy who can emulate my opponent,
it's not gonna help.
It doesn't help. Right. So if I have a taller guy who maybe can't emulate and I can do what I want to do against a taller body, then the rest is up to like my awareness and like making sure that a guy who maybe has this weird style, like, okay, I'm aware of that, but I know what I can do against someone of the same size.
Yuri's he's so unusual in that a lot of times his hands are down really low, his stance is very wide, and he moves back and forth like a cobra. Like he hinges at the waist more than probably anybody. He does a lot of unusual stuff that you could see guys like try to adjust to that when they're inside the cage with them. It's like this weird moment where you have to think and consider these new possibilities.
I think that like I said, I've just returned from a reset. And now as soon as I leave here, I'm logged back into samurai mode.
What did you do in Thailand? Were you just training? Were you just vacationing, or did you do training?
It was incredible, Joe. So my wife and I got invited to Thailand from the Thailand Tourism Authority. Wow. So they invited us to come. They hosted us in Bangkok. amazing hotel, Dusit Thani Hotel. You have to go if you ever go to Bangkok. Dusit Thani. So they hosted us. They took us to like a the smallest province in Thailand called Samut Songkhram. And in that province, they are known for having the best coconuts in all of Thailand. So all like coconut water, coconut sugar, all that stuff most likely comes from Samut Songkhram. Salt farm, a bee farm. What's a salt farm? Salt farm. So they made these channels that come from the nearest like body of water, and they get the salt. They extract the salt from the sea, and then they create a bunch of different things from it. You know, bath salts.
Oh, so they do it with some kind of machinery?
No, it's like, yeah, there's a little bit, yeah. It looks like this, yeah, exactly.
Huh. Oh, so they do it by hand?
Yeah, they do it by hand. These people, they're out there. Yeah, just this is their daily life, and so we got to hang out with these people that like live in this province.
Wow, that's how they do it?
Yeah, man.
I would have never known. So how are they getting salt out of the water like that? Like, what do you do to?
I honestly like. I was so excited to be there that I probably missed out on a lot of the details, but that's how it looked. Like there were these windmills, and I know they're like, yeah, the water evaporates, and then there's like salt left at the bottom, and then yeah, they rake it into a pile, and then it goes through other processes, but it's really cool to just experience, like they're very passionate about, and there's different salts from everywhere, like that up there on the right is salt. I don't know where it came from.
That stuff that looks like dark, like cereal?
Yeah, it's salt.
Does it look like cereal?
No, cornflakes, toasted cornflakes.
That's salt.
But yeah, and so they had different like salts that came from everywhere, and you can see how it forms based off of like the whatever ecosystem. Yeah, so cool. So that's Samut Songkhram. We were in Samut Songkhram, and really cool, man. So we went there. They took a bunch of, I guess, influencers from around the world and flew them into Thailand to welcome us and show us just different sides. It's not always about the beaches and Phuket and all this stuff. Like they took us and then spread us out. So that's where we got to go. And then we went back to Bangkok and had this crazy cool gala. Bull Cow was there. Like all these movie stars and the people from just like the Thai government and stuff. Just showing people pretty much like the heart of Thailand. So it was very welcoming. It was a really cool way to kind of come back and feel home again. And then I ended up staying an extra week or two. Same thing, Thailand tourism, made sure that we just continue that experience. So we stayed at some other hotels, did like the boat ride cruise down the river, just had dinner, just really got to live it up and experience,
So it was all basically vacationing, not training?
No training, because it was fresh out of the flight. So I was in Baku 2 weeks. I flew from Baku to Vegas, stayed in Vegas 8 hours, and then flew from Vegas to Thailand. So I went around the world in 24 hours. So I was fresh on the flight. So
would it be closer to go from Baku to Thailand?
Yeah, but the trips were booked separately. So in order for that ticket to actually work, I had to be in Vegas to fly out. But I did it. I thugged it out, and it was the best way to recover. Like this was a good recovery for me because I started the camp for Jamal in February is when I heard about it, but then it got postponed due to one of his injuries, and
wow.
Yeah, and now I'm back. And
when you get a big victory like that over a guy like Jamal, what does that feel like in your head when you know the work paid off?
To just keep going, and to just keep digging. It's nice because before when I went on that 5-5 win streak, I was coming back from Thailand, and now I'm fully in this. I'm 100% in. And with that, that means like I'm committed to digging this tunnel. And so like a win over Jamal, like that tunnel isn't open yet. Like I gotta get the belt first, like. But I'm digging and I saw like, oh, maybe I got this like cool gym. So I'm like, okay, cool, put that in my bag. But like now I'm committed. I'm still in the mind,
Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize, man.
Yeah. And the prize it's very interesting now, right? Because Pereira lost on Goliath, and they're going to rematch on that same card. Yeah, which is going to be wild.
Yeah.
That's the main event. And then co-main is Marab and Corey Sandhagen, which is another awesome fight. Yeah. So it's going to be one of those cards.
Yeah. Right now, busy night for John Wood. He's going to be and Marab the same
just
night.
Those 3 fights. That's an insane card. Obviously, if it stays together, MMA is rough with that. People get injured. Mm-hmm. But if that card stays together the way it's pieced up right now, just with those 3, what a card.
This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. Another great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you how to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering. And thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks to join a session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
From what I've seen so far and like just the texts that I've gotten, a lot of people are really excited about it, which hypes me up and makes me want to, train smarter.
Well, Yuri, who also beat Jamal in one of his last fights, looked fantastic in that fight. And coming off of the Pereira fight, he also made some big changes, big improvements. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that makes your fight with him so much more interesting.
Yeah, because I'm sure from his last, even a loss to Pereira, I knew him coming back. He mentioned it, like he wants to fight for the title again. You know what I mean? Like, so he's hungry for the title again as well, and so am I. And we both made the adjustments. So I think it's
the thing is though, it's like he lost twice, he lost once. So it's like it's a little tougher to sell his fight than it is to sell a rematch with you. And I think you probably had more success, certainly, than him in the second fight. The second fight, he got kind of tuned up.
Yeah, I think second round.
Well, the first round, he got dropped hard,
and then came out second round head kicked.
Yeah, he was out of it going into the second. That left hook landed clean.
Yeah,
at the end. It could have been the end of the fight right there.
Yeah. No, those Pereira's got a different power, man, for sure. Like it feels like something.
Does it feel remarkably different? Remarkably,
really? Yeah. Getting punched. I've never been punched as hard as I did when I fought Pereira. Like ever. Sparring. There was just something. It's kind of crazy because like I give credit where credit's due, like I don't want to gas him up too much, but there's just one thing, and it's like I don't know, I think that it's real.
Let's drop it. It's real.
Yeah, it's real. The power of the strength is real. It's not it's calculated, but when it lands, it's like
he was a guy I talked about big time when he was in Corey. When I found out he was coming over with UFC, I was like, buckle up. This is just different. It's different. And, his frame is different too. It's a very,
it's different. I remember when, like, during the weigh-ins, when we faced off, and like he just bent his arms up like this, and I was like, "Fuck, this is exciting." Like, we weigh the same, but like like that. I was like, "Yeah, okay, this is a big guy." Like, he just bent his arms, and like his hand was kind of like right near my face, so I could see just like the mass, the mass. So it's like, oh man, I was like, okay, how the fuck does that guy weigh 185? I don't know. That's what I want to know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of torture. Yeah, torture.
It must be unbelievable. I think that's one of the things that contribute to Izzy knocking him out. Other than the perfect punch, I mean, Izzy landed an absolute perfect punch. Yeah, but I think it's that when guys lose that much weight, they're a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, 100%. And you watched the Oregon event, I'm sure. You were there, no?
No, I wasn't there. You weren't there. The last one. You went there.
Yeah, with Matt. Pretty sick, man. I was very happy. What a cool ride. I don't know. I like what the UFC is doing now with like the exits. Like Anthony Smith got a sick exit. Justin's got a sick exit. For me, I don't know. That was kind of one of the highlights of that night. Not only did I feel like
Look on West Side Gangster.
I just thought like, what a cool way to be able to just like do that much work and then like be appreciated for it, like win or lose. I think maybe the times have changed a little bit. Maybe well, like I felt like for a long time, and still to this day, it's still pretty like heavy, but to lose in MMA was almost kind of like the end of the world because it is boxing. Yeah, undefeated, and like sometimes like someone feeling weird and they lose, and then like you can just see the direction of the sport, like but I think that when I see kids like Justin Jackson also did a lot for the company. He's done a lot in his career. Like to see that kind of getting help, like this will give the fans a little bit of perspective. Maybe it can start to shift towards like appreciating people, appreciating the fighter, man. Yeah, like appreciating the fighter for
Look at this athleticism.
It's not the easiest job. We
What?
don't get paid the most. Like a little appreciation goes a long way, win or lose, for sure.
Yeah, I hope the tide's turning in that direction too. People need to. It's like, again, it's casuals. It's like people love. It's one of the things that I really struggled with in the early days of commentary is that regular sports people were starting to do MMA commentary, and they were talking about fighters the same way they would talk about like a football player drops a pass or a basketball player misses a shot, very disrespectfully choked. They were saying a lot of shit. I was like, hey, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, this is the wrong sport to be coming over here and talking like that. For sure. And the early days in particular, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of people that they wanted to get credit for their work by just being that arrogant. There's like a bunch of those people in the sports world. They're just like insulting, and then there's a long history of athletes meeting those people and fucking them up and slapping them. It's super disrespectful, and I don't know why. But there's like a culture, particularly in America, that embraces that and that likes that, because that's the kind of talk that like dum-dums have when they're on the job. They're like, "Did you see him last night? Fucking loser. Missed that three-pointer. Should have passed the ball." Like, shut the fuck up, man. I hate that shit. I hate that shit because I didn't do a lot of team sports. I only was involved mostly in combat sports when I was a kid, and so disrespect like that was like, God, you don't know what you're even talking about.
It's annoying, man.
You don't understand what this is. These guys are risking their fucking life. It's different than everything else you watch. You miss a basketball, you miss it going at the hoop. Okay, next day, you get to shoot some more basketballs and practice, and then you'll be playing in a few days. And you're back at it. But fighting, it's your fucking soul. It's everything.
100%. Broken nose, something.
People bums. It's like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, dude.
Stop.
It's super annoying. And that also brings to thought, like, when I went to the ESPYs, and that was really cool. Like, first time going to the ESPYs and seeing all these other athletes, you know, that we see on football, you know, just on television, being in the same room, it was amazing. And I remember seeing just like the opening video, and I think there might have been maybe one clip of an MMA fight, but I'm listening to all the like awards given out, you know, best play and all this stuff, and I was just thinking, man, like, I know MMA is new, and I'm obviously it's growing because we're here, and you know they got John Jones in the crowd, they got Marab here, you know, so it's growing. They're starting to acknowledge us, but like I can't wait until the day where like there's more fights on, you know, in the ESPYs. Yeah, we're doing great things. You know what I mean? I feel like
it's the most exciting sport.
It's so exciting. And even like I had, you know, pro hockey players, all these guys coming up like, oh man, watch your fight. You know, so like even the athletes that are playing the NFL and NHL and MLB, all these things, they're even watching what we're doing. Oh yeah, so sure. I think it's, you know, I'm excited for the growth of the sport as well, and you know, hopefully the next generation or even sooner will be able to know what it's like to be an MMA fighter and still get like an ESPY award.
I wonder what's going to happen if the UFC doesn't renew the ESPN contract, because there's this negotiation thing that's going on right now, and I don't know where they're going to land. There's talk of Netflix, there's talk of other networks, there's a bunch of different talk, and one of the things that we benefit from is ESPN not just as the host of the fights, but also covering the fights, all the additional coverage, all the Sports Center talk, all the different shows that they have on ESPN Plus, the post-fight shows. Yeah, those are all huge. Yeah, you know, the breakdown, people love that shit.
No, they do.
They love the pre-fight breakdowns. You know, Alan Jovan,
Karen Bryant. I think it's great. I'm
Sean Evans.
It's gotta stick around, man. Like
I hope so. I love ESPN, and I love that. I like getting it that way off the app. It's easy, you know.
And I think it helps us too. I mean, it definitely helped the sport grow, right? And I think that I think it helped us as fighters gain those fans who are, you know, football fans.
Oh yeah,
people who just have ESPN on all day. Yep. You know what I mean? Yep. Or in a PT clinic, it's just like, okay, yep, ESPN's on. You know, and to be able to be shown through that, I think it's been really helpful to us. And
the thing is, it's like you can get converted to a fan with one fight. Mm-hmm. All you need is one undercard banger. One undercard banger, you're like, oh shit.
I mean, that was me with the Alex fight. It was honestly, dude, like these people came out of nowhere. Like one fight changed my life. Wow. Like one fight changed my life. It's
but you dropped him. You had great moments in that fight.
Yeah. Off topic. What's it like to be Joe Rogan these days?
What do you mean?
What's it like? I'm here. Welcome to the Khalil Roundtree experience. Yes, we have Joe Rogan joining us. Joe, how you doing?
It's pretty much the same for me. We have to sit down, talk to cool people. Yeah. And I live my life pretty insulated. So I don't deal with all the hoopla and chitter chatter. Yeah. I just keep it moving.
Okay.
That's the way to stay sane. You gotta just keep moving.
Yeah.
My day is basically the same every day. Get up early, write, shoot arrows, get in the cold plunge, lift weights, work out, do what I gotta do. Come here.
Okay.
It's the same. Yeah, I go to the club, tell jokes, go home, go to bed, rinse, wash, repeat. That's what I do.
Nice.
I don't do anything any different. So as chaotic as it seems, it's the same for me.
Okay.
I think what fucks people up is when they get caught up in other people talking about them. And then they get involved in it, and then they start reading things, and then they start thinking, who I am? Where's this who I am? Who's right? Am I a fucking loser? Am I the coolest guy ever? Who am I? You know, just keep working.
I love that.
Yeah, it's the only way. The only way to not go crazy when you get really famous is to keep doing exactly what you've always been doing and make sure you fucking burn yourself out. You go hard all the time with everything you do. So if you don't, then you're going to just wonder, you know, am I slipping?
What's happening? Is this all going to go away? Like, that's one thing that people really do freak out about. Like, once they start getting some success, when it goes away. Yeah, what if it goes away? And then you get imposter syndrome. You don't think you should be there. And then you read a bunch of comments. You know, most comments are negative. Yeah, people telling you over and over again, you're a fucking loser. You start going, God damn, am I a loser? And start reading things. I've seen it happen to fighters. I've seen it happen to many fighters where they get too caught up in reading comments and interacting with people in a negative way online, and it's just not good for you. It's not smart. It's not the way. It's not. It's you're dealing with the crabs. It's crabs in a bucket. You know, there's a lot of people out there that don't think the only way for them to succeed is to pull you down. It's a dumb mindset, but of course, there's a lot of people that they're not that aware of how much time they're wasting. They're not aware of how much energy they're wasting thinking about other people, constantly dwelling on the cause of hating and all the stupid shit. And they don't realize that they're stealing from their own life. They don't realize it. They're just caught in this weird trap because we have this undefined new modality of communication, this social media modality, this new thing, this new device that you have that interacts with your brain, and oftentimes in a very negative way. And you're wasting hours and hours a day. Like, how many people look at their screen time on their phone? When you do it, you go, whoa, 6 hours? That's crazy. Yeah, 6 hours that I could have been doing other shit. Obviously, it's like 10 minutes here, 5 minutes there, but it fucking adds up, man. It adds up. Yeah, and it's really time. It's really energy. It's focus. It's just being robbed from you, and with no reward. That's what they don't understand. It's like you're getting robbed, and you're not getting anything back. There's nothing positive coming. You're not growing. You're not getting smarter. You're not contemplating. You're not getting wiser. No, you're just being taken out of it. Yes, yeah. Wow, dude, that's great, and it's good. It's a good reminder and refreshment for me to hear you say that, because how do I put it? Like, let's say if I get asked a question like, "How's Joe Rogan?" Oh, you've been on Joe Rogan podcast. Like, how is you? And I'm always like, Joe's great. Like, tell me about this, is he that? And I'm like, dude, I say this. I can tell you here. I'll just give you 4 things. Every time we talk, it's fucking good. We hang out, we talk. I feel like he likes me, I like him. It's always a great time. 2, there's a lot of books when I walk in there. There's a bunch of books, all types of different books. I think Joe's a curious guy. I think he's a smart guy, well read. There's a lot of cool things. And it's always just based around when I think of you, I think just genuine dude, good vibes. I feel the same way about you. And it's always fun to just come here and just to chop it up with you. That's why I guess I just needed that own. I just wanted that for myself. Just Joe, what's up? How you doing? And you tell me cool. I'm doing the same thing. I wake up, I go to the gym, I shoot my bows, I go to the club. That to me, to know that just personally, without being one of those people that are just sucked into my phone or whatever, to just hear it come from your mouth face to face. That's what you're up to. That makes me feel. I think it's the only way to live. I've been sucked into my phone for sure. But now, for the most part, if I spend time on my phone at all, just watching things, I'm watching YouTube videos. But it's always stuff on it's either watching MMA, Muay Thai, kickboxing, boxing, or watching YouTube videos on ancient history and interesting things. So I'm not interacting with opinions and people and all that stuff. Yeah,
how is the closet on display?
Do you ever watch fighters? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I have seen those. Yeah, it's great. Okay, kind of inspired by you a little bit. I remember you saying in the past, you should start a podcast. I was like, maybe not yet, but it's on a YouTube channel. So, people love behind the scenes stuff. They really do. They love to see people training in particular.
You know, I spent a lot of time watching Usyk train before this last fight. Yeah, fucking crazy. I saw something the other day. Usyk swimming 5 hours. Yeah. He's an animal, man. I mean, he's so fucking good. He's so good. You can tell what that guy has done. He beat AJ twice. He beat Tyson Fury twice. And now he beat Dubois twice. That's crazy. That's incredible. Those are two of the best.
Did you think something was weird at the time, and then later on you?
I think he's one of the best of all time. I really do. I think he's one of the best heavyweights of all time. And his movement is so good. One of the things that was interesting, where they were talking about the fight. AJ Joey Bellows was talking about when he fought him, and AJ was saying that when he fought him, it was the most exhausted he's ever been. Because he's always moving. There's no rest with him. There's like constant twitching of the fire the whole time. You're constantly thinking, when is this coming? There's no silent agreements. There's no relaxation. There's no rounds off. Everything is, he's putting it on you and moving constantly. Like, I would say he's like a giant Lomachenko. Everyone's trained on the same guy. Oh, where are they? Lomachenko's father. Footwork, just majestic footwork. But Usyk's footwork is like, there's a bunch of breakdowns of the final combination that he hit Daniel with. And, you know, he steps off to the side and lands that fucking left hook from hell. God, it was good. You could see Daniel was already tired. You could see it. It's like he's just dealing with.
There's got to be something like, you know, Lomachenko's dad, like some type of philosophy or something. You know what I mean? Like these guys just kind of tap into, you know, because like to be a big guy, yeah, there's footwork and all this stuff. But I think, man, shout out to the coach. Like,
yeah, it's skill, man. It's a skillful type of boxing. It's like, you know, there's guys that are like heavy bangers and they rely on that, and there's guys that have, you know, good defense and they rely on that, but his thing is like this constant movement and constant feints and jabs, and it's all with a purpose. Everything is like setting you up. Everything is reading what your reaction to this is and anticipating what your reaction is. When's that right hand coming? Duck under counter. It's like constant. The jab was going in an upward direction sometimes. He was catching Daniel with this like upward jab. Here's a breakdown.
You guys only seen highlights. That actually
is fucking movement, man. It's so good. It's so good. The movement. You know, what's his name? Oh my God, yeah. He's old for a boxer, you know, and the fact that he was a cruiserweight champion too, and that was the first drop. But here's the big one: the left hook that he knocks him out was extraordinary, man. What are they showing here? Okay, the counters.
Weight transferred.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, he's one of the most skillful heavyweights of all time. I think you have to go back to Cassius Clay. Yeah. Like before they took his title away, before they made him sit out for 3 years.
I'm really
But
concerned
here's the final left hook.
doing these like karaoke because
Look at this counter. Steps off to the left,
bullshit.
and then full weight into it.
Really long.
Taking down my account.
You can tell that weight transfer with everything.
It's just constant footwork and movement, and a lot of his training is that.
Yeah, you can see it. He's never stationary. Exactly. Like his feet are never in one place. They're constantly moving.
Well, there's a lot of Russian fighters who fight that way, you know, and obviously he's from Ukraine, but, you know, people all fight that way. There's a lot of these Eastern Bloc fighters that have this movement style, like this like constant like movement style, and it's like there's a lot of value in that, man. Like when you see flat-footed guys, and you see guys who fight like that, you go, man, there's something to that. Like, that's extraordinary.
Yeah, flat-footed guys, I feel like a lot of them, that's where they generate their power, right? Kind of like relying on like a Deontay Wilder, you know, like if his feet are planted and you're up against the ropes, like bye-bye. You know, like George Foreman. Oh man, it's heavy plotting, you know, like before, like they're covering up, but everything is just death on it. You know, but a guy like
Dubois, he can do that. That's the thing. That's how he fucked up AJ. He has that crazy power. But when you're not getting hit, and you're just moving away, this guy's just whiffing these nuclear bombs by you over and over again. And then after a while, he's like headed into the third. He's like, oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. This guy is fucking not there. And I'm exhausted. And then you're dealing with him like sparks are flying every time he's hitting you, and you don't know when these punches are coming because they're coming from these weird angles. Every time you throw a punch, he's countering you, and you're nervous that which one of these is gonna really rock me.
Dude, to be in that situation, like during a fight, it's the worst. I remember feeling like that in the Alex fight. There was a few jabs and stuff. I was obviously busy and dealing with okay, this guy's not slowing down, and I'm hurt.
Around the fourth, you start getting that time. When was the fight stopped?
Fourth round. Fourth round. I don't know what he's talking about. I just thought it was 2.5 minutes in, something like that.
He started getting that rhythm where he's moving away from stuff and then coming back in. Yeah,
but it was unusual, obviously deceptive, but my eye was shut. I thought it was blind in my eye, but I was like, okay, whatever. This is just, I don't know what was going on yet. I was so excited to be there. And so, even in the fight, not being able to see out of my right eye at all, not blurred vision, it was just all I saw was white light. Wow, all I saw. And in that moment, I was like, oh, blind. Wow. Yeah, literally. I don't know what it was. Maybe
it's a feeling
you could see shadows when they got maybe like a gas boat, and I just
Don't stop till you get enough, when you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough, when you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough, when you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough.
It's gotta be so hard though in that situation because generally speaking, there's a moment in fights where you see guys start to get hit and tuned up, and you see hesitation and you see panic, and you didn't show any of that. You were getting beat up, but you were firing back. You were fighting at the best you could. It was very obvious.
Well, you know what? So right before we went out, or right before we got to the arena, my coach Lorenzo's like, all right, your nose is already cut, so it's going to open up. And he's looking at me in my face, he's face to face with me. He's like, your nose is already cut. Accept it. It's going to open up. First time you get hit, it's going to open up. All right, that's out of the way. He's like, now expect that you're going to get the shit beat out of you. You're going to go to bloody fucking war. He's like, you might break a hand, you might break a leg, you might get your jaw broken, but you don't give up. You keep going. We fucking come out of this fight victorious. And he's like, you hear me? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, so just fucking soak it in now. You're about to go to fucking full-on war. It's going, you're you're about to go to hell. He's just in my face, and he's like, we're face to face. Wow. And he's like, I need you to accept it now, son. Because he kind of looks at me like his son. He treats me that way, and I appreciate it. He's like, but we're fucking winning this fight, son. And you're going to fucking you're going to fucking war. And I was just swallowed that. Walked into the arena just kind of accepting it already. You know what I mean? I wasn't I was just okay. Lorenzo said it. All right, this is what it is. This is what it is. And so in the locker room, the warm-ups and everything, I think subconsciously I'm just already programming myself for
the worst of the worst. All, but not in a way to where I'm like, oh, dude, like, I'm like, expand, wow, just like internally, okay, alright, my fucking hands are gonna get broken, my face is gonna get split up, alright, and every fight's not like this, like, not every opponent we have the same, you know what I mean, the same thing, because the strategy is always different for everybody, but he just had a feeling that this is the type of fight it was going to be. So when it comes down to that point, I think I had already accepted it. So the only thing I could do was just enjoy it, you know, because I was like, situation. I knew it was going to happen. Like I knew it. So yeah, I remember like working out something in there. I'm just like, thank you. Like, this is cool. Wow. Fight for the world. Title out. Eyes closed. Oh, I think I'm going to my block. Oh, shit. Like, he's not going back. You know, it's like, even to the last, I'm like swinging. I can't see. Boom. Body shot hurts. I'm like, backing up a bit. But, like, I just remember, like, the whole time, it's just this very, like, and that's why, like, those shorts are framed, you know, like, I got the shorts framed, never washed them, you know, blood still on the gloves, never wiped them off, and I just put it in a shadow box. It's on my wall, you know, like, that for me is just, it was just a pivotal moment for me, just in my life, as a person, as a human, you know, just, yeah, that's like the beginning. I know that's the beginning of the journey now. So that's wild. The world title fight at the beginning of the journey. I thought, you know, like,
don't try to hide that ain't nothing that you can do.
It wasn't foreign to me. Like, you know,
That's your mind. We can't do spotlight. We gotta do it, and we gon' ride the boogie. Shine like the sun. I'm gonna ride with you. This is the I'm with you. I know something to ride away. Wow.
It took a little bit of an emotional toll on me because my focus was to win, and that was my, you know, that was my intention. But I think, like, in hindsight, I look at it and it's like, no, I was meant to be there to experience it, to learn from it, because the things that I did learn and experience from that fight have made me a better person, for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, it really showed it in the Jamal Hill fight. You came in that fight, it just looked like you had gone through something and come out of the other end. That's what it looked like. Because again, Jamal's world champion. He's a dangerous man, you know, and you look supremely confident in that fight.
Yeah, a lot of training, man. Like I understand that there's a lot. I'm a striker, you know, like that's just, I love to strike. Don't stray away from a striking match. But I think that, like, lately I've been training a lot with Buchecha, who just got signed to the UFC. Incredible guy, amazing jiu-jitsu, like multiple time jiu-jitsu champion. Rolling with guys like Luke Rothschild. I mean, being able to be like on a team with those guys and us train together has really helped me as well, because that's just given me more confidence in my abilities and my development as like a championship level fighter. So yeah, I mean, like, even to, I brought you those shorts today to the Santo Studio once, man. We're building an incredible team down there. I think it's like the first time. Are you familiar with what we're doing at all? Okay, so like over at Santo Studio, Newport Beach, we've got Santo Studio, we've got Jackson. Jackson's like men's jewelry, men's jewelry, but there's also like Jackson Media House, and over there we're trying to include all MMA fighters, extreme sports athletes, like give them like a platform to showcase their talents and build themselves. But Santo Studio clothing brand, we have the 16. So we've got like Forchecha, we've got Armand, we've got, Dillashaw's behind it, we got Rothschild, man, the list goes on. Gabriel Silva, Anderson Silva's son. On just like the fighting side,
She
there's
was
like
more like a
Paul
beauty
Rodriguez,
queen
skateboarder,
from the
Nigel
movie scene.
Houston, Ryan
The
Sheckler,
seven
and
line,
then we got
what do you
motocross
mean,
riders like Jen
I am
Hunter
the
Lawrence,
one
and like so there's all these kind
who
of like extreme
dance on the
sports
floor
athletes
and
under one
around.
umbrella, but like in one place,
She said I am
we
the
all
one
support each other
who
under
dance
like the
on the
same
floor
happy frame.
and
And what is your
around.
role in this? Ambassador.
She told me her name is
I was
Billie
part of the
Jean.
vision
It's
before
what you
there was like the
seen.
first
And
t-shirt ever
family
released.
hand
Like
and
Bear and I
advised
had
to
a
be in the
conversation. He's like, hey, I got this
being
vision. I'm
one
like, dude, I'm behind you.
who
Like,
dance
I
on the
love how
floor
this sounds. It's
and
right up my
around.
alley. Sounds creative. There's clothes involved. There's training
People
involved.
always
So
told me, be careful what you do.
build this
Don't go out to the young girls' heart. They always told me, be careful who you love.
but also like
Be
shopping
careful who you love. If you want to come true, hey, 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 Billie Jean. Not my love.
train with each other, collaborate with each other. Like if it wasn't for Santo, I would have never been able to train with guys like Buchecha and Bernardo and Leo Vera.
That is
The Checkmat guy. So like now there's a partnership with Checkmat, which makes me like have access to training with these guys. I would have never been able to, you know what I mean, have that same like connection. So we're just doing everything we can to just, like support each other within this like MMA community, help each other grow, and just like expand and also include the community within right now Newport Beach. But I'm sure that the vision is bigger than just that.
So this is something also that you can do once you retire.
I would love to. Yeah. I mean, right now, like I think the understanding for Bear is that like I'm just focused on becoming a champion. But I'm sure he knows that like I'm heavily interested in doing something because I believe in the brand. So yeah, after this maybe there's something. But right now, I have no distractions. Right, you know what I mean? Like I have no distractions. I'm just making sure that I'm fighting and that like my money's in the right places.
Do you have a time set in your head where you want to exit the game?
How about this? I can say that I would like for my current contract to be my last contract.
How many fights do you have in your current contract?
Left, 6 or 7.
And that's it. That's what you'd like.
In an ideal world. Or like maybe sometime there's like a renegotiation and it's not for as many fights, but like I think 6 or 7 more fights would be nice and be able to like look around and say like, okay, is this enough? Like, is this okay for me to step away from? And like, am I secure? Is my family secure? Okay, then cool. Because time waits for no man. You don't want to be 41, 42
right now?
I turned 35 in February.
So you're still in your prime?
Still in my prime, so they say.
Especially for a larger athlete.
Yeah, and I don't have this 38. Yeah, I don't have the wear and tear of a lot of the fighters like in pro wrestling and all that stuff. So 15 years into any type of big factor. Yeah, sports or athletics.
Football's a big factor. Wrestling's a big factor. Knees, back, neck.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like by the way that things are looking, it'd be nice. Like October 4th, win over here sets me up for a title fight against. Here's an ideal situation. Win over Yuri in October. Alex beats Ankalaev. Rematch for the belt against Alex sometime in the beginning, like the first half of next year. Right? beat Alex in the rematch. Get the belt. I'm the champion all summer. Then somewhere in between summer and fall.
They told me, don't you ever come around here. Somebody say you better better make it clear. Somebody in the eyes better do things. So beat it. Just beat it. They say you better run around here. Somebody say you better watch it now. Somebody be tough. Better do what you so beat it. Don't wanna be back, just beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. No, you want to beat it. It's all about love it, all in this way. It doesn't matter, it's all over, just beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Just beat it. I gotta happy, gotta be ready, can.
That's where I want to be. That's where I belong. Really? Yeah. I belong in. Right now, what like my heart is telling me, I belong in 3 places: either Thailand, Hong Kong, or South Korea.
Why those places? Obviously, Thailand, you had amazing experiences there.
Hong Kong's amazing. I love it there. It's good. I just came back from Hong Kong as well. So in that Thailand trip, I went to Hong Kong. I love how it's set up. I love the structure of the city. I love that there's so much outdoor stuff involved. So like when I imagine the rest of my life and how I want to live that after fighting, it's like, let's say I do have my family and there's a child in play. Okay, cool. If I live in Hong Kong, I can just walk outside and take my child for a hike right outside the house. And it's not be like I don't have to even own a car. I can just, everything's walking. You know what I mean? It's like the way that this city's set up. It's set up for people to walk, to interact. It's very beautiful. I love it. There's just, for me, when I'm there, I'm like, God, this makes sense. Like, especially with the vision of like who I want to be after fighting.
And why South Korea?
I like the culture in South Korea, man. I really do. Like when I see that, like when I see just like the culture in South Korea, the people, how I envision just like my family interacting with society and stuff. Like to me, another thing that makes sense. And Thailand for me it feels like home. The language is very like easy for me to speak and to like learn more of it. To where I can be fluent. I love the community there. I love how people live their life there. It's amazing. A lot of growth happening in Thailand. It's also a lot less expensive. A lot less expensive for sure. And to be able to let's say in Thailand,
you're paralyzed, and you're feeling. I'll make you see.
Not so much. Like I've been to many different places. I mean, I've been almost everywhere.
Yeah, dog.
Austin's nice. Do I want to live in Austin? No. California? Absolutely not. New York? Absolutely not. Florida? Don't like it. Shout out to my Florida man twice. I love you guys. I'm not saying anything against. Don't hate me if I don't get to the place. Whatever. But there's nowhere else in the world that I feel the way that I feel. That's
that always been the case, or is it just like does it represent something to you in terms of like personal growth or a vibe to relax the vibe of it?
It's not so much like when I'm there, you know what I mean? Like it's there's a lot going on, but I realize how I feel inside,
You're paralyzed, Just like the
people don't even know
sun.
on a daily basis. And when I think about, like, I'm constantly thinking about, like my future or my visions, you know? And when I think about my future, and my vision, there's a child involved. I try to think about, like, okay, as a dad, how do I want to operate towards the child? Or, like, how do I want, our child to experience life? And there's just, a lot of different questions and visions that come. And the way that I've seen it, or, like, the way that I envision it, kind of, like, it makes more sense that way.
It's close to midnight.
If I could, let's say, take away some of the, like, stress of raising a child,
you try to scream, Mama, never take you something you know they can.
Instead of having a car, having a driver,
you're gonna take you something to the eyes. You're paralyzed. Don't take it to
Like, if I wanted to get a live-in helper here in the States to help my wife, it costs a fortune. Yeah. It's almost impossible. But if I wanted to get a live-in helper, let's say in Hong Kong, it cost me $1,000 or less dollars a month to have a full-time live-in helper. And there's nothing wrong with it there. That's just the culture. In Hong Kong, you have just groups of women who are live-in helpers that, like, on their off day in the summer, or on their off day, like on Sunday, you'll see them, everybody's just in the streets with kids, combing each other's hair, boom boxes out, sharing food. It's just part of it. Like, it's not, like, literally, tents in the streets everywhere. Jamie, if you want to pull that up, it's crazy. I don't know if you ever seen it, but it's so cool because, like, they enjoy the life of, like, Hong Kong helpers hang out or enjoy a day off or something. It's just a way of life. It's a lifestyle. It's just a new perspective that I've never seen, like, that I didn't see here, and I like it. I do think, like, for me, my development and growth as just, like, a human being, that's just kind of where it's just like a never-ending, like, finding out what's next. I've constantly got to adapt and evolve. Like, I'm American. I have to learn a new language. I've got to adapt to a new culture. I've got to learn new rules and laws and all this stuff. And, like, cool, sign me up. Because that's just, I don't want my life to be like, okay, I know it all, and I'm done. And I'm just, okay, cool. I got the kids. Like, I want to continue to, like, grow. As well as, showing someone else how to grow. Yeah, see, like, they're all listening, hanging out on their off day because they can't.
you're paralyzed.
No one's
Just
mad.
and
we're just chilling. Interesting. Because to live there, like, the places are really small. Like, if you have a 1,000 square foot apartment, most likely a multi-millionaire. So most of the lifestyle is spent outdoors.
So for them to go outside like this, and this is like a normal thing on a Sunday.
Normal. Yeah. On a Sunday or on a weekend. Yeah, absolutely.
And Hong Kong, the city is supposed to be very safe too, right?
Very safe, man. Very, very safe. Very safe, very clean. Like, when I think about the stuff that I had to go through as a kid, and just, like, the dangers, and,
right.
I'm like, how about, like, my kid doesn't necessarily have to be worried about certain things, or, be worried about, like, getting shot at school, or, like, like, just different things. It's just kind of like, what can I take off? Like, what mental load can I take off my offspring in the beginning. I can take on whatever. I'm a grown adult, like whatever. But
What do you think you're going to be doing with your time other than that when you're done fighting?
I have business experience because I've just been so dedicated to fighting. But I do want to like start to learn, man. Like I want to learn business, how to operate a business, because I'm creative and I have ideas, but I don't have structure. I don't have, really like the right mentorship. So like, yeah, like I'd like to have businesses.
Like what kind of businesses? What do you want to get into?
Something like,
obviously something where you can
express creativity, but also like something that helps me and people, like health. Health products.
Is this one of those things that you can't really think about right now?
I can't because it's just like you know what I mean. Like I'm locked in. I don't want to get too distracted. But like,
I think that's a giant. One of the signs that someone, when people spread themselves too thin, like there's a bunch of fighters when things start going really well, they start getting movie offers, and you see them on talk shows, you see a lot of this, a lot of that. You're like, you're getting outside of your lane, and you're spreading yourself thin. And there's just no way to really be locked into training while also doing this stuff. So when you see someone preparing for a major fight, and you see a lot of extracurricular activities, I'm always like, like Daniel Dubois had a fucking party the day of his fight. Before the fight? Yeah. It's a big issue now. People are talking about it. It's like 90 people in this place. Yeah, partying the day. Yeah, that was a fight. That's absurd.
I'm so proud of me.
Just being around those people. Yeah, that when it's done, like,
You have me high. I want to get by. There's nothing you can never see the answer. I hear your voice now. You are my choice now. The love of me.
Obviously, like hanging
Everything my heart, you know how I feel. This thing can't go wrong. I can't live life without you. Just can't hold on. Feeling wrong. My life ain't working everything. I can't have you. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you. And if I stop, then that's what I do.
From the things that I had to do.
Why do I do that song so
So
much?
the week that I landed, I had to do like 4 or 5 days of filming with DraftKings.
I like that song.
So it's like I just landed, but then like I didn't get time to adjust because the next day we got to wake up, first filming sessions at 9 a.m. And then so we're like, the week before fight. The week before fight. Exactly. So like I land, and they went to my house at 2 a.m. I'm not mentioning about this because the guys were great, but this is just like my experience.
How much time did you have to spend doing that?
Well, I mean, we spent a week of filming.
How much time did you spend?
Next to you for a while. 5. What? That's crazy. It wasn't every day that I don't remember. But it was like we did a lot of filming that week for this content piece. That's exhausting. And then as soon as they left, then it was fight week, and then I had all this stuff for fight week. Oh my god. You know what I mean? And I think by time, like with jet lag, with training involved, with the filming, with all of that, I think by time fight week came, like my body's like, fuck you. That's exactly how it felt.
How were you doing this? Did you do for 5-6 hours a day?
I here's the thing. I'm grateful because I wouldn't have been able to experience the Baku the way that I did had I not done that. So that's right. It's Old Town. Yeah. So we go to the Old Town. And it's like towards this Old Town for 3 hours. The lady's like, so I got information. And so maybe, information. And then from the Old Town, then we go somewhere else. And,
So we're ideally doing resting.
Or doing my own training. Resting or adjusting.
Yeah, but when you're forced to interact, like that's, I mean, you're dealing with something where you have this monumental moment that's coming up in 14 days. And then you just...
Yeah, but I just, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, my main thing was, like, embrace it. You know what I mean? Like, just embrace it and take it all in. Yeah, it's fucking hard. But that mentality can only get you so far, right? That's why, like, I feel like
not if you don't read it.
I really feel like that was like Alex having so many fights last year and obligations and travel and all that. When I feel like that probably had a big factor in why his performance was the way it was against Uncle Ivan.
Well, supposedly he went into that fight with norovirus and he had a fucked up hand.
I honestly, like, I believe it.
It seemed like he wasn't hitting the gas as much. You know, it seemed like he was a little bit more. Also, Uncle Ivan is fucking good, man. He's good. That guy's really good. I mean, you're smiling.
I can't smile.
You can't, but you're smiling. Come on, man.
I'm just smiling.
What is your opinion of Uncle Ivan?
I don't have one.
You don't have any opinion at all? No, because he's the champ.
Smile. Let's make the night.
I guess you can let go back to Alex. Yeah.
But you're just not a
I'm
fan of
telling you, that's what I feel. Don't be mine. Don't
I can say confidently, am I a fan?
as a human or a fighter?
Alright.
Okay, so if you had bad interactions with him as a
Don't
human,
blame
just talk shit.
you. Don't talk today. Don't be yourself. Don't be yourself. I'm telling you, don't watch your mouth. Don't be able to know. Don't do about it. Don't be able to know. Anything can do. Nothing has been nothing. What you got to do, I'm bad. I'm bad. You know I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. You know I'm bad. And the whole world has to answer right now, but you gotta do once again. Who's
He
bad?
had to sit on the shelf for a while. It was kind of fucked up.
So that makes him talk shit about
I
these.
think he talked shit about everybody because you
No,
realize, like,
so
this is
sick.
what happened to Colby Covington. Like, there's a thing that happens. Like, if you talk shit, you will get more eyes, more attention, more money, and you'll get fights. If you do not talk shit, there's a possibility you'll be cut. I know. It's not you. It's not you.
Yeah,
Look,
and here I am. And I'm still getting good fights and good money, and it's like,
that's just Pereira, right? Pereira just fights.
yeah.
He doesn't even speak English. We love him.
Yeah.
But you can get by with just your performance. But some people they think like, man, I gotta get people to fucking pay attention. There's so many killers out there. There's so many people that are popular. They're gonna do something.
Yeah. So fight better. I hear you. That's the only thing. It's like,
It's just shit talk.
I hate it, dude. Like, I fucking hate it. It really bugs me.
Because you're a martial artist. I feel like it doesn't have a place.
I just hate it because it's fucking unnecessary. And it's like, and even as an adult, like, I had to deal with this shit my whole life. And it's a fucking toxic way of fucking being, and it's passing along through social media. Kids are fucking getting beat up for it. And we're fucking grown men on a broad platform where people are looking up to us for many different things, and they envision us as these fucking gladiators, and this is what you're choosing to do as we have a responsibility. I feel like as athletes, as champion, number fucking one, as champion, you have a responsibility. You have a belt around your waist and all these eyes and microphone, and that's what you're going to choose to say is talk shit and degrade my name. And I'm not even above you. I'm not even challenging you for a fight, and you want to mention me. And like that to me is just like, dude, spend your time wisely. So that it's in a way it's motivation for me, because I'm like, I just won't do that. Like I think that there's so many different things that can be done when you have that belt. Like that belt is an honor. Like to have it. There's a responsibility that comes with that. There's things that you can do with that. Like it's not just about you. Realize the responsibility that you have when you carry that title. And so there's just, I'm getting passionate about it because there's just, I want to say so many things, but I'm not going to.
I know what you're saying. I feel like there's a couple guys who kind of changed the game. One of them was Chael Sonnen, and another one is Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
And part of the way they changed the game was talking mad shit and getting a lot of people to pay attention to them.
Yeah.
And
Which, cool. You know, like, got them a lot of attention, got them a lot of money, but like, and if that's what makes them happy, cool. You know, like,
I think some people think it's a good business decision.
Like I said, I know nothing about business. Maybe that's why I don't own a business. You know, like I don't know.
Well, it's good that you don't own a business.
Yeah.
You don't want to own a business while you're in the middle of this journey that you're on. It would just drain you. It would take time from you. It's not. You can only do so many things in this life, and especially when you're doing something that's all encompassing physically. It's not like you have a business and you have a side business project that's a passion project that you're working on.
You do it with the fucking.
It's fun. It gets people excited, and it does get a lot of eyes on the sport, and it makes for more pay-per-view buys. Yeah, which is why I think the UFC encourages it. Whether they encourage it or not, they use those things. Like when Conor fought Khabib, they threw in the video of Conor throwing the dolly at the bus, which is crazy. Like it's kind of almost encouraging that kind of behavior, which is crazy.
No, like UFC is real as it gets, right? So you kind of get everything, right? They don't get everything. They don't say that anymore, though. Do they? As real as it gets? I don't know. There are different things. There are a lot of different characters,
What was the ultimate test of who you are? The actual fight itself, which is going to happen no matter how shit you talk.
Yeah, and whoever talks shit to me, from not even from now on, but like whoever talks shit to me, like I back it up. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to say anything. Right? Like I'm just going to back it up. I don't want to give anybody any more attention or say people's names as well. But like Conor Khabib is the ultimate example of that, right? Yeah. When Khabib was on top, I was like, let's talk now. We can punch him in the face. Let's talk now. I love Khabib for that. Like I I can relate to that. You know, like I can relate to that feeling of how good that felt.
Yeah. He had this really amazing conversation. Someone was interviewing him, and they were talking about different addictions that fighters fall to, and different things that sidetrack people. And he's like, the best addiction is discipline. And he's talking about his discipline. The best addiction is discipline. You got to become addicted to discipline, addicted to hard training, completely addicted to that.
That makes me feel like a scrub. I mean, like, oh, that's how fucking good he was, man. That's how good he was. But like, damn, addicted to it.
I mean, when you talk, see if you can find that, Jamie. You got it? Here, just listen to this.
Everyone addicted to something. Some smoke, some drink, some chase girls, some history. But real man, be addicted to discipline. To early wakes, to prayer, to training, to silence. Discipline no need motivation. Discipline move without feeling. Discipline say, I go anyway, even when tired, even when lonely. Discipline is best addiction. You want strong life? Discipline build. You want peace? Discipline protected. You want respect? Discipline earned. No shortcut, only work. Be man with control, not man with excuse. No pride, no blame. Want better life? Start with better habits. Discipline every day until discipline become you.
I'm going to use that as my morning wake up now.
Do you know that? That's what I was just thinking. In my mind, I'm like, dude, where do I include this in my daily routine? Like, when I wake up?
That should be your alarm.
Or is it like, you know, do I just sit and like listen to this before I fall asleep?
No, you will be able to sleep. Watch me run. Pick up alarm.
Khabib just standing over me. No, you're not a real fan for you.
It's interesting because Chael Sonnen had a video
It's so
recently.
incredible, man. Shout out to Khabib for that.
Shout out to Khabib. I mean, that's why he is who he is. Chael Sonnen had a really interesting video that was talking about how people say that Dagestan is the place where you should take your kids. You know, you want to take them to Dagestan 2-3 years and forget it. And there's like a fun line that like Cormier has said. He's taking his son to Dagestan. You know, and that's one of the things that Bilal Muhammad said. If I could do my career over again, I would have went to Dagestan earlier. And I would have stayed there for years. And then Chael Sonnen had a very interesting point, which I think he's totally accurate. And he's like, they're not doing anything any different. He goes, but they don't have football, they don't have basketball, they don't have baseball. So the best athletes go into MMA. The best athletes go into wrestling. The best athletes go into combat sports in Dagestan. So he's like, what you get is you have genetics, which is an ultimate requirement of the elite of the elite. At the top of the game, it's like discipline and genetics. Those are the two things that separate the men from the boys. And that he's like, we have all those things in America. It's just when you're dealing with the elite of the elite, it's like, what pool are you drawing from? One thing that I think they do have there, though, is the fact that they're all very religious, the fact that there's no drinking, there's no partying, there's no nothing, there's no chasing girls, there's no bullshit. It's just prayer and training. That's a major advantage. But you could do that anywhere. Yeah, anyone could live that way.
Yeah, anyone can live that way. I'd imagine that, like, being in Dagestan because of, you know, just like the cultural differences. Mm-hmm. Not to say that it would be easier, but you're dealing with less, right? Like, you can do it here, but like, you go outside, you're gonna find a bar, you're gonna find something. Like, you know, like you know,
but you have to make conscious decisions not to have that in your life.
Yeah, which like doing it here would probably actually make you stronger.
Right, because you have to deal with more resistance.
Because you have to deal with more resistance.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you go out away where there's nothing, like yeah, cool, but then come back to the real world and try to do it. And be like,
right, but isn't that why most? I mean, from the beginning of time, fighters would take their camps away from life. Yeah, like Marvin Hagler, he would go to the Cape. He would go to Cape Cod and train in the winter. Cassius Clay and Muhammad Ali, you know, they would go up into the mountains. You know,
there's
Tyson
definitely
with the Catskills.
there's something different about it, right? Like there's something
Big Bear. Everybody goes to Big Bear and trains up there.
Yeah, when I fought Alex, I was in Salt Lake, or I was in what's the mountain up there? What's
in Utah?
Yeah,
Wasatch?
No, above Salt Lake. Everybody goes skiing up there. Damn it, what's it called, dude? Why am I? No,
Park City?
Park City.
Oh, okay.
I was out in Park City for like 2 or 3 weeks before.
There's a lot of distractions in Park City, so.
But not where we were.
No?
No, like the cabin that I rented out there.
Oh,
like,
nice.
There was nothing there. So
how much time did you spend up there?
Like 17 days, 18 days, something like that. So like the tail end of the camp, we were just like up there.
Did you have to acclimate to the
altitude?
How much time does that usually take? Because that doesn't seem like enough. 17 days doesn't seem like enough.
I don't remember exactly how much time, but we, for 2 weeks before that, were regularly going up to Mount Charleston and to running other mountains and stuff like outside of Vegas.
Right, because there is quite a bit of elevation outside of Vegas. I think Vegas itself is, I think it's 2,000 feet above sea level.
Something like that.
What's Vegas above sea level? Yeah, so Vegas is 2,000 feet above sea level.
There's a road right up by where we train. Like it's called Mount Potosi, and that's like 6,000, something like that.
Okay.
So it's like, and it's very short, like very short distance drive.
And you go train up there.
We just drive there, and then we just run out there, train out there, come back down home.
One of the things that I've heard is there's different philosophies on how to handle training in altitude, but one of the things that I've heard is what you should do is you should train at sea level and then sleep and live at a high altitude. So that way you get more output at sea level because you're getting more oxygen, so you can put in more work. And then when you're at the higher altitude, your body is adapting and developing more red blood cells and all that stuff, and more adaptation for oxygen.
Makes sense. I've heard that as well.
Yeah.
I just haven't tried it.
That makes sense to me because it's just the idea. But then it's like there's a mental benefit of being able to put in the work at a higher altitude. You know, and then knowing that, like, say if you train, like, I lived for a while outside of Boulder. I lived at this place that was 8,500 feet above sea level. Oh my God. It was working out there was rough. Yeah. It was crazy that when I would go to Boulder to train, I would go to a Mall Easton's Jiu-Jitsu gym. It felt easier because it was only 5,000 feet. Because that's like Boulder's like 5,000 something. And then one time we had to go to Philadelphia for like a UFC event, and I was working out in Philadelphia, and I felt like a fucking juggernaut. I was like, I have so much energy. This is crazy. It's because I was at sea level, and I'm not used to being at sea level. So when I was working out, I felt so good. I was like, oh my God, I have so much fucking energy. It's because I'm used to being oxygen deprived.
Have you seen that thing they have at the PI, the ozone machine?
No. What is it? The one that takes your blood and recycles?
No, it's like it's a altitude simulator. So I want to do it, but they're like, you got to commit to like a couple months of training to see like the real benefit of this.
Oh, so you have to be there for a few months.
You have to like.
Do you utilize that place? Because you are a Vegas guy.
I love they have amazing physical therapists.
Nutrition.
Yeah, nutrition. It's very convenient, especially like living there. I just try to stay. I don't try to get too involved because every fighter can go, and it's just like you kind of run into other camps and blah blah.
There's a lot of shit talking there.
Yeah, a lot of shit talk. Or just
energy.
And everybody.
John Wood has such a great gym.
Oh yeah, Syndicate's
so good.
I love it.
John's such a great guy.
Yeah,
great vibe.
So happy for everything right now with just like Marab and him and I and what
I love the fact that Marab he's still tight with his old crew. You know what I mean? It's like, and the same thing, even when AJ was training down there, they're still tight. With Ray Longo and Matt Serra and all those guys that got him to the dance, and they see those guys also in his corner. It's a very collaborative thing where the egos don't get in the way.
No, that's huge. Like, such a cool thing to respect.
So cool.
Like everybody around him, Training partners too. Like he just,
it's all top down, right? It's all top down.
A bunch of Jordan guys in it. It's like,
yeah, if the guys at the top have a great vibe and they're all like collaborative and work together, you know, it really you feel that vibe in the gym.
Yeah, it spreads. His energy is definitely like infectious. And one thing that's cool too is like the way that John's organized training in Syndicate now, when people have fights coming up and like you're doing your live cage rounds, and the whole gym's watching. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like everybody's around the cage. You know what I mean? And
so you get used to that.
It's so cool. It's so cool. And
what is it like having a Rob in training? Is there a fucking guy that has a better gas tank than that motherfucker?
I haven't seen him. Dude, my week, the fight week. Actually, I had just the day of my fight. Okay, day of my fight. Woke up, called John, like, hey man, want to get a shakeout? Just like shake out some nerves, like, you know, just hit some pads. He's like, okay, cool. I'm down in the ballroom with Marab. He's like, but you gotta wait a few minutes. Like, he's going some rounds. I'm like, rounds? And he's like, yeah, you gotta come down here and see it. So I'm like, we go downstairs in the elevator. When we get to the room, Marab is doing live rounds on carpet, hard floor in a fucking ballroom with some guy. And they're sparring rounds, bro. The day of the fight. Of my fight. So he didn't have a fight, but this was a week after his second fight against O'Malley. So they're doing live rounds on the carpet. Shin guards, everything, but like takedowns, Jesus Christ, on hard floor carpet. And he just doesn't stop. It's like training never ends.
That's how you get staff. That's probably why you got staff.
Who knows, you know? But you like they're just, no one can stop the guy. He's just a big ball of energy. He really is. Like, whether it's running up and down mountains and all this stuff, like John Wood actually has to have some type of like monitor on this guy. He's like, Rob, don't train today. Okay, coach. Okay, coach. The next thing you know, he's on social media, like out in the mountains, you know, or in some river. Like, it just, having him around is crazy.
Yeah, DC went to visit him the day after the O'Malley fight, the first fight, and he went to his house and he was running.
Yeah.
The day after he won the world title. And DC goes to his house and he's like, look at Marab's home gym. He goes, you know what this motherfucker is? He's out running. He's out running.
Discipline.
Oh, yeah. That's it. It's discipline.
He's addicted to discipline.
It never ends.
That's it. I think he's just one of those guys.
There's a lot of people that are analyzing it. They're like, it has to be genetic. Does it? Like, is his head bigger? Is his chest bigger? Like, what's bigger? It's all the same. He's a normal sized guy. Yeah. There's nothing extraordinary about his physicality other than the fact that he's very strong. Yeah. There's a lot of strong guys. But it's not. It's an accumulation of time spent on the path. And he has not deviated.
Yeah, at all. And I don't think he's anywhere close to.
He's not even in his prime. No. I mean, he's in his prime, clearly, but I don't think he's reached his full potential because I think he was even better in the second O'Malley fight than he was in the first fight, and I think O'Malley was considerably better. Yeah. But Marab's that much better now. And, you know, it's this thing that happens, and hopefully he'll get to experience this. When you win a title, you get better. There's like, DC says it's like 10%. It's like there's something that happens. Some people say 30%. But there's something that happens to you when you realize, like, I am the fucking best in the world. And you take that into your heart and your mind, and then you carry that. Like, now you have that title, you see it, it's sitting there on your table, you know, or you have it on your wall, wherever you put your belt. And you're like, I am the fucking man now, and now I will live this way. And then you see them going into the fight. You know who you see that with? Pantoja.
Yeah.
That dude does not get the love that he deserves. When that guy gets into the octagon, it's like a fucking leopard just entered the room. Yeah. It's wild, man. It's wild. Like, he's got this feeling about him that, you know, champions have when they're just fucking feeling it. You know, when that guy steps into the octagon, you see him across the ring from whoever the fuck he's fighting. It's like that's a cat, man.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean?
Honestly, yeah, like
Like a fucking jaguar or
a
something.
jaguar of mountains. Yeah, it's something
A
like
killer,
yeah,
just
yeah,
some elite killer.
You can kind of sense that like a little instinct in it.
Uh-huh.
Like,
100%, man. 100%.
This guy's in it. Like he's for sure. He's locked in.
I mean, and you see that, like, I think the perfect fight for him was seeing Kai Kara France. They fought in the Ultimate Fighter, and it was a good fight. And then you see this new fight where, as he's the champion, Kai Kara France is the contender.
Yeah.
He fucking ran through him, man. Like, you see, he's a different human being.
Yeah.
He's a champion now. And
where does he train?
He's ATT.
ATT.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he spends all of his time down there. I don't know if he's there all the time, or if he just goes there for camps.
Yeah, make sure.
I don't know how he does it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he's a Florida resident or if he lives in Brazil and just goes there for camps.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No, but yeah, whatever he's doing is definitely.
This is the thing about being the flyweight champ, where if that motherfucker was the middleweight champ, he'd be a superstar.
Yeah, be a
superstar. And then, to me, that drives me nuts, because it's like, I like martial arts. I like someone who represents the best of martial arts. Like, and in my mind, like, that guy's as good as anybody alive. Like, when he's running over every fucking contender and choking them out or knocking them out or whatever the fuck he's doing, like, damn.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough in this sport because of the weight classes. Like, a lot of guys don't get.
What's crazy is 35 gets so much love. This is 10 pounds difference.
10 pounds difference.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
That's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Because when you see Pantoja next to those guys, there's not much difference in size. It's kind of the same.
That's why, somebody not too long ago asked me, like, what would my MMA, like, Mount Rushmore be? And I remember saying, like, Anderson Silva, GSP, Demetrius Johnson, and Amanda Nunes. And they were like, Demetrius Johnson, like,
oh,
why would you even
hesitate?
Why even ask me that question, you know?
If you weren't there during his prime, you had to see him during his prime, you know? When he was...
How about martial arts? Like, and just skill.
Angles,
finesse,
movement, speed, and intelligence, knowing exactly how to engage, and his ability to transfer between grappling and striking seamlessly.
Perfect word. Seamlessly. Like,
in his prime, he was unstoppable.
Yeah. But imagine Demetrius Johnson at light heavyweight. The statues of this man.
Statues.
You know what I mean? Like,
it'd be like the Rocky statue in Philadelphia.
Yeah, who knows where it would be, but there'd probably be multiple statues of this man all over the place. And what a great guy, too.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah.
And just underappreciated for whatever reason. You know, and during his reign, it just like his pay-per-view numbers were not what they should have been. Yeah. But it's because he's small. That's all it is. It's like the casuals. They don't, like, who gives a shit how big he is compared to you? Just look at he's the same size as the guy he's fighting, and look what he can do to that guy.
We need to have, this is a joke. This isn't serious. This is a joke. But, like, smaller weight classes in a smaller cage.
Well,
it will make them look bigger on television, and people will get what they, you know.
No, they don't care. People don't. It's interesting because boxing has the same thing. You know, I mean, when you get into the heavier weight, look, Usyk made somewhere in the neighborhood of $132 million for that fight.
That sounds amazing.
Doesn't it? Yeah, I know. It was me and Volkanovski and Izzy were backstage at the UFC. We're at the weigh-ins, and I pulled up the numbers. I go, have you seen the fucking numbers? There's a video of it on Stylebender's website or his YouTube page. And I go, like, check this out. Because I had saved on my phone in case I ran into any fighters. I'm like, look at this. Look how crazy this is. And Dubois made like 71 or 72 million, and Usyk made like 132.
I mean, like, if I made that type of money, I wouldn't be looking to, like, leave to live in the
But what has to change for that to happen? I mean, do the Saudis have to buy the UFC?
I don't know, because I don't understand. Like,
it's kind of what they're doing with boxing. They're kind of buying boxing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know what needs to change. But I mean, all I'm saying is, like, it would be really cool. That's like a dream, like, to be able to make those kind of numbers.
I would really love that for fighters. I mean, I love when I hear fighters making millions. It's great. It's great because I remember the early days of the UFC, people would make pennies.
Yeah.
When there was no money to be made. I mean, I started working for them in 1997. The previous owners, you know, when it was before Zuffa. And nobody was making any money. There was no money in MMA. You know, it's like everybody was scratching and clawing, and they were just doing it out of love of the game.
Yeah.
Or because they, you know, had a career in wrestling, and then that amateur wrestling career was over, and they're like, all right, I'm going to be a fighter.
Yeah, the money was in Japan, no?
There was money in Japan. But even the money in Japan was not boxing money.
No, 10 grand.
Yeah. Because, you know, I'm sure they paid him well. And at the time, it was a lot. But I mean, like, Fedor's still fighting. Is he fighting because he wants to? Or is he fighting because he has to? You know, which is crazy.
Yeah.
If one of the greatest of all time is fighting because he has to, it's not like Fedor is like living the craziest, flashiest lifestyle, like diamond, like Floyd Mayweather. Like if Floyd Mayweather went broke, you'd be like, look at his Instagram. How's he not going to go broke?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's not. Meanwhile, he's still got tons of money.
Yeah.
But, you know, Floyd made hundreds of millions of dollars. He probably made more money than any boxer that's ever lived.
Oh man, it's a dream.
Yeah,
it's a dream. It'd be nice, but I'm not like I'm glad that it's improving.
It's improving.
It's improving.
It's definitely improving. It's like, you know, fighters can get rich now.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we can actually plan retirement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
That for now. Like I'm saying, like I'm grateful for.
And one of the things that I really like about the UFC too is they give fighters a chance to have a career outside of that. You know, like Paul Felder, DC do commentary, Chael Sonnen does his stuff.
Yeah.
All those guys at the desk, Alan Joban, they all do their stuff. Like Rashad does his stuff. It's nice. It's like there's an opportunity to work outside of having to fight.
You asked me, you know, like before, like, oh, you know, what would you do, or like, have I thought about anything? I would love to work with the UFC, not as a commentator, because I don't really see myself like commentating or like being, you know, someone speaking. But I'd love to work for the UFC.
Why wouldn't you want a commentator speak?
I don't know. I personally, I think I've mentioned this to you before. Like, I just don't know if I have so much like input, you know, when it comes to like other fighters' skill or whatever. Like, I'm not the most exciting person on a microphone. You know, like you guys do well. It's like, oh fuck, like, you know, you guys have great reactions. I'm kind of more like, interesting, like the old grandpa, you know.
Right.
Rubbing my chin, like.
But maybe not as a commentator then, maybe as someone on the desk analyzing things, because you definitely have a very unique viewpoint.
Yeah, viewpoint. I mean, that could work, but I think something like, I don't know, I'd rather be like, I guess behind the, like on the other side of the camera.
What would you want to be doing?
I don't know. Something within the they do that. Like the UFC is such a large company. There's so many departments. I am friends with. I try to make friends with everybody in every department because they're just great people that make this all happen. The equipment team, you know, Ember, Stephanie. Like I've been testing gloves for the UFC for the past year, making sure we get the right ones. You know,
what's going on with the gloves? Because you and Alex fought with the new old gloves.
Yeah,
because they got rid of them.
Yeah,
they spent like a fucking year developing them.
Yeah, and so I was part of that entire process.
What happened? What was wrong with those gloves?
The main thing was that, like, because of the leather, the logos weren't sticking. So the logos were peeling off.
That's it?
And we tried. Joe, I'm telling you, we tried hundreds of different ways to get the UFC logo printed on the gloves that it will not come off in the octagon. From me testing it on the canvas, doing live situations, sparring, rubbing in the cage, blah, blah. And
I don't get it.
Just
why does the old leather work better?
Because with everything in the world, but especially like in the industry of like leather and suede and all that stuff. Like you can't. If I had a pair of leather shoes from 1970, it's going to be different than the leather that's made today. You know what I mean? Like it changed.
Both of them are made today. The old gloves and the new old gloves.
It's a different type of leather.
This is a softer leather.
It's just
Yes.
not the same. Like it's a little. It was a little softer, but it's treated differently to be able to before, like while it's being processed or whatever that whole process looks like. It's just there's some type of chemical or something that's just different.
What I had heard was that there's less knockouts with the new old gloves, the gloves that they developed and then they banned recently.
I don't know about that. I'm just hearing straight from the equipment team's being yelled
The
at.
equipment team is saying that's the issue, is that this leather
It has nothing to do with the knockouts. The knockouts is that every time when the fighters come through the turn, gloves or whatever, or even in the fight, it's peeling off and tripping off, and that's a hazard because in your eye.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's more about like the safety of the fighter, not like we need more knockouts, change the gloves.
Interesting, because the knockout thing didn't make any
No, it has nothing to do with
And literally, somebody watches.
and it doesn't look professional to have
Dude,
these guys
Asian
fight
Andy,
and
you're
change
amazing,
the
dog.
fight, and then here's this guy raising his hand. You don't even know the UFC logo on the glove. Like, what the dog gets worn off? They don't get
For
worn
years.
off. So we were trying to put a magic marker. That would work. You can't sell a glove with magic marker on it.
Yeah, but
we have to make an official gloves, you know, like
the training gloves, just have UFC somewhere else.
the training gloves. What about the people who want to buy an official UFC gloves?
Yeah, what are they doing with them? If they're going to work out with them,
It's still got to be official.
I get it. You know, the best gloves are
Asian Andy, you're amazing.
they make these the best MMA gloves. They're the best. And the UFC was trying to get those for some
He's been spamming for years. Dog, that shit is so fucking funny. I could shit myself. That's so funny. Dude, he's been spamming for years.
Where it's not like
Really?
this. So you don't
Yeah.
like the thing that people. The problem with the
Oh
old gloves
man,
that are
that
now
shit
the gloves
is
that
so
everybody
fucking
uses
funny.
is that everybody
But
says that
nobody
they kind of
watches
force
the
your hand
stream.
into an open position and you have to tighten up to make them close. Do you feel that?
But
I
nobody
agree
watches
with
the
that,
stream.
but I have found a solution. What's the
He's
solution?
Asian Andy knows who I am though.
Oh, one size up?
We've made it,
They all
kids.
weigh the same.
Interesting.
Yeah, they
So
all
what
weigh
size
the
do you
same.
use?
That's why I
Nobody
use the double X.
watches the stream.
And usually
It's so funny.
Interesting.
And I
He
think it's like,
just goes
you know,
around and
a
spams
lot of
everybody.
fighters, we don't like to stray from what
But
we do. You know
no
what I mean?
watches the
Every little
stream.
thing can fuck with us. You know what I mean? Some fighters
Shouldn't have gone to XXL.
Yeah, that's
But
what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
nobody
But,
watches.
yeah.
Oh, that is so fucking
if
funny.
you're, like,
I
you
could
just
shit
have to
myself.
think,
That shit's
like,
so
okay,
funny.
glove weighs the same. Whether it's an XL or an extra small, it weighs the same.
How do they manage that?
I don't know.
I gotta watch that again.
That sounds suspicious. Fucking scale
Asian
out.
Andy, you're so nice. If you see this, you're a really nice person.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to me. But we're all fighting in
Unless they make it with thinner pads.
I don't. Would have to be. Maybe. Would have to be. Oh yeah, because then your hand can't fit. Yeah, like if I tried to get into an extra small, right. So yeah, but like let's say the size between the XL and the double X is way the same. Okay. And I have to consider, okay, I'm getting my hands wrapped as well. Right. So yes, XL gloves.
No one watches it.
What about when I wrap my hands?
That is so true, dog.
Hands,
That shit is so
now my
true.
hands are like this, and I'm like,
Oh,
for
man.
circulation almost. Yeah. So
That shit
the
is
idea
so
is
fun, but
size up,
nobody,
even if
but
it's
no
two
one
sizes
watches
up,
it. Like,
you're
not
not
even
gonna have
close.
an issue.
Oh, man.
Or you go with a thinner wrap.
That shit
or no
is
wrap,
so
you have that
funny.
option. Well, Joe Piper
But
fights with
nobody,
yeah.
but no one
Which is
watches
great.
it.
I think it's savage. I kind of want to do this.
True.
Yeah. I would have fought with no wrap with
He's
the
been
other glove.
spamming people
The
for
new
years.
glove. The new old glove. The new one that they abandoned. the old new gloves. Yeah. I would have bought those. So much better than ViralRabbi. Man, if I was UFC, and clearly
Right.
not a good business.
Yeah,
If I
baby.
was, I
But
would say,
no one watches.
how about
Asian Andy's so nice. Dog, Asian Andy, you're the man. You just made my fucking day. Really? Make my hour. I gotta take a shit though, allegedly.
That's what I would do.
Nobody wants this content pushed, perhaps.
Good, sell them. Everybody should buy him anyway. He makes the best bag gloves, best sparring gloves.
I gotta take
Trevor's
a whiz.
Fucking wizard, man. Yeah, that's what I've gathered from just like.
Zingo Squad.
Interesting guy, very smart guy, great trainer, just great person. But his gloves, his MMA gloves, you put them on, you're like,
You're not gonna watch me.
The padding is a much.
I don't even watch me.
And the boxing. I remember I think one time he sent me a pair of boxing gloves.
If you have 2 accounts, you automatically
This was a couple of years ago, and I saw it like came with this paper, and you're supposed to put a blow dryer in it first. Like turn the blow dryer on, warm up the padding in there, specifically like for that, and then once it's heated up, then you put the glove on and wrap
You're
it
welcome,
up,
girl.
and you let the padding
You're gonna hate this.
cool down, and then it holds to your hand. I don't know if people remember that about the glove, but I didn't know that.
Lady,
You should wear those gloves.
you're gonna hate this.
I didn't know that. That makes sense. Yeah, but he was explaining to me the different kinds of foam that you could buy. And that people buy cheap foam. It's not as like high density. It's not as good.
Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't protect you as well.
It's definitely
the
fun.
most expensive, but the best. But when his gloves, the design of his gloves, your hands are curled like this. Yeah. So it's an effort to do that. But I don't know, man. I feel like we're stagnant in innovation with glove development in the first place because I don't think this is necessary. No,
Yeah, you think you're good though?
With the old like Ali Mitchell's. Those are my favorite gloves in the world. To do MMA with. Put a wrap on under it, for padding or a pad, whatever, and I can still grapple with it. My fingers are just like this. You know what I mean? This is how you grapple anyway. Yeah, exactly. You never do this. No. You never interlace your fingers. So why are the fingers even exposed? Because eye pokes are a giant issue. Yeah. And if let's say you could just eliminate finger pokes and all you have is thumb pokes, you would take away 80-90% of all eye pokes. Yeah. And it would be obvious if someone did it on purpose. Then Derek Lewis would be fucked. I love that interview. I was supposed to be like, I kicked him in the nuts. So what a guy. Tell the truth about
My balls is hot.
the nuts. He was tired. Yeah, he's like, I was tired. I needed 5 more minutes. He's like, I'm doing the high cheat. He was just like, I cheat. I was like, dude, what the hell? But he's also crazy enough to say that. He's like, oh yeah.
He's been spamming people for years. Rabbi. He's been spamming people for years. Might start watching him.
When you see it, knock down Curtis Blades, no script for that, bro. Yeah, you can't. There's no script. That's just Derek's got some phenomenal God-given power. You cannot take what we do. Yeah, no, of course you can't. It's super obvious to anybody that watches. That's the dumbest ever casual fan, like, comments. And it's a scripted thing. Stop, shut up. You had seen a white made him win that fight. Oh, it's so crazy to say. That's it. Like, here's the thing. Aspinall's just like Cyril Gahn. Yeah. I might, if I was running things, I might set up the Derek Lewis fight with Aspinall. I might say, forget Cyril Gahn for now. Like, Derek just has this big knockout win. Who's more popular than Derek? Who's more beloved by fans than Derek? Yeah, I mean, that would be a great fight to set up. Absolutely. But I think that from, I guess, a business standpoint, it makes sense to use Cyril because of everything that he's doing in France. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Movie star, you know what I mean? I mean, that's the entire country behind it now, so, like,
you don't post about them 24/7. Like, you don't like go out of your way to like overexpress like how you feel about them on the internet. Like, it's just done in private, and it's better private.
Be totally honest. Like, even my past, when there was like, if I was arguing, we were
Yeah, absolutely. John doesn't seem to.
John marches to the beat of his own drummer, son.
Yeah. I mean, like he's dead set in what he wants and how he views it. So like,
but now he wants to fight
Robbie
for the
Rothschild.
title at the
He's
White House.
no,
And Dana Shane
no
is like,
one
no,
watches.
I can't trust John to not fuck something up.
Yeah, which is wild. Yeah,
but also, what are you gonna say when
Lone
John
Wolf Fan Club.
just recently got?
I remember when you
I
had
mean,
to transition positions.
It's tough. I mean, for Dana,
I think Lone Wolf Fan Club's a good dad.
Yeah,
it's too risky.
it is.
It's very risky. Like,
Oh yeah,
and it sucks because it's like, man, you've got so much talent and
the most talent.
and such an incredible resume.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing that I can really do about it.
God, the story is old as time, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
The story is old as time. Well, that's one of the things I appreciate about you. Like, you're a very different kind of dude, you know, who's in the same business. Yeah. Same wild-ass, chaotic business, but you choose to put your sights on a different prize.
No one
You're
watches the
about
streams.
growth. Yeah, you know, you're
Lone Wolf
about your
Fan
own
Club.
mind and conquering these challenges. That's what it's about for you.
Yeah, I'm grateful and blessed to be in the position that I'm in. And like, I don't want to waste anything. You know what I mean? I don't want to waste it. I want to be able to look back when I'm older and know that I've used my time, you know, in a good way. That I continue to grow and to learn, develop until it's over. You know, like
I think John does that too, but also just loves to party.
Because it's such a big crowd,
It's crazy. He just loves to be crazy.
And I think that like we've seen that so many times. Like we've seen so many athletes and celebrities fall victim to fame and partying. And what that comes with.
No
And
one
we're watching
watches the
Connor,
streams.
and we've seen
You're right, dog.
the same people who are addicted to discipline.
Who do you admire?
And what they
Who are you gonna listen to first thing in the morning? You listen to Khabib.
yeah. I mean, it's like if there was anybody as a combat sports, you know,
And he's been fabricating for years.
if there's anybody who I would say like I want to be
Is that true?
like,
How many
model
years?
myself after in my career to be
What do they have?
Damn, they are pushing us back. I can't hit any of their backside, bro.
because of everything. You know what I mean? Like humanitarian, like he was beloved by people from all around the world. You know what I mean? Like just different medals from the United Nations, and like you know what I mean? Like there's a cultural figure, and like not that like I'm not as outspoken as as he was, but for just like the things that he was also remembered for outside of the ring, I just look at that as like so admirable, and he gave young men like me something to kind of like aim at and like model myself after, you know, like that to me I feel like is very important, especially in this country as a young man who maybe doesn't have a father figure or who doesn't know what to become. And you read the story about Lee and you're like, oh, that's similar to me. I can become something. I can be an Olympian. I can be a champion. Like it just takes this, you know what I mean? Like I'm not different. There's actually people like me out there, and it just gives you something to kind of hope to become. And so I try to just be authentically me, so that whoever out there does connect with me can see that, you can go through certain shit, but like there's so much stuff that's possible for you. Like your life's not over. Yeah, you're in a bad position now, but you can get yourself out of it. There's tons of help out there. Mental health is a big thing. It's not the end of the world. And if you feel like it is, there's support. And if you actually have a disorder, there's support for that too. There's also outlets like martial arts and, communities and things like that will make you feel less alone in life. And like martial arts is a big one. That's a big one. And for people that feel outside, go to a martial arts studio. Go to a gym where you're going to find a whole lot of people just like you that are already on this path. Yeah. and that are cool people to learn from. I mean, that's what changed. I just put myself in a new environment, and then I started to learn how to eat and how to think. You know what I mean? And started to get courage, carry myself differently. Weight started coming down, and blah blah blah. And then there you go. You know, my mental health stuff was a lot less. You know, it's never gone away completely. You know, but it's a lot less than it was when I was 19 years old.
But it doesn't ever go away completely.
It's life. You know what I mean? Like, it's life. But we don't, a lot of people, we don't have the tools, you know, or we don't have the people to listen to or whatever to be able to be like, okay, it's not just me, it's everyone. So what can I do to deal with this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think that, yeah, that's kind of my thing. So I think about when I get on a microphone or when I go fight or whatever, like, there's a sense of responsibility. It's not just about me in this world, you know? Like, and it's, to be honest, it's a struggle. It's hard to think that way. It's very easy to be selfish. It's very easy to just think me. You know, my problems, my struggles, my this. But like, to consider millions of people and lives and children and youth and teenagers that are watching the sport and like, I have to be conscious of the things that I do and how I live my life, because I don't want to be the guy on the news. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to be that guy. I'm terrified of prison. You know what I mean? I'm fucking, you know, I'm trying to make friends with police officers. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm just like, okay, like, I'm trying to do the right thing, not only for myself, but for my family, for my father, you know? So, like, there's just a lot of responsibility that comes with this game and how we live our lives, man.
Well, that's very admirable, and I'm glad there's people like you out there that do present a very positive role model, because I know for a lot of young people, they turn towards really successful people in sports, and particularly fighters, especially if you're a martial artist yourself, and you look at someone who carries themselves a certain way, and you admire it, and you want to be like that person. Like, I aspire to be my own version of what that means to me, what this person means to me, what they represent to me, which is like a championship mindset. Like, someone who's like, there's a lot of people with championship mindset that never become a champion, but they 100% inspire people to live better lives.
Yeah, and that's the journey. That's the path that I'm on for the rest of my life.
Beautiful. Yeah. This is the best way to end the podcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, brother, I appreciate you very much, and I wish you all the best of luck. And I'm really excited to see this fight with Yuri Prohaska.
Thanks.
Should be a banger.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Congratulations on everything. I look forward to congratulating you again.
Hell yeah.
All right. All right. Bye, everybody. Later.
Rabbis, so we read the Testament, the Old Testament, and figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes get brushed Torah, and sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish in the abstract multiple times, because he was kind of like, you know, about Tshuva, who says, hey, don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie? Or things like that. And it was like so difficult and irritating to the abstract community and other things. And they ended up ritually excommunicating them 3 times. And unfortunately, he chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that was born from love. He was not an anti-Semite criticizing Judaism from without. He was a Jew trying to discover Judaism and saying, wait a minute, how are you doing this? Why aren't you behaving the way the Torah requires you to behave? He was kind of sitting on his lap in this fanciful portrait. It's unlikely that anything like this ever happened. It is a representation of the young also who here as well, 2 years later, was of course expelled from her family
You're medicine and your supplements to try to live to be 120 years old. No, thank you. Give me the big health drugs. Gary and Shannon.
There's millions of people that killed 6 others 30 in the shooting in downtown LA. A new database is available to the public that focuses on police use of force plus what's on the hour. From the OU.com Weather Center, OU daily business summary. Sunny high 70s to the upper 90s. This report brought to you by OULaw.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, say fourth month with Toyota's full line of was crashed on the 91 in Anaheim Hills. Westbound 42. About 4 hours involved in this. They are exposed to right shoulder really quick though. In Riverside, 90 eastbound before you have to get back to slow down. 2 right lanes going to be
add to that,
Adams off ramp, so but the on ramp is going to be shut down. Willowbrook, one of Lundy's Development Mark, that's a brush on fire on the shoulder on the 7th and Northern Imperial Highway. It's on the right shoulder, but here's what's passing. Wednesday north of Firestone Boulevard. Looks like they are working on that closure. Opening up the left lane of the right lane is still going to be blocked.
outcasts of
The Southern
society, they
California's
were
most accurate
happy
traffic on
with
Jimmy
the
Conrad.
feudal status that they
For your
were
music,
stuck
for
with
your
it,
photos,
and retained, they were dissatisfied with the whole Seminoles, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish police holders of documents. So they rose up against the polls and against the Jewish employees, and they were horrific massacres throughout the Poland, even reaching it's hard to get a really good number.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you can have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you go.
Uprising of the Magnitsky rebellion, middle of the second century. One last detail that's so important. The Huntsville heresy really engaged in the 17th century. Primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a Jew. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual, used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was sought after rule, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life. He went through a series of rather including a marriage to a Torah school. The older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of villain, charlatan, but newer historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive state. At any rate, as he became older, and this roughly with the age of onset of schizophrenia, he began to experience what he called hallucinations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate, he believed that he had grandiose powers and destiny, and specifically when connected with one individual in Gaza, he believed that he was the Shia. He in Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai into a Europe-wide movement, which all over the continent, particularly in Amsterdam, where we were a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property, pennies on the dollar, in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan, who controlled Jerusalem, and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I give Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Sweet converted to Islam along with his wife. Many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, the Shabtai Sweet is Mashiach and Messiah is converted to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final share of redemption. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up until the 20th century. They constituted a distinct group, Syrian and Turkish tribes. It's called but most Jews realized that they made a mistake by following Shabtai Tzvi. They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective heart of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you had a few surfaces of this, for example, in the Eibeshut's controversy, which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. As is proof, I do several of these kinds of documents. This is a Jewish analyst who has a Kamea that were written for various mystical purposes, to bring about healing, to a range of natural, some other theurgy role. And so there's a lot of fighting. People decided, no, he's not a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Others say, so what if he is a follower of Shabtai Tzvi? A lot of translators too. Such as the incredible Moshe Chaim Lutzatto, his book, A Selection of Shalim, most widely accepted books among all Jews today.
If you're fighting for the Democratic process and running away from voting, how does anybody believe stakes could not be higher? We have to take a step.
Many of his writings, lost forever because there's a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the he agreed to give up his writings to seal chest. The rabbi involved in the case ordered the debate. Shadow of Shabtai Tzvi, and there's the
Kick clips.
Did you know Trump in the White House is now investigating some of the politicians here to throw them in jail? Do you guys know that? There's like 4 guys that are involved in corruption, leading from South Africa to America, and they're trying to put them in jail. Yes.
So here's a rough map of
People think he just writes on it. I'm not going to say that to you. Relax. How smart you are has nothing to do with your race. It's nothing to do with your race. All I'm trying, and also you can't be racist too. I've met some white guys in Japan who are from Zimbabwe. So they're white, seeing whites in the countries. Like me, for example, right? I told you guys I was born here, but when I talk to y'all, what y'all will say to me? Oh, he's from India. He's from Deepak's basement. He's India. He's definitely India. You guys, all of you guys do it to me.
Then you have this overlap that is associated with the traditionalists, these
How much
opponents,
does
the
this
so-called
stuff?
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan. Chain by Day Joe Rogan podcast all night, all day.
What's up? Pleasure to meet you.
Such a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's I heard your story. Why don't you tell everybody your story? Because the story's it's pretty wild.
Yeah, so I grew up in Detroit, working class neighborhood. Dad was in the Air Force, worked for the state. Mom was a homemaker. So on the outside looking in, it really looked like a household where the kids should make it.
YouTube, ESPN, Shop Show. Dude, it's not on yet. No fucking way. What's that? Joy Fast all gas 1 hour ago.
Population movements, political change. That's when you have these rebellions get underway. And that's where people will turn unwillingly get 7 days.
What's up, kids? Monday morning, August 4th. Man, we're in August. Summer. When's the end of summer, Chan?
He is so stupid. Why do you like him? I love the fucking subreddit. Chains.
What's up, kids? Monday morning, August 4th. Man, we're in August. Summer. When's the end of summer, Chan? I don't know, but I'll look it up. End of summer. I assume it's in August because September. Oh, September 26th. Okay, damn. September. Summer doesn't end until September 22. Wow. All right, it is getting hotter here. I thought I read something about it getting cooler around September, but that must be off. I don't know. It's definitely like June wasn't too hot. July wasn't that hot. August is the hottest yet, I'd say. Mid-October. Yeah, it's colder. Oh, well, shit, yeah. Temperature across Texas generally begin to cool down with average falls below 100. Not till October. All right. But it's like we have some months to go. It's like not even like, yeah, I know, 40s or 50s and 60s. We'll be all right, though. But it's the hottest it's been so far. All good, been on the lake. Got some jet skis, got tee out on the jet skis. I'm freaking ready, A, for school to start. They start, I think, in a week. And B, for sports to start. Tiger starts and Boston start football and baseball next week. Thank God. Got to get them back in there, man. It's been a long summer, fun summer. But I'm ready for sports, baby. I'm ready for sports. Speaking of sports, at least football's coming back. I think we had the preseason games. Those do nothing for me. The Hall of Fame game. At least I got baseball. My Dodgers are kind of cooking. They just can't get it going. Snell looked good. I know you're going to say he gave up whatever it was, 2 homers. No, yeah, 2 homers or 3 homers to Diaz. Yeah, but the park, it's a minor league park. Those are homers. Nowhere else in MLB. I thought Snell's my guy. He's going to get us through. We just need some pitching. The Dodgers, they just got to get it together. And Mookie's playing so bad. Freddie Freeman's balling. Will Smith is balling. Otani's always there. They'll get it going, man. But let's, so yeah, college football popping. I think it's this weekend.
Nope.
And then NFL still in preseason. And the UFC has no off seasons. I would argue what the UFC is doing right now is kind of their off season. These fight nights are their off season. where they're like, here's something just to wet your beak, but it's not. No, it hasn't been great. It's been a slow kind of overall summer in combat sports. A slow one, super slow one. Then you got a fight night this weekend again.
Fuck, did you get that already,
It's an
bro?
important fight. Roman versus Fluffy. So it's important. There's a lot of implications with that. Outside that, man, it's a fight night. It's what they typically do. Not terrible, but it's not good though, Jen. They're just edging us. They're just edging us for arguably, I'd be down to argue, the greatest middleweight fight in UFC history. It's up there. I'm so intrigued by this one. My prisoner of the moment, I feel like DDP Hamzat is one of the greatest middleweight competitions to ever happen in the UFC. You got Hamzat undefeated, Boogeyman, DDP, already a middleweight great in his prime of his career. I have no clue how this is going to fold out. No clue. Cutting to the head, DDP is so good, so durable, so big, and just finds a way to win. He's just an absolute winner. He's one of my faves. And he's so unorthodox. And they have Hamzat, this boogeyman, that still on the American front, they're kind of like, who's this guy? A little bit, you know? Obviously, cardio was an issue for him back in the day. I'm here to tell you now, I personally, with these peepers, have seen the man train. Cardio is not an issue. But that's all predicated on, let's say Hamzat goes in there and tries to get DDP down in the first 2 rounds and can't get it done, and he gets tired. DDP in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th will finish him, you know? So I'm interested to see what Hamzat's game plan is. I'm also interested to see how good DDP's grappling is. I've heard training room stories where he's just this freak, but I've personally seen Hamzat beat world-class wrestlers and jiu-jitsu guys. Like, toy with them. So my question, I know how good Hamzat is. DDP, you know, obviously he's an absolute monster, world champion for a reason. But is Hamzat so good? Is his grappling and all that so good where even DDP can't withstand that the first, couple minutes? Does Hamzat change his game plan? Because it's a 5-round fight. It's for a world title where he's not what makes him great, where he's this banshee in the first few rounds. Does he slow it down? Does he try to strike with him? I'm so intrigued by this fight. So intrigued. I bet they fight a few times. This won't be the last of it. It's one of those fights. We're getting a trilogy out of this. It's a Volkanovski Max Holloway vibe fight. We're like, okay, here we go. Frank Yeager, BJ Penn,
Have you heard the back and forth that Robert Whitaker and Israel Adesanya talked about?
No.
Fighting DDP.
No,
They're like, dude, he's just like so goofy, but everything works. They couldn't handle it. They couldn't shake it.
Like, I don't get it, man.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Because I think too, me too, I'm guilty of this as well. Like, when you watch DDP fight, especially when it's coming up, I was like, oh, this guy's going to get to a certain level, and he's toast. Like, it's a little sloppy, it's unorthodox, and then no one can figure it out.
Yeah.
And he's massive, and he has cardio, and he's tough. He's just fucking good, dude. But if you were to have a young kid, you wouldn't put on a DDP fight like, this is what you need to fight like, because there's only one DDP. And that could be an X factor of this fight. If you're Hamzat, who do you bring in to mimic DDP? There's nobody.
RDR?
Yeah, RDR maybe. But even he doesn't have the striking or power or tenacity of DDP. I don't know. But again, if I'm Hamzat, I'm like, I don't care what DDP does. I'm going to insert my game plan, my will, and take this dude out. I think that's what from what I've seen, I think that's more of Hamzat's style. Like, I don't care what he does. I'm going to get him down, choke him out, or pound him out. That's it. It's a fascinating fight. Then they announced Aaron Pico, who's supposed to fight Evilov, right?
Yeah. But Beyond Murphy, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a tough fight for Aaron Pico, his first one, but that's how high the UFC thinks of Aaron Pico. Have you seen that dude lately on Instagram? Aaron jacked.
No way.
Insane shape. As well as I can be, I've been a fan of Aaron Pico for a hot second. I hope he does well. I hope he's the one that breaks the Bellator curse. He comes over and really look at him with Hamza right there. Yeah, dude. He's also grown up. You gotta remember when you saw him at Bellator when he fought at Madison Square Garden, he's a kid. Like that's a grown man there. Yeah, he's freaking jacked. Hamza said, "Let me put this flag on my open body." Yeah, Pico looks like insane shape.
And it's Lerone. Now remember, Lerone Murphy.
It's not an easy fight. Now I like it as an Aaron Pico fan. I like it way more than the Evilov fight. Yeah, way more. I hated that fight for him.
Dude, he's so jacked up.
He's a grown man now. Yeah, I hope he does well, man. I'm praying for that dude. What do you got, Jim? We just got to get to, was it August 16th in Chicago?
I think it was August 16th.
Did you watch the fight night this weekend?
I did.
Yeah, Daylight Contender Series coming up, too. See, I like those. That's fun.
You do, I know.
But, you get some Asian on Asian crime in the main event.
Yeah,
I figured you'd like that. Right?
Yes, I did. But there was some funny thing that happened. Not funny, it was a crappy thing, but hold on.
My boy Neil Magny got a KO.
Yeah, and then also I'll show you a video of something that happened afterwards as well. But so Amir Al-Basi was supposed to fight Tatsuro Taira.
Yeah.
And he pulled out with an injury. So he got replaced by this Korean guy named Park Hyun-sung within like 7 days.
And so
yeah. And this guy was like undefeated. He won the road to the UFC, or I think it's called Road to UFC, like in Asia. So he was like the guy that won that, and then so he came in there and fought Tatsuro Taira. However, during the press conference beforehand, this reporter
not there the same guy.
Yeah, this has happened before, by the way. Wait, let me just play this real quick.
Jumping, just talked about you're sharing this card with a fellow countryman in Tatsuro. Kaya Sakura made his debut in the organization last year. How is the growth of MMA in Japan, and how do you feel being one of the faces of the sport there?
Actually, he's not the strong. He's a part of the US.
Yeah, no, he's sharing the card first.
But he's part. That's why I was here.
Oh man, the guy doesn't own it either. Oh god, he posted it. He goes, "This was me. Got my finest moment for sure. Lots going on. But for the record, I did not confuse him." No, you did.
He confused him for being both.
And I doubled down on it.
Yeah, and then he was like, "No, he's on the same card with Park." He was like, "No, this is Park."
Yeah, the guy's like, "No, I know, this is Park." He's like, "No doubt. That's what I meant."
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. That's like that. He's a journalist, so it's like that's
lots going on, man. But hear me out here. I just want to be clear. I did not confuse him. No, you did. It's all good.
He did apologize, which is like, yeah, that's fine.
But do you see when Bryce Mitchell fought the guy?
Yeah, he was speaking Arabic.
It's tough, dude. I get it. This reporter, he's probably like, "Oh fuck, man, it's a fight night card, last second replacement." But you just gotta own it. He's really like, "Yeah, I totally messed this up.
Yeah.
My bad."
And you did confuse him.
Lots going on. Didn't confuse him. No, you did it, but it's all good, dude. We're not gonna beat you up over it. Shit happens. People make mistakes.
Yeah. That was actually really funny.
That is funny.
And I think this is the guy. But anyhow, we'll move on past this.
Yeah, it happens. So a little break here, kids. If you've shopped online, chances are you've bought from a business powered by Shopify. That's right, they're everywhere. You know that purple Shop Pay button you see at checkout? We all see it.
They buy it on Instagram shop, TikTok shop. They're everywhere. Your favorite clothing brand, that little shop pay button's everywhere. The one that makes buying so incredibly easy if you've used it before, well, that's Shopify. There's a reason so many businesses sell with it, because Shopify actually works and they make it easy to start and run your business. Cha-ching! Shopify is the commerce platform behind 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started like Drive Fast All Gas. We use Shopify. They're the absolute best. Shopify gives you a leg up from day one. All right, with 100 beautiful, ready-to-go templates to express your brand style and forget about the code. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and more. Did I mention that iconic purple Shop Pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world? It's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. Your customers already love it. If you want to see less carts being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to Shopify. Cha-ching! Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, S-H-A-B, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching!
All right, so Conor McGregor's appeal for his sexual assault
He appealed the sexual assault lawsuit because he was found guilty, right?
Yeah.
And then he appealed it and then lost again.
Yep. And there's a ton of stuff that he wrote on X, on Twitter.
I'm sure he deleted it.
Yeah. I don't know if you would go through all this, but there's a ton.
James Lawrence awarded his clearance. I won't say innocent because we were both long prior to the shakedown awarded this.
This gets confusing too, because I don't understand why he's saying, like, I'm not paying for his legal costs, because that's his homie, right? Remember the guy that also owned the girl?
He felt that it was actually a genuine expression of the Jewish
Yeah, and there was something going in. Thomas knows way more about the shit. He explains it. I know. I don't know all the details of it. But then there was a witness that was on.
I think there was 2 witnesses.
Yeah, but then they just were like, oh no, we don't remember what happened.
Yeah. So apparently she had, like, bruises on her face and everything else. But then the witnesses, from what I recollect, they said that it was from her actual boyfriend. Maybe when he found out what happened, he did all that stuff, but then they backed out.
Keep going down. I said I don't know if I was paying the legal fees when the accuser asked me if I understand as I did it.
I mean, he went on and on and on. Oh yeah, but he says this too, the lack of evidence. But they had you remember we talked about this a while ago. There's a ton of CCTV footage that they don't show.
That's the only if I could just have that CCTV footage, then if it shows Conor, doing what he's accused of, then I'm out, dude. There's no defending him. It's just that's the only thing. If you're any sort of Conor fan, you're like, can I see that CCTV? Like, why can't we see any of that? What's going on there?
And the ones that we did see, remember, she was, like he's saying, she was smiling, holding, after apparently all this stuff happened. Yeah, but there's just a ton of stuff that he wrote.
So how much does he have to pay her?
1.4-ish million for legal costs. And then this is her statement afterwards. Just refresh real quick.
I want to begin by thanking my legal team, the Rape Crisis Centre, and the 3 judges who delivered this decision today. I'm also deeply grateful for everyone who supported me, those who believed in me and stood by my side throughout this long and painful journey. This appeal has re-traumatized me over and over again. Being forced to relive it, what happened has had a huge impact on me. To every survivor out there, I know how hard it is, but please, don't be silent. You deserve to be heard. You also deserve justice. Today I can finally move on and try to heal. Thank you.
Do you have any message for Conor McGregor?
No. Not right now. That's all I have to say right now. Thanks for
my question. And I have no clue with this legal stuff. Why wasn't it a criminal case? They're saying because there wasn't enough evidence.
Oh, I don't know that.
And then Connor's like, no, there's tons of evidence. That's the reason they didn't go to criminal. Yeah, I don't. It's all a shit show. It's all just a shame, man. On both accounts, it's just a fucking shame. He goes, I was on the stand in a world of fog, being accused of a crime I didn't commit, and that I was actually cleared of criminally exonerated by witness present, as well as believed twice over by public prosecutor. Some say the case never went criminal because there was a lack of evidence. That is not the case. It's the opposite. There was so much evidence. They had hours of footage of the victim after the supposed attempted murder and rape of her, partying away, messaging away, leaving the hotel, coming back, etc., up and down the lobby of the hotel, absolutely everywhere and back, and twice. Not an effing bother. Smiling, laughing, dancing, kissing, biting, play fighting. It's some watch. I was home hours, and this was all going on. All seen clearly with all the CCTV footage and backed up by multiple eyewitnesses. I wasn't even allowed to introduce crucial evidence that was a part of this criminal investigation decision to bin it. It's been eye-opening, the entire process. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all just all of it's a shame. All of it. Altogether, yeah, without a doubt. This is also, there has to be a reason why the court's not allowing that CCTV. Now, it could be, who knows? It's just conspiracy. It could be the Ireland are so sick of Connor's shit and antics. Like, no, now we got you. Now we got you. Yeah, that CCTV might go your way and help persuade the judges and the jury. Nah, man. Like, now we got you dead to rights, Like, why wouldn't they allow the CCTV footage? The CCTV footage from Conor McGregor case involving Nikita Hand is not being publicly released due to a court order preventing McGregor from sharing it. The footage was shown during a civil trial where a jury found McGregor had sex. The footage was shown during a civil trial. Ms. Hand's legal team sought an injunction to prevent McGregor from disseminating the footage, citing concern for misuse and damage the jury's verdict. The judge agreed, stating McGregor had no need to hold footage. Weird.
That is very weird. So it does seem like this. Potentially, they have an issue with Conor, and they didn't want it. I don't know.
Weird. I don't know.
Yeah, in Ireland, the law is very different too. I noticed like you can't even talk about something unless it's like completely done.
Yeah, I don't know. It's above my pay grade. It's all just a shit show.
And this is just him being, I don't know. He's been posting a lot on Instagram recently, so I'll just show you some of his posts. He shaved his head, by the way, with a mohawk.
Yeah, the mohawk's tough. He's looking pretty.
Yeah, she always looks pretty. He's been doing a lot of shadow boxing on his boat. And this one's on. Tell me what you think of this. Not a huge deal, but.
My beautiful Bulgarian lady, this lady is coming from say hello.
Здравствуйте.
Hey, man, Dana sees videos like this and he goes over to Mick Maynard and goes, this is why we don't pay the guys. No, real quick, Exhibit 8, this is why we don't pay fighters tons of money. Look at what the fuck they're doing. He has a crown on, he's on a boat, just fucking belting. It's just been since he got paid, it's just been a royal fuck up. He's like, this is why we don't pay them what they're worth. This is why. Because they're cage fighters. And they take the money and they buy crowns. That's why. They do crazy shit.
I mean, yeah, Connor's on another level, though. It's like,
I think, does he live on a boat? Like, I've been on a lot of boats lately. Bro, after like 2 hours, I'm like, get me the fuck off this thing. Get me on a land, dude.
I mean, a boat versus yacht. A yacht's like,
Fair point, sir. Yeah, I think he's on different flotation devices. I love boats too. But after a while, I don't want to fucking live on it. His whole family's on a fucking boat. But again, yachts might be like apartments, even if it is. Like, I hate cruises. I hate all that shit.
Yeah, but I'm with you. Boats, even when I'm fishing, I love it. 6 hours,
Get me out of it.
I'm out. Yeah.
I jet skied yesterday with T. After an hour, I'm like, okay.
Yeah. It's interesting you turned off comments too, I think. I was like, yeah, obviously. No, never mind. Turn it back on.
It's very rare you turn off comments. It's a weird move to turn off comments.
Yeah, because it's very obvious. This one was also super weird to me too. He had this girl. Remember that girl that said she saw like an invisible person or something on an airplane?
No.
I'll just show you this clip. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
And there's a reason why I'm getting the love in everyone. We need their believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't get too, but I am telling you right now.
I would get off the plane.
I would be freaked out too.
Yeah, even I'm like, all right, even if maybe she's having a mental breakdown, but I'm out.
That's enough, yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't need this. No. I don't need to get to San Antonio that bad. I'll fucking take it. Yeah, I'll drive. Okay. But that's her. She's pretty.
She's very pretty. But yeah, he had her as a guest at his Blackboard gym. Like it's a, I don't know what's going on here.
And she was there just to like do a spoken word, like tell a story.
She's a celebrity there, I guess. Or
she would be revealing what she saw.
Yeah, very, very odd.
Good for her making a business out of freaking out on a plane.
She has.
She's pretty. It's part of the appeal. Let's take a little break here and we'll jump right back into the gossip in the MMA world. This episode of The Shop Show is brought to you by Breeze. If you're looking for the perfect buzz without the hangover, meet Breeze, spelled B-R-E-Z. Incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink. Their line of feel-good tonics offers a unique blend of hemp-derived THC and CBD, functional mushrooms, nootropics, right? And it's create a social relieving euphoric effect without the traditional downsides of alcohol. And no, these aren't like your typical edibles. You'll feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour and a half, similar to a cocktail. It's mellow enough for your moms to try, but stackable if you're trying to dial it up, boys. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. So if you're ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/shop. Use the code SHOP for a $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Breeze, drinking has evolved. Consult with a physician before use if you're pregnant, nursing, have any known or suspected allergies, medical conditions, or take any medications. FDA has not evaluated these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 or older. Breeze.
So Khabib was doing a speaking engagement somewhere in New York.
A real one, or is this AI? There's been a lot of AI Khabibs. It's got my good friend Rogan. It's gotten me before.
So this is from Sports Illustrated.
It's got my friend Kevin Bay. He's fighting JDM.
But
oh yeah, this looks real.
Yeah, so apparently he kind of leaked the information that it's going to be at MSG in November.
Yep.
Brother, be professional. Be quiet. He is now upset because I give mention. But this is his deal with UFC. I don't deal with UFC. This is his problem.
But it's hilarious.
But we have deal with them. He's gonna fight the next one.
That's hilarious. Like, not my problem. I release info. It's his issue. Yeah, it's a great fight too. We got some tasty ones coming. You just gotta get through these bullshit fight nights, fam. I get it. At least they're giving you something.
This is a dope fight. Carlos Ulberg versus Dominic Rhea.
The Chateau, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem? When you look at all those other charlatans, they go late night TV salesmen. This is not like this. The Rothschild code is really distinct from it. But ultimately, he is performing the same function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that's what's described now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to the much more localized manuscript culture. And there were also an example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which is not put in modern context. The controversies over books in the 18th century
Rez, that's going to be in Perth on strike night. Yeah, that's a good one. They're headlining that one. It's a great fight. Yeah. The Dominic Reyes story, I root for him. I love that story too. Yeah, I root for him. And he did IT like me. That's why I like him even more. He did what? IT. Yeah, played football. And football, yeah. Alright, and also this is kind of related to the Perth thing. So Dan Hooker has some issue with the UFC now because he was willing to fight in Perth for that card, even though he had a hand injury and he wasn't like completely healed. But then because he didn't do some sort of like interviews and stuff, because the timing, the UFC revoked his tickets to watch his buddy Hagar fight. Yeah, they took his tickets day of the fight. I don't know if it's the day of the fight. Go back, let me see. Let me see the quote or below. What's he say there? He goes, they tried to get me out of bed at 7:30 in the morning. The UFC booked me for some shit, which is 3 in the morning New Zealand time. I didn't go out. I had an early night, but I did not get out of bed at 3 in the morning to do just about anything. I slept in. I didn't go to the UFC thing. They canceled my tickets to Kai's fight, and so it's like I'm going to rush back and fight injured for a company that's going to cancel my tickets to an event when I traveled all the way to Vegas. I would have fought injured, but then someone at the desk has crossed my name off the list. You work in the office, brother. I work in the, you think there would be a bit more respect there for guys who literally give their life. The amount of blood, sweat, and tears I poured in putting shows on for that company, I thought there would have been a bit more respect there, but there's not, which is cool. Business is business. We can fight on my terms then. I'm not going to break my back for a company that doesn't respect me. Hooker didn't clarify exactly why his tickets, tickets for UFC 317 were revoked, but he made it clear he would not be making any quick turnaround for the promotion, despite wanting to fight closer to home on the Perth card. He wants Armin Sarukian. Yeah, take my money. 20 grand for an extra 10 minutes is the going rate. I'm a logical thinker. In what world do I get $500,000 for 15 minutes and I get $500,000 and 20 grand for half an hour? Oh, Hooker. He went deep into it, yeah. Oh, Hooker. When I used to work in a bloody kitchen factory, do you think I did 8-hour day and got paid a couple $100? And then I'm going to do twice as much work and get a fraction more money? It just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, Hooker's a smart one. Oh, but for the experience, shove up your effing ass, bro. I'm not going to work. I'm not going to work for twice as long. If you want me to go to work for twice as long, pay me twice as much. That's how it works. Correct, sir. That's how it should work. Yeah. I don't know how much more you might go into this. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's business, and the fight that makes the most dollars makes the most sense for the UFC. Yeah, correct, buddy. Yeah, the sooner these guys learn it's all a business, even if you're doing short notice fights, even if you're injured and taking fights still, none of it matters. None of it matters. Oh, that reminds me. Talk to Chris Weidman. Talk to anyone for that matter. Your point about the whole Moicano not taking 200 grand. Matt Brown also talked about that as well. It's like, what the hell are you doing? It's just, yeah, I saw Matt Brown's quote. He was like, he thinks people are like, oh man, you're so loyal to the brand. Good for you. He's like, no, you're a dumbass. Matt Brown's a little more direct than I am, but yeah, he's right. No one's like, dude, good for you. Because again,
This is how it goes for everyone. And I'm not saying the UFC should do it any different. But the fighters have got to look out for themselves. That's all I'm saying. Because the UFC is going to do what's best for the UFC. The fighter, you're independent contractors. You have to do what's best for you, but you're not. And with the whole McConnell thing, I love McConnell. He's a smart dude. But for McConnell, it's like, buddy, you not taking the money, it just hurts you. It doesn't help with leverage in the UFC. Does it help with your career in the UFC? That money's gone forever once you decline it. It makes zero sense across it, but there's no benefit in any facet. There's no benefit in not taking it.
And it doesn't make barely any impact on the UFC. But it makes a huge.
The UFC's already paid the money. For them, it's like they don't give
huge for his life. It's like,
yes, dude. The UFC might reward you main eventing one of these bullshit fight nights. You know? Like, thanks, buddy. Wink, wink. Here's a fight night at the Apex. Okay. And to Hooker's point, it's going to be 5 rounds and we're going to pay you the exact same.
Or just a tiny bit.
Yeah, a fraction of what you should be getting paid.
Okay, this is very sad news. But apparently Shavkat Rachmanov's wife was in a car accident. I believe she was driving a Toyota Land Cruiser and somehow lost control. She had her son in there and 2 other people, and the other 2 other people that were, I guess, close friends of her died.
Jesus Christ.
There's not much.
Kiddos were in the car?
Her son was in the car.
They're fine. Thank God. Man, must have been a terrible wreck. And where was this at?
I guess where they live in Russia, or I don't know where they live exactly. And then here's another thing that's weird, like, that I don't understand. Her last name is different than his last name.
Yeah, they're not married, but
it's his wife, dog.
Oh, weird. Maybe she's one of those, like, Miss Independent. I don't know. Yeah, that is strange.
But yeah, that's, I think,
Jesus. Oh, she hit a big boy. She hit like a straight up truck. Yeah. That's terrible. Okay. I mean, at least the kid's okay. At least they were in the Land Cruiser. Those things are little tanks. Yeah. That's terrible, man.
Yeah, very terrible news. This one, not a big deal. Max always says he probably won't be able to fight for the rest of the year because he has the hand injury since he was punching Dustin in the head. He even told him backstage, "It's like, dude, your head's like, a giant rock or something like that."
He's earned it. Take your rest, King. I'm fine with that.
And this is a cool fight announcement.
That's a great fight.
Benoit Saint Denis versus Restream.
Has anyone fallen off faster and harder than Saint Denis? Like, I was like, good luck being this guy. And then Dustin Poirier, like, hold my house.
That was such cool to see Dustin win that.
That's where he just started doing the comeback. Yeah, Ruffy's must-see TV. Cardio later in the rounds, no issue. If I'm Saint Denis, I'm weathering the storm the first 2 rounds. Is this a main event? It's in Paris. It's a fight night. If it's 5 rounds, that's a tough one for Ruffy. Cardio. He's similar to Connor, you know?
Yeah, everyone compares him to Connor.
Yeah, as you should. He does those really explosive movements, a lot of footwork, but towards the end of the round, all that goes away.
Well, it says it is main event.
Yeah, for Ruffy, 5 rounds, that then mid-third, then 4 and 5 is going to be an issue for him.
I think he pronounces his name Ruffy.
Ruffy sounds cooler.
Yeah, it's like rough, yeah. Alright, here's just a little interesting factoid. Sean O'Malley, after he lost to Rob, wanted to fight your boy, Corey Sandhagen.
Yeah, that's a great fight. I was actually trying to fight Corey Sandhagen when the co-main event fell out for that Max Holloway disappointing fight. Threw my name out. The UFC was like 3 weeks. Me versus Corey would be sweet, but didn't really make sense with the UFC. Corey versus Rob was the next fight to make, but yeah, me versus Corey is a very interesting fight. That one's bound to happen. Agree. That would be such a great fight. Yeah. And I don't want to happen on 3 weeks' notice. Like, I want both to have proper camps. And I bet that fight happens if Corey would lose to Rob. Or what would be best for Sugar Sean is if Corey would have beat Marab. Because Marab's just that. He's the John Jones and he's Gus Finn. It's just never happening if he's champ. So if Corey can somehow pull that out, that gives Sugar a new life, you know. Otherwise, he's gonna have to switch divisions, you know. It gets a little weird. You never beat Rob; it's just not happening.
I know. It's like long get to the small gas tank. It's like a fucking.
Single break here. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explore that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies, so you save time on research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after the episode at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates not available in all states, situations, prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive. Oh, this is what I was talking about before. So this is Neil Magny after the fight. Love Neil. Oh. Who gave him his black belt?
So Rothschild.
What is that? Right there? Neil's such a good dude. It's a weird they award black belts after you knock a guy out. Like, Alex Bayer got his black belt, I think, after he just starched somebody with a left hook. It's like, what? It's kind of like how that guy is. Like, I got my no-gi black belt after I submitted Matt Mitrione with a Darce choke backstage, you know, because it was jiu-jitsu. Yeah. And when a guy starches a dude with his fist, it had nothing to do with jiu-jitsu. I guess maybe they're just looking for a stage to do it on. Like, Neil's been trained so long, he's a black belt. He's always been tough on the ground, super tough.
Is there, like, just because, you know, like in Taekwondo, karate, whatever, there's black belts, but, you know, there's all different disciplines in mixed martial arts. So is there a black belt for just mixed martial arts?
No, not really. I mean, if you get, no, not really. The closest thing would be combat sport that all the daggies have. That's the closest thing to like an MMA black belt. That's why all of them are so damn good at fighting, because they started doing it in Dagestan and Russia, you know? What do they call it? Master of Combat Sports. And it says that he's a black belt or master. That's probably the closest thing to an MMA black belt. In the UFC, you should probably be a black belt in MMA. I mean, you're pretty diverse in all of it.
Yeah, like, you know, great at everything.
Yeah. No one's great at everything, but you at least should be able to mix enough of the arts to be a black belt. I love Neil Magny, though.
That's cool to see.
I have no idea who gave him his black belt, by the way. I think he was a Mall Easton and Elliot Marshall forever. He was with so his coach is at Elevation, so that would be Christian Allen and Cody Donovan, both legit black belts.
And this was a cool stats. I didn't realize this, but so this is all-time most victories in the UFC. Jim Miller, obviously, he's been around forever. Has 27, and Neil Magny is like in second place, tied with Andre.
23. Wow. Shit, Neil might do it. He only needs 4 wins. He only needs 4 wins to take that over. Well, 5 wins to be the champ.
Yeah, but I would never imagine that.
Yeah. He went on a long streak for a while, then he's been fighting so much, and then he'd get to the top, and then obviously his Achilles heel, which is weird to say, but it's jiu-jitsu, right? Like, most times he loses jiu-jitsu. A really high-level jiu-jitsu guy usually submits him. So he'd go on this huge streak, then he'd run to a really good grappler and lose by submission. Big streak, give him a grappler and lose by submission. So he rattles off a lot of wins. And he's been doing it since Ultimate Fighter 14.
So he must be pretty wealthy then, right? To be in that long?
It just depends. It depends Depends what his nut is every month. Depends how was he living outside his means when he first started, which I know Neil he's not. You know,
Yeah, it seems like very
very smart guy. I bet he's pretty well off. Meaning, not that he's filthy rich, but opposed to some of the other fighters.
I don't know how legit this is.
So hold on, go up. So it says Neil Magny's total MMA fight earnings is $2.1 million. Now a lot of people go, holy shit, 2.1 is a lot of money. Look how long he's been in the UFC, since 2013. Now, 2013, so what is that? That's 12 years in the UFC. Just do 2 million divided by 12.
166,000.
So he's making 166,000 after taxes. You know, he's right at 120, and then hold on.
I know.
So it's 120 grand after taxes in Colorado, and then remember, out of that 2.1, take away 10% of that to his managers. So that's 200,000. So now you're talking about $1 million, right? You're talking about, so if it's 2.1, well, let's say, after tax, So 10% of that of 2 million, so 200,000 is going to his agency. It's not crazy,
How much do you pay? What's the average as far as paying coaches?
That's the other, probably 10%.
And there's multiple coaches, right? So
yeah, but you usually, so it just depends how he does it. So some of the coaches go, all right, you guys divide this 10% amongst the camp. It depends how they do it. Some guys just pay a certain cost, like 10 grand per camp. It just depends. 10 grand would be a cheap camp, but it just depends. If it's a percentage, so now you're talking about 20% of that, 2 million, is going to coaches and agents. Or I should coaches and managers. So 10% of 2 million is 200. 20% is 400. So that's 1.8. And then you got to pay the taxes. So you're looking at like 1.3, maybe 1.4. So 1.4 divided by 10. So he's basically making $100,000 a year. He's a 14-year career.
All right. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, so this one I thought was interesting because remember how you said there's no journalists that are like, not that there's no journalists that are asking really hardcore questions, but they're not allowed into the the UFC or whatever.
They just don't allow, man. So it's like a White House press conference.
This girl was from back in the day, and it just started popping up recently. And I'll just show you what she's asking.
Hi, over here. I'm going to start with a couple of questions. John, how come this is the third time we're actually taking focus from the fighters and the fights and talking about what you have in your body, whether it's a picogram or a pictogram? Why have you tested now positive?
Next question, please. Thank you.
Listen to the crowd booing.
All right.
Jeez, I wonder why there's not a lot of people like this.
Do you know why? Tell me, why are we still having this guy here instead of seeing 2 years suspension like right here?
Why are we still what? Suspension? Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
I'm kidding.
How dare you ask real questions?
Better questions. Better journalism. I don't understand what your question is. Better journalism. You suck. Better journalism. Hold on.
Why does she suck? Because she's asking regular questions?
What's the reason for John Jones having a picogram in his body?
That's been the topic of this entire. I told you, like I told Ariel, talk to Jeff Nowitzki about that. If you want to know the science of what's going on, talk to him.
Alexander, what are your thoughts? Because it's been the focus is on this instead of the big fight coming up.
Great question.
Finally, a good question. Finally, a good question. I think it's
I think it's bad for the sport. It's bad for the organization. It's not good for anyone. Having this type of conversations before fights, but whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. We're here now. The fair fight is happening, and I'm happy for that. And I have been ready.
And guess who gets head kicked?
Let's go. Let's do it.
And last question to Cyborg. Cyborg, I can see you don't have that energy in your face. Are you affected about this?
About what?
All this mess.
You don't have energy in your face?
I have more energy. I can fucking
Who is this girl?
How about John? Oh, how dare you? Who is this girl? That's a girl asking some real fucking questions. Yeah. Is it crazy to watch this go? Can you believe they used to do that? I'd love now. Fast forward to now, it's like a question for Dana. Dude, you're the best. What? Dude, when can we expect the next slap fight league? Yeah. Dana, when are we gonna see Connor? Dana, the BMF belt, White House. Like, dude, think about what we get now. Yeah, it's just cookie cutter bullshit, just Nickelodeon bullshit. It's like they're kissing ass or they're plants. They have to. But that was refreshing to see. She's awesome. Let's take a little break because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content as little as 30 minutes. We talk about Sure Shot. If you're going to have some drinks, you want Sure Shot by your side. It's your companion. So you can wake up or in 30 minutes or less, you sober up with a sharper mind and body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. If you're going to drink, this is the way to drink smart. Don't be an idiot. Sober on up and feel good about the drinks you're having this weekend. Go to SureShot.com, use promo code Brendan, get 10% off. Go to your local Bevmo, get a 4-pack for you and the homies. It's everywhere. SureShot.com, promo code Brendan. This guy. Oh, I saw this. You know what? I thought about reposting this, and I thought, you don't want to highlight a guy's fucking downfall. Well, I mean, so for those of you listening, this young gentleman points to the ground like Max Holloway, and then just gets starched. Like, badly starched. Alright, I'll just play it. And it wasn't even like a trade. He points down, the guy goes, cool, boom! I mean, it's a bad knot. If you're just listening to this, he points to the ground, the guy goes, cool, say less. And then it's not like the exchange where Max and Dustin, whoever lands, it's over. The dude just throws a fucking right hand, lands right in his grill, stiffs him, and then continues to follow up and just mollywop him. Yeah. That's the problem. Everyone wants to be Max Holloway, but you better come correct. At least he tried. Yeah. Poor guy. Some dude said, this is where I want to be knocked. Right here. Punch me right here. Alrighty. This is kind of just a silly one. But Tai Tuivasa, apparently fans are like concerned about him because he's gained a little bit of weight. He's living life, baby. So that's holy shit. So I said, ACD MMA, but _ said, we're never seeing Chewy in the UFC octagon ever again. He's a heavyweight. Does he? I forget if he makes it, like he actually hits the threshold. Oh, yeah. No, he's never under 65. No. Okay. He's a big boy, man. Yeah, man. Maybe he's not fighting. No, let him do his thing. Quick one. Dustin Poirier is going to be doing analyst work and commentating following his retirement from actually fighting, so that's pretty cool. That'd be great. I haven't heard him at the desk, but I'm sure he's good. Dustin's a smart guy. Yeah. So remember we talked about Diego Sanchez getting arrested and doing kind of similar stuff as John Jones, like shooting a gun, whatever, in Albuquerque. So this is actual video footage that came out of the arrest. So I'll show you some of it.
Keep your elbow on the field. Keep your eye on that.
They pulled him over after he shooting guns in the air.
Stop right there. Do you have any weapons? Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Okay, turn around. Do a 360 with your hands to the side. Okay. I'm gonna put you in handcuffs, okay? Let's walk this way. Let's walk this way. Walk this way. Okay, walk this way.
Is he drunk?
No, so yeah, this way. Yeah. Let's see your leg. Come on. Please! I'm bleeding! You're bleeding? Put on a shirt. Let me see. I'm bleeding. Hold on. Don't get the scared of the baby, bro. You're not bleeding. You're not bleeding. Let me put your handcuffs. You're not bleeding. Let me fix it for you. But you're not bleeding.
So it's just very, very disturbing to watch.
And then there's the guy, when that guy who's arresting him tells him, like, man, I was a big fan.
Did he?
Yeah, that's the whole video, man. If you watch him grab since he was a little kid, he was a fan of him. That's a bummer, man.
That's so freaking sad.
Let me see his mug.
Actually, I want to hear the part where he says he's a fan.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the video, but
I just want to show you like how he was arrested. It's 5 minutes long.
Yeah, rewind it. Yeah, keep going.
Wait, keep going.
Yeah, stay here. No, go back. Go back. You're missing it because this is the guy who's the fan. Watch. See?
You Diego Sanchez, huh? Yes, it looks familiar, yeah. What's your name? What is your name? Diego Sanchez? Does it mean Diego Sanchez? What's up, man? I want you since I was a little kid.
You can pause it, Jim.
The guy, by the way, his buddy that was driving him, I remember the last article, he was like, even, I'm telling you right now, he has issues, he needs help. Like, he's definitely...
Dude, and I'm telling you, we're just getting to the surface because UFC is so new in the grand scheme of things when it comes to major sports. This is just the surface of what's going to start happening.
BJ...
A lot of guys. Not good.
Okay, well,
sad to see, man.
It's definitely sad to see.
But he won't do any time, right? Just shooting up into the air?
No, I'm sure. Dude, now that I'm watching all these, remember I told you I'm obsessed with like body cams and dash cams and police stuff. The majority of people that do whatever,
they always get released. Yeah, they always get released. They're not going to hold him.
They don't
Especially Diego.
Yeah. Alrighty. Here's just a silly one. Last one. That's a tattoo of Mike Tyson on someone's arm, but it looks like he's actually punching.
Oh, that's sick. It's kind of cool, huh?
It is kind of cool, but I wouldn't do it.
No. But it's fucking phenomenal work. Whoever that tattoo artist is so talented. If you're just listening, it's a tattoo of Mike Tyson on the guy's forearm punching, and his fist turns it looks like Mike Tyson's fist. Yeah, some of the best work I've seen. That's great. Is that it, brother?
That's it. Alrighty. Well, let me get to the
Alright, kids, they're just edging us. I keep telling you, they're just edging us. When's Dana White Contender Series?
Tuesdays, always Tuesdays.
I know, but I think it might be this Tuesday. Or is it next Tuesday? It might be next Tuesday.
Season 9.
August 12th. So that's next week. So next week's a big week for the MMA fans. Because you got Dana White Contender Series. It's great. That's a Tuesday night. Take my fucking money. And they got pay-per-view. So we just got to get through this week and the next week. We just got to hang on and get through the next week. We got one of the greatest middleweight title fights in the history of the UFC. And you have Dana White Contender Series. So enjoy the fight night this weekend if you're looking for your fix. But I'm telling you, it's coming next week. I'll be bringing it here on Monday because you have UFC 319 in freaking Chicago. You got Aaron Pico, who I absolutely love. You got DDP, Hamzat, Michael Venom Page is back against Jared Kennedy. Another great fight for him. Tim Elliott's a fun one.
Dude, Carlos Pratis and Jeff Neal, that's badass.
Yeah, it's a great fight. So they're just edging you, kids. We'll get into that fight next week. Yeah, the whole card's fucking great. But till next time, man. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, do all the stuff. Love you guys. Giving away the TRX at the end of this month. Finally, we're at the last end of the giveaway. It ends this month. August, I think 30th is the last month to enter to win the TRX, fully custom with over $50,000 in mods, over 800 horsepower. This thing's totally tricked out. Ultimate Dad Whip. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win this badass TRX. So go to drivefastallgas.com. If you win the truck and $10,000 cash. That's how we do it. I drove the truck today. It's one of my favorite trucks. This thing's insane. Go to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. Love you. Until next time, I'm out.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX with over $15,000 in upgrades. This is one of one. You won't find another TRX on the road, or a truck for that matter, like this truck that I built. It has over $50,000 in upgrades, and this truck can easily be yours. All you have to do is go to drivefastallgas.com, pick up some merch, you're automatically entered to win. It's that easy. Good luck.
So they're walking around. The only difference is electrical bag of tricks, and you trick them with this use.
What's up, kids? Monday morning, August 4th. Man, we're in August, summer. When's the end of summer, Jen? I don't know, but I'll look it up. End of summer, I assume it's in August, because September... Oh,
September 27th.
Okay, damn. September. Summer doesn't end until September 22. Wow. All right. It is getting hotter here.
I thought I read something about it getting cooler around September, but that must be off then, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's definitely like June wasn't too hot. July wasn't that hot. August is the hottest yet, I'd say.
No, mid-October.
Yeah, he's colder. Oh, well, shit, yeah. Temps across Texas generally begin to cool down with average falls below 100. Not till October. All right.
But it's like,
we have some months to go.
It's like not even like,
yeah, I know.
40s or 50s, 60s.
We'll be all right, though. But it's the hottest it's been so far. All good. Been on the lake. Got some jet skis. Got tee out on the jet skis. I'm freaking ready, A, for school to start. They start, I think, in a week. And B, for sports to start. Tiger starts and Bossy start football and baseball next week. Thank God. Got to get them back in there, man. It's been a long summer, fun summer, but I'm ready for sports, baby. I'm ready for sports. Speaking of sports, at least football's coming back. I think we had the preseason games. Those do nothing for me. At the Hall of Fame game. So I got baseball. My Dodgers are kind of cooking. They just can't get it going. Snell looked good. I know you're going to say he gave up whatever it was, 2 homers. No, yeah, 2 homers or 3 homers to Diaz. Yeah, but the park, it's a minor league park. Those are homers. Nowhere else in MLB. I thought Snell's my guy. He's going to get us through. We just need some pitching. The Dodgers, they just got to get it together. And Mookie's playing so bad. Freddie Freeman's balling, Will Smith is balling, and Tommy's always there. Let's get it going, man. So you got college football popping. I think it's this weekend.
really difficult. It
And
seemed
then
like
NFL
a
still
space
preseason.
for
The UFC has no
players
off
to like
seasons.
show
I
a
would
different
argue
side of
this, what
themselves.
the
or
UFC's
like
doing right now is kind of
it
their
is so
off season.
important. And I
These
think the
fight
best
nights
thing
are their
about
off season.
that weekend
Where they're like,
was
here's
you just got
something
people
just
in the
to
group. So that is how
wet
we
your beak.
always are. You know,
But
it's
it's
not
not,
like
you know.
toxicity with the fans.
No.
Oh, this person hates this person, and
No.
you know, everyone
It
hates
hasn't
each
been
other.
great.
No,
It's
we're
been a slow
so we go
kind
on
of
our field, our
overall
court.
summer in
You're
combat
standing in front of
sport.
something I want. I want the win with my team.
A
I'm
slow,
gonna run
a
through you to
slow
get it.
one.
We step up.
Super
It's
slow
not
one.
personal. And I
They
think
got a fight
everyone just
night
kind of
this
realized
weekend
that
again.
you know, we're all partying together.
For the
We're all
middleweight
friends
division.
on
It's
the
an
court.
important fight.
Personality a little bit more than you do
Roman
in an
versus
interview,
Fluffy.
you know? So I think it was
So
just
it's
fun
important.
to see
There's a lot of implications with that. Yeah, it's like that, man. It's a fight night. It's what they typically do. We've done terrible, but it's not good though, Jen. They're just edging us. They're just edging us for arguably. I'd be down to argue the greatest middleweight fight in UFC history. It's up there. I'm so intrigued by this one. My prisoner of the moment. I feel like DDP Hamzat is one of the greatest middleweight competitions to ever happen in the UFC. You got Hamzat undefeated, boogeyman, DDP already a middleweight great in the prime of his career. I have no clue how this is going to fold out. No clue. No clue. Gun to the head, DDP is so good, so durable, so big, and just finds a way to win. He's just an absolute winner. He's one of my faves. And he's so unorthodox. And they have Hamzat, this boogeyman, that still on the American front, they're kind of like, who's this guy? A little bit, you know? Obviously, cardio was an issue for him back in the day. I can tell you now, personally, with these peepers, I've seen the man train. Cardio is not an issue. But that's all predicated on, let's say Hamzat goes in there and tries to get DDP down in the first 2 rounds and can't get it done, and he gets tired. DDP in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th will finish, you know? So I'm interested to see what Hamzat's game plan is. I'm also interested to see how good DDP's grappling is. I've heard training room stories where he's just this freak, but I've personally seen Hamzat beat world-class wrestlers and jiu-jitsu guys. Like, toy with him. So my question, I know how good Hamzat is. DDP, you know, obviously he's an absolute monster, world champion for a reason. But is Hamzat so good? Is his grappling and all that so good where even DDP can't withstand that the first, you know, couple of minutes? Does Hamzat change his game plan? Because it's a 5-round fight, it's for a world title where he's not what makes him great, where he's this banshee in the first few rounds. Does he slow it down? Try to strike with him? You know, I'm so intrigued by this fight. So intrigued. I bet they fight a few times. This won't be the last of it. It's one of those fights. We're getting a trilogy out of this. It's a Volkanovski, Max Holloway vibe fight. You're like, okay, here we go. Frank Yeager, BJ Penn, you know.
Have you heard the back and forth that Robert Whitaker and Israel Adesanya talked about?
No.
Fighting DDP.
No, and
They're like, dude, he's just like so goofy, but everything works. They couldn't handle it. They couldn't take it.
Like, I don't get it, man.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Because I think too, me too, I'm guilty of this as well. Like, when you watch DDP fight, especially when it's coming up, I was like, oh, this guy is going to get to a certain level, and he's toast. Like, it's a little sloppy, it's unorthodox, and then no one can figure it out. Yeah. And he's massive, and he has cardio, and he's tough. He's just fucking good, dude. But if you were to have a young kid, you wouldn't put on a DDP fight and be like, this is what you need to fight, like, because there's only one DDP. And that could be an X factor in this fight. If you're Hamzat, who do you bring in to mimic DDP? There's nobody.
RDR?
Yeah, RDR maybe. But even he doesn't have the striking or power or tenacity of DDP. I don't know. But again, if I'm Hamzat, I'm like, I don't care what DDP does. I'm going to insert my game plan, my will, and take this dude out. You know, I think that's what from what I've seen, I think that's more of Hamzat's style. Like, I don't care what he does. I'm going to get him down, choke him out, and pound him out. That's it.
It's a fascinating fight. They announced Aaron Pico, who's supposed to fight Evolov, right?
Yeah. But Leon Murphy now?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a tough fight for Aaron Pico in his first one, but that's how high the UFC thinks of Aaron Pico. Have you seen that dude lately on Instagram? Aaron jacked. Insane shape. As well as I've been a fan of Aaron Pico for a hot second. I hope he does well. I hope he's the one that breaks the Bellator curse. He comes over and really look at him with arms out right there. Crap. And he's also grown up. You gotta remember when you saw him in Bellator when he fought at Madison Square Garden, he's a kid. Like that's a grown man there.
Yeah, he's freaking jacked.
Hamza said, "Let me put this flag over my open body." Yeah, Pico looks like insane shape.
And it's Lerone Murphy.
He's stud. It's not an easy fight. Now I like it as an Aaron Pico fan. I like it way more than the Evolov fight. Yeah, way more. I hated that fight for him.
Dude, he's so jacked now.
He's a grown man now. Yeah, I hope he does well, man. I'm praying for that dude. What do you got, Jim? We just got to get to, was it August 16th in Chicago?
I think it was August 16th.
Did you watch the fight night this weekend?
I did.
Yeah, Dan White Contender Series coming up, too.
Well,
I like those. That's fun.
You do, I know.
But get some Asian on Asian crime in the main event.
Yeah,
I figured you like that. Right?
Yes, I did. But there was some funny thing that happened. Not funny, it was a crappy thing, but hold on.
My boy Neil Magny got a KO.
Yeah. And then also I'll show you a video of something that happened afterwards as well. But so Amir Al-Basi was supposed to fight Tatsuro Taira.
Yeah.
And he pulled out with an injury. So he got replaced by this Korean guy named Park Hyun-sung within like 7 days. And then, yeah. And this guy was like undefeated. He won the road to the UFC, or I think it's called Road to UFC, like in Asia. So he was like the guy that won that, and then so he came in there and fought Tatsuro Taira. However, during the press conference beforehand, this reporter not there the same yet. Yeah, this has happened before, by the way. But let me just play this for you.
Just talked about you're sharing this card with a fellow countryman in Tatsuro. Kaya Sakura made his debut in that organization last year. How is the growth of MMA in Japan, and how do you feel being one of the faces of the sport there?
Actually, he's not Tatsuro, he's a part. I think you know. Yeah, no, he's sharing the card. But he's part. That's why I was.
So, oh man, the guy doesn't own it either. Oh god, he posted it. He goes, "This was me. Got my finest mug for sure. Lots going on. But for the record, I did not confuse him."
No, you did. He confused them for being both,
and then doubled down on it.
Yeah, and then he was like, "No, he's on the same card with Park." He was like, "No, this is Park."
Yeah, the guy's like, "No, I know, this is Park." He's like, "No doubt. That's what I meant."
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. That's like that. He's a journalist, so it's like that.
Lots going on, man. But hear me out here. I just want to be clear. I did not confuse him. No, you did. It's all good.
He did apologize, which is like, yeah, that's fine.
Did you see when Bryce Mitchell fought the guy?
Yeah, he was speaking Arabic.
It's tough, dudes. I get it. This reporter, he's probably like, "Oh fuck, man, it's a fight night card, last second replacement." But you just gotta own it. Like, you should be like, "Yeah, I totally messed this up.
Yeah.
My bad."
And you did confuse him.
Lots going on. Didn't confuse him. No, you did it, but it's all good, dude. We're not gonna beat you up over it. Shit happens. People make mistakes.
Yeah, that was actually really funny.
That is funny.
And I think this is the guy. But anyhow, we'll move on past this.
Yeah, happens. Take a little break here, kids. If you've shopped online, chances are you bought from a business powered by Shopify. That's right, they're everywhere. You know that purple shop pay button you see at checkout? We all see it. Whether you buy it on Instagram shop, TikTok shop, they're everywhere. Your favorite clothing brand, that little shop pay button's everywhere. The one that makes buying so incredibly easy if you've used it before, well, that's Shopify. There's a reason so many businesses sell with it, because Shopify actually works and they make it easy to start and run your business. Cha-ching! Shopify is the commerce platform behind 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started like Drive Fast on Gas. We use Shopify. They're the absolute best. Shopify gives you a leg up from day one, all right, with 100 beautiful, ready-to-go templates to express your brand style and forget about the code. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and more. Did I mention that iconic purple shop pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world? It's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. Your customers already love it. If you want to see less carts being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to Shopify. Cha-ching! Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAB, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching!
All right, so Conor McGregor's appeal for his sexual assault lawsuit.
He appealed the sexual assault lawsuit because he was found guilty, right?
Yeah.
And then he appealed it and lost it, right?
Yep. And there's a ton of stuff that he wrote on X, on Twitter. I'm sure you can see that. Yeah. I don't know if you'll go through all this, but this is
Jim's going to win these claims. I won't say innocent because we were both long time to the shakedown awarded this.
This gets confusing too, because I don't understand what he's saying. Like, I'm not paying for this legal process, because that's his home, right? Look at the guy that also, bro.
Yeah, there was something going in. Thomas knows way more about it. Yeah, explain to me. I know. I don't know the details of it. But then there was a witness that was on. I think there were 2 witnesses. Yeah, but then they just were like, oh, no, we don't remember what happened. Yeah.
So apparently she had, like, bruises on her face and everything else, but then the witnesses, from what I recollect, they said that it was from her actual boyfriend. Maybe when he found out what happened, all that stuff, and then they backed out.
Keep going down. I said, I don't know if I was in pain with you because asking about these guys that did it.
I mean, he went on and on and on. Oh, yeah, but he says this is the lack of evidence, but yeah, you remember we talked about this a while ago, there's not CCTV footage that they don't show.
That's the only, if I could just have that CCTV footage, then if it shows Conor, doing what he's accused of, then I'm out, dude. There's no defending him. It's just, that's the only thing, if you're any sort of Conor fan, you're like, can I see that CCTV? Like, why can't we see any of that? What's going on there?
And the ones that we did see, remember, she was, like he's saying, she was smiling and holding after, apparently, all this stuff happened. Yeah, but there's just a ton of stuff that he wrote.
So how much does he have to pay her?
1.4-ish million. For legal costs.
I really consider it.
And then this is her statement afterwards. Just refresh real quick.
This was released in 1981. I wasn't even born.
I want to begin by thanking my legal team, the Rape Crisis Centre, and the 3 judges who delivered this decision today. I'm also deeply grateful for everyone who supported me, those who believed in me and stood by my side throughout this long and painful journey. This appeal has re-traumatized me over and over again. Being forced to relive it, what happened has had a huge impact on me. To every survivor out there, I know how hard it is, but please, don't be silent. You deserve to be heard. You also deserve justice. Today, I can finally move on and try to heal. Thank you.
Have you got any message for Conor McGregor?
How are you going to do this?
That's all I have to say right now. Thanks for
My question, and I have no clue with this legal stuff. Why was it a criminal case? They think there wasn't enough evidence. Oh, I don't know. And then Connor's like, no, there's tons of evidence. That's the reason they didn't go to criminal. Yeah, I don't, it's all a shit show. It's all just a shame, man. On both accounts, it's just a fucking shame.
I don't know what he's talking about. I just
he goes, I was on the stand in a world of fog being accused of a crime I didn't commit, and that I was actually cleared of criminally exonerated by witness present, as well as believed twice over by public prosecutor. Some say the case never went criminal because there was a lack of evidence. That is not the case. It's the opposite. There was so much evidence. They had hours of footage of the victim after the supposed attempted murder and rape of her, partying away, messaging away, leaving the hotel, coming back, etc., up and down the lobby of the hotel, absolutely everywhere and back, and twice. Not a effing bother. Smiling, laughing, dancing, kissing, biting, play fighting. In some watch, I was home hours, and this was all going on. All seen clearly with all the CCTV footage and backed up by multiple eyewitnesses. I wasn't even allowed to introduce crucial evidence that was a part of this criminal investigation decision of being. It's been eye-opening, the entire process. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all just this. All of it's a shame. All of it. Altogether, but I know. This is so tough. There has to be a reason why the court's not allowed that CCTV. That could be, who knows? It's just conspiracy. It could be Ireland are so sick of Connor's shit and antics. Like, no, now we got you. Now we got you. Yeah, that CCTV might go your way and help persuade the judges and the jury. Nah, man. Like, now we got you dead to rights, Like, why wouldn't they allow the CCTV footage?
Is not being public.
The CCTV footage from Conor McGregor case involving Nikita Hand is not being publicly released due to court order preventing McGregor from sharing it. The footage was shown during a civil trial where a jury found McGregor had sex. The footage was shown during a civil trial. Ms. Hand's legal team sought an injunction to prevent McGregor from disseminating the footage. Something considered could be misused and damaged. The jury's verdict. The judge agreed, stating McGregor had no need to hold footage. Weird.
That is very weird. So it does seem like this potentially they have an issue with Conor and they didn't want it. I don't know.
Weird. I don't know.
Yeah, in Ireland, the law is very different too. Like, we can't even talk about something unless it's like completely done.
Yeah, I don't know. It's above my pay grade. It's all just a shit show.
And this is just him being, I don't know. He's been posting a lot on Instagram recently, so I'll just show you some of his posts. He shaved his head, by the way, with a mohawk.
Yeah, the mohawk's tough. He's looking pretty.
Yeah, sure, he's looking pretty. He's been doing a lot of shadow boxing on his boat. And this one is on. I don't know. Tell me what you think of this. Not a huge deal.
Hey, Dana sees videos like this, and he goes, he makes my hair and goes, no, real quick, Exhibit 8, this is why we don't pay. There's tons of money. Look at what the fuck they're doing. He has a crown on, he's on a boat, just fucking, it's just been since he got paid, it's just been a royal fuck up. He's like, this is why we don't pay them what they're worth. This is why. Because they're cage fighters. And they take the money and they buy crowns. That's why. They do crazy shit.
Oh, yeah, Connor's on another level. Does he live on a boat? Like, I've been on a lot of boats lately.
Bro, after like 2 hours, I'm like, get me the fuck off this thing. Get me on a land, dude.
I mean, the boat versus yacht. The yacht's like,
fair point, sir. Yeah, I think he's on different flotation devices.
I love boats too.
But after a while, I don't want to fucking live on it. His whole family's on a fucking boat. But again, yachts might be like apartments, even if it is. Like, I hate cruises. I hate all that shit.
Yeah, but I'm with you. Boats, even when I'm fishing, I love it. 6 hours,
get me out of it.
I'm out.
I jet skied yesterday with T. After an hour, I'm like, okay.
Yeah. It's interesting you turn off the comments too, I think. Most like, yeah, obviously. No, never mind.
Turn it back on. It's very rare you turn off comments. It's a weird move to turn off comments.
Yeah, because it's very obvious. This one was also super weird to me too. He had this girl. Remember that girl that said she saw like an invisible person or something on an airplane?
No.
I'll just show this clip. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
And there's a reason why I'm getting kidnapping everyone.
I would get out the plane. I would be freaked out too. Yeah, even I'm like, all right, even if maybe she's having a mental breakdown, but I'm out.
That's enough, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't need this. No. I don't need to get to San Antonio that bad. I'll fucking take it up. Yeah, I'll drive. Oh, yeah.
But that's her. She's pretty. She's very pretty. But yeah, he had her as a guest at his Blackboard game. Like it's I don't know what's going on there.
And she was there just to like do a spoken word, like tell a story.
Be a celebrity there, I guess. Or
she would be revealing what she saw.
Yeah, very, very odd.
Good for her making a business out of freaking out on a plane.
She has.
She's pretty. It's part of the appeal. So go a break here and we'll jump right back into the gossip in the MMA world. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Breeze. If you're looking for the perfect buzz without the hangover, meet Breeze, spelled B-R-E-Z. Incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink. Their line of feel-good tonics offers a unique blend of hemp-derived THC and CBD, functional mushrooms, nootropics, right? And it's create a social relieving euphoric effect without the traditional downsides of alcohol. And no, these aren't like your typical edibles. You feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour and a half, similar to a cocktail. It's mellow enough for your moms to try, but stackable if you're trying to dial it up, boys. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. So if you're ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/shop. Use the code SHOP for a $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Breeze, drinking has evolved. Consult with a physician before use if you're pregnant, nursing, have any known or suspected allergies, medical conditions, or take any medications. FDA has not evaluated these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 or older. Breeze.
So Khabib was doing a speaking engagement somewhere in New York.
Is it a real one or is this AI? There's been a lot of AI Khabib. It's got my good friend Rogan. It's gotten me before.
So this is from Sports Illustrated. So
it's got my friend Kevin Bay. He's fighting JDM.
But
this looks real.
Yeah. So apparently, he kind of leaked the information that it's going to be at MSG in November.
Yep.
Big professionals. Be quiet, please. He is now upset because I give permission. But this is his deal with UFC. I don't deal with UFC. This is his problem.
But it's hilarious.
But we have deal with them. He's gonna fight.
That's hilarious. Like, not my problem. I release info. It's his issue. Yeah, it's a great fight too. We got some tasty ones coming. You just gotta get through these bullshit fight nights, fam. I get it. At least they're giving you something.
This is a dope fight. Carlos Ulberg versus Dominic Reyes. That's going to be in Perth.
Fight night? Yeah, that's a good one.
They're headlining that one.
That's a great fight.
Yeah.
Dominic Reyes story, I root for him.
I love that story too.
Yeah, I root for him.
And he did IT like me. That's why I like him even more.
He did what?
IT.
Yeah, played football.
And football, yeah. Alright, and also, this is kind of related to the birth thing. So, Dan Hooker has some issues with the UFC now because he was willing to fight in Earth for that card, even though he had a hand injury and he wasn't like completely healed. But then, because he didn't do some sort of like interviews and stuff, the timing, the UFC revoked his tickets to watch his buddy
What?
Yeah.
They took his tickets day of the
Tiger
fight?
fights. I don't know if it's the day of the fight.
Go back, let me see. Let me see the quote there below. What's he say there? He goes, they tried to get me out of bed at 7:30 in the morning. The UFC booked me for some shit, which is 3 in the morning New Zealand time. I didn't even go out. I had an early night, but I did not get out of bed at 3 in the morning to do just about anything. I slept in. I didn't go to the UFC thing. They canceled my tickets to Kai's fight, and so it's like I'm going to rush back and fight Andrew for a company that's going to cancel my tickets to an event when I traveled all the way to Vegas. I would have fought injured, but then someone at the desk has crossed my name off the list. You work in the office, brother. I work in the, you think there would be a bit more respect there for guys who literally give their life. The amount of blood, sweat, and tears I poured into putting shows on for that company, I thought there would have been a bit more respect there, but there's not, which is cool. Business is business. We can fight on my terms then, but I'm not going to break my back for a company that doesn't respect me. Hooker didn't clarify exactly why his tickets, probably that. Tickets for UFC 317 were revoked, but he made it clear he would not be making any quick turnaround for the promotion, despite wanting to fight closer to home on the postcard. He wants Armin Swoop. Yeah, take my money. 20 grand for an extra 10 minutes is the going rate. I'm a logical thinker. In what world do I get $500,000 for 15 minutes and I get $500,000 and 20 grand for half an hour? Oh, Hooker.
Went deep into it, yeah.
Oh, Hooker. When I used to work in a bloody kitchen factory, do you think I did 8-hour day and got paid a couple $100, and then I'm going to do twice as much work and get a fraction more money? It just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, Hooker's a smart one. Oh, but for the experience, shove up your effing ass, bro. I'm not going to work. I'm not going to work for twice as long. If you want me to go to work for twice as long, pay me twice as much. That's how it works. Correct, sir. That's how it should work.
Yeah. I don't know how much more you want to go into this, but
yeah. At the end of the day, it's business, and the fight that makes the most dollars makes the most sense for the UFC. Yeah, correct, buddy. Yeah, the sooner these guys learn it's all a business, even if you're doing short notice fights, even if you're injured and taking fights still, none of it matters. None of it matters.
Oh, that reminds me.
Talk to Chris Weidman. Talk to anyone for that matter.
You know your point about the whole Moicano not taking 200 grand? Matt Brown also talked about that as well. It's like, what the hell are you doing, dude? It's just...
Yeah, I saw Matt Brown's quote. He was like, he thinks people are like, oh, man, you're so loyal to the brand. Good for you. He's like, no, you're a dumbass. Matt Brown's a little more direct than I am, but yeah, he's right. No one's like, dude, good for you. Because again, this is how it goes for everyone. And I'm not saying the UFC should do it any different. But the fighters have got to look out for themselves. That's all I'm saying. Because the UFC is going to do what's best for the UFC. The fighter, you're independent contractors.
That's not it.
Have to do what's
Just called
best
that
for
me.
you, but you're not.
Oh, that's the old
And
one.
the whole McConnell thing, I love McConnell. He's a smart dude. But for McConnell, it's like, buddy, you not taking the money, it just hurts you. Does it help with leverage in the UFC? Does it help with your career in the UFC? That money's gone forever once you decline it. It makes zero sense across the board. There's no benefit in any facet. There's no benefit in not taking it.
It doesn't make barely any impact on the UFC, but it makes a huge.
The UFC's already paid the money. For them, it's like they don't give
for his life. It's like,
yes, dude. The UFC might reward you main eventing one of these bullshit fight nights, Like, thanks, buddy. Wink, wink. Here's a fight night at the Apex. Okay. And to Hooker's point, it's going to be 5 rounds and we're going to pay you the exact same.
or just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, a fraction of what you should be getting paid.
Okay, this is very sad news. But apparently Shavkat Rachmanov's wife was in a car accident. She was driving a Toyota Land Cruiser and somehow lost control. She had her son in there and 2 other people, and the other 2 other people that were, I guess, close friends of her died.
Jesus Christ.
There's not much.
Kiddos were in the car?
Her son was in the car.
And they're fine. Thank God. Man, must have been a terrible wreck. And where was this at?
I guess where they live, Russia, or I don't know where they live exactly. And then here's another thing that's weird, like, that I don't understand. Her last name is different than his last name.
Yeah, they're not married, but
it's his wife, dog.
Oh, weird. Maybe she's one of those, like, Miss Independent women. Yeah, that is strange.
But yeah, that's, I think.
Jesus. Oh, she hit a big boy. She hit like a straight up truck.
Like a semi looking thing.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Okay.
I mean, at least the kid's okay. At least they were in the Land Cruiser. Those things are little tanks. That's terrible, man.
Yeah, very terrible news. This one, not a big deal. Max always says he probably won't be able to fight for the rest of the year because he has the hand injury since he was punching Dustin in the head. He even told him backstage, just like, dude, your head's like, a giant rock or something like that.
He's earned it. Take your rest, King. I'm fine with that.
And this is a cool fight announcement.
That's a great fight.
Benoit Saint Denis versus Restream.
Has anyone fallen off faster and harder than Saint Denis? Like, I was like, good luck being this guy. And then Dustin Poirier was like, hold my hot punch.
Such cool to see Dustin win that.
That's where he just started doing the comeback. Yeah, Ruffy's must-see TV. The cardio later in the rounds is an issue. If I'm Saint Denis, I'm weathering the storm the first 2 rounds. It's just a main event. It's in Paris. It's a fight night. If it's 5 rounds, that's a tough one for Ruffy. Cardio. He's similar to Connor, you know?
Yeah, everyone compares him to Connor.
Yeah, as you should. He does those really explosive movements, a lot of footwork, but towards the end of the round, all that goes away.
Yeah, it says it is main event.
Yeah, it's for Ruffy, 5 rounds. That and mid-third, then 4 and 5 is going to be an issue for him.
I think they pronounce his name Ruffy.
Ruffy sounds cooler.
Yeah, it's like rough, yeah. Alright, here's just a little interesting factoid. Sean O'Malley, after he lost to Marab, wanted to fight your boy, Corey Sandhagen.
Yeah,
that's the UFC.
That's a great fight. I was actually trying to fight Corey Sandhagen when the co-main event fell out for that Max Holloway disappointing fight. Threw my name out. The UFC was like 3 weeks. Me versus Corey would be sweet, but didn't really make sense with the UFC. Corey versus Marab was the next fight to make, but yeah, me versus Corey is a very interesting fight. That was bound to happen. Agreed. That would be such a great fight. Yeah. And I don't want to happen on 3 weeks' notice. Like, I want both to have proper camps, and I bet that fight happens if Corey were to lose to Marab. Or would be best for Sugar Sean is if Corey were to beat Marab. Because Marab's just that. He's the John Jones and he's Gus Smith. It's just never happening if he's champ. So if Corey can somehow pull that out, that gives Sugar a new life, you know? Otherwise, he's going to have to switch divisions, you know? It gets a little weird. You never beat Marab. It's just not happening. Yeah, he's a killer. Let's take a little break here. This episode of The Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called AutoQuote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies, so you save time on research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after the episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, not available in all situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive.
Oh, this is what I was talking about before. So this is Neil Magny after the fight.
Love Neil.
Here we go.
Who gave him his black belt? Was that a butt kick?
Right there.
Neil's such a good dude. Let me see him. It's a weird they award black belts after you knock a guy out. Like, Alex Pierre got his black belt, I think, after he just starched somebody with a left hook. It's like, what? It's kind of hard to tell who that guy is. Like, I got my no-gi black belt after I submitted Matt Mitrione with a Dar stroke backstage, you know? Because it was jiu-jitsu. Yeah. But when a guy starches a dude with his fist, it had nothing to do with jiu-jitsu. I guess maybe they're just looking for a stage to do it on. Like, Neil's been trained so long, he's a black belt. He's always been tough on the ground, super tough.
Is there like, just because you know, like in Taekwondo, karate, whatever, there's black belts, but you know, there's all different disciplines in mixed martial arts. So is there a black belt for just mixed martial arts?
No, not really. I mean, if you get, no, not really. The closest thing would be combat sport that all the daggies have. That's the closest thing to like an MMA black belt. That's why all of them are so damn good at fighting, because they started doing it in Dagestan and Russia, you know? What do they call it? Master of Combat Sports. And it says that he's a black belt or master. That's probably the closest thing to an MMA black belt. In the UFC, you should probably be a black belt in MMA. I mean, you're pretty diverse in all of it.
Yeah, like you're great at everything.
Yeah. No one's great at everything, but you at least should be able to mix enough of the arts to be a black belt. I love it. Yeah, though. That's cool to see. I have no idea who gave him his black belt, by the way. I think he was a Mall Easton and Elliot Marshall forever. He was with so his coach is at Elevation, so that would be Christian Allen and Cody Donovan, both legit black belts.
And this was cool stats. I didn't realize this, but so this is all-time most victories in the UFC. Jim Miller, obviously he's been around forever. That's 27. And Neil Magny is like in second place, tied with Andre.
23. Wow. Shit, Neil might do it. He only needs 4 wins. He only needs 4 wins to take that over. Well, 5 wins to be the champ.
Yeah, but I would never imagine that.
Yeah. He went on a long streak for a while there. He's been fighting so much. And then he'd get to the top, and then obviously his Achilles heel, which is weird to say, but it's jiu-jitsu, right? Like, most of the time he loses jiu-jitsu. A really high-level jiu-jitsu guy usually submits him. So he'd go on this huge streak. They'd run to a really good grappler, lose by submission. Big streak, give him a grappler, lose by submission. So he rattles off a lot of wins. And he's been doing it since Ultimate Fighter 14.
So he must be pretty wealthy then, right? To be in the game that long?
It just depends. It depends what his nut is every month. Depends how was he living outside his means when he first started, which I know Neil, he's not, you know.
Yeah, he seems like a very
smart guy. I bet he's pretty well off. Meaning, not that he's filthy rich, but opposed to some of the other fighters.
I don't know how legit this is.
So hold on, go up. So it says Neil Magny's total MMA fight earnings is $2.1 million. Now a lot of you go, holy shit, 2.1 is a lot of money. Look how long he's been in the UFC, since 2013. Now, 2013, so what is that? That's 12 years in the UFC. Just do 2 million divided by 12.
$166,000.
This is making $166,000 after taxes. You know, you spend $120, and then hold on.
I know.
So it's $120 grand after taxes in Colorado. And then remember, out of that 2.1, take away 10% of that to his managers. So that's 200,000. So now you're talking about $1 million, right? You're talking about, so if it's 2.1, well, let's say, yeah, after tax, yeah. So 10% of that, of 2 million, so 200,000 is going to his agency. It's not crazy,
How much do you pay? What's the average as far as paying coaches?
That's the other, probably 10%.
And there's multiple coaches, right? So
yeah, but you usually, so it just depends how he does it. So some of the coaches go, all right, you guys divide this 10% amongst the camp. Okay. It depends how they do it. Some guys just pay a certain cost, like 10 grand per camp. It just depends. 10 grand be a cheap camp, but it just depends. If it's a percentage, so now you're talking about 20% of that 2 million is going to coaches and agents. Or I should say coaches and managers. So 10% of 2 million is 200. 20% is 400. So that's 1.8. And then you got to pay the taxes, So you're looking at like 1.3, maybe 1.4. So 1.4 divided by 10. So he's basically making $100,000 a year. He's had a 14-year career.
all right. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, so this one I thought that was interesting because remember how you said there's no journalists that are, not that there's no journalists that are, asking really hardcore questions, but they're not allowed into the, the UFC or whatever.
They just don't allow them in. So there's a White House press conference.
This girl was from back in the day, and it just started popping up recently. And I'll just show you what she's asking.
Hi, over here. I'm going to start with a couple of questions to John. How come this is the third time we're actually taking focus from the fighters and the fights and talking about what you have in your body, whether it's a picogram or a pictogram? Why have you tested now positive?
Next question, please. Thank you.
Listen to the crowd booing.
All right.
Geez, I wonder why there's not a lot of people like this.
You know why? Tell me, why are we still having this guy here instead of seeing a 2-year suspension like Frank here?
Why are we still what? What's the question? Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
How
dare you ask real questions?
Better questions. Better journalism. I don't understand what your question is. Better journalism. Better journalism. You suck. Better journalism. Hold on.
Why does she suck? Because she's asking regular questions?
What's the reason for John Jones having a picogram in his body?
That's been the topic of this entire. Listen, I told you, like I told Ariel, talk to Jeff Davitsky about that. If you want to know the science of what's going on, talk to him.
Alexander, what are your thoughts? Because it's been the focus is on this instead of the big fight coming up.
Great question.
Finally, a good question. Finally, a good question. I think it's it's bad for the sport. It's bad for the organization. It's not good for anyone. Having this type of conversations before a fight, but it doesn't really matter to me. We're here now. The fight is happening, and I'm happy for that. And I've never been this ready. Let's go. Let's do it.
And last question to Cyborg. Cyborg? Yes. I can see you don't have that energy in your face. Are you affected about this?
About what?
All this mess.
You don't have energy in your face?
I have more energy. I can fucking
Who is this girl?
How about John? Oh, how dare you? Who is this girl? That's a girl asking some real fucking questions. Yeah. Isn't it crazy to watch this girl? Can you believe they used to do that? I'd love now, fast forward to now, it's like, a question for Dana. Dude, you're the best. What? Dude, when can we expect the next slap fight league? Yeah. Dana, when are we going to see Connor? Dana, the BMF belt. White House. Like, dude, think about what we get now.
Yeah,
it's just cookie cutter bullshit, just Nickelodeon bullshit.
It's like they're kissing ass or they're plants.
They have to.
But that was refreshing to see.
She's awesome. Let's take a little break because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content as little as 30 minutes. We talk about Sure Shot. If you're going to have some drinks, you want Sure Shot by your side. It's your companion. So you can wake up, or in 30 minutes or less, you sober up with a sharper mind and body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. If you're going to drink, this is the way to drink smart. Don't be an idiot. Sober on up and feel good about the drinks you're having this weekend. Go to SureShot.com. Use promo code Brendan. Get 10% off. Go to the local Bevmo. Get a 4-pack for you and the homies. It's everywhere. SureShot.com. Promo code Brendan.
This guy.
Oh, I saw this. You know, I thought about reposting this. And I thought, you don't want to highlight a guy's fucking downfall.
Well, I mean, so for those of you listening, this young gentleman points to the ground like Max Holloway and then just gets starched. Like, badly starched. All right, I'll just play it. And it wasn't even like a trade. He points down, the guy goes, cool. Boom! I mean, it's a bad knot. If you're just listening to this, he points to the ground, the guy goes, cool, say less. And then it's not like the exchange where Max and Dustin, whoever lands, it's over. The dude just throws a fucking right hand, lands right in his grill, stiffs him, and then continues to follow up and just mollywop him. Yeah. That's the problem. Everyone wants to be Max Holloway, but you better come correct. At least he tried. Yeah. Poor guy. Some dude said, this is where I would be knocked. Right here. Punch me right here. Alrighty. This is kind of just a silly one. But talking to about that, apparently fans are like concerned about him because he's gained a little bit of weight. He's living life, baby. So that's holy shit. So I said, ACD MMA but _ said, we're never seeing you shooting in the UFC octagon ever again. He's a heavyweight. Does he? I forget if he makes it. Like he actually hits the threshold. He's never under 65. Okay. He's a big boy, man. Yeah, man. And he's not fighting. No, let him do his thing. Quick one. Dustin Poirier, he's going to be doing analyst work and commentating following his retirement from actually fighting. So that's pretty cool.
That'd be great. I haven't heard him at the desk, but I'm sure he's good. Dustin's a smart guy.
Yeah. So remember we talked about Diego Sanchez getting arrested and doing kind of similar stuff as John Jones, like shooting a gun, whatever, in Albuquerque. So this is actual video footage that came out of the arrest. So I'll show you some of it.
Keep your eyes where I can see you. Keep your eye on that.
They pulled him over after he shooting guns in the air.
Stop right there. You have any weapons? Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Okay, turn around, do a 360 with your hands to the side. Okay. I'm gonna put you in handcuffs, okay? This way. Walk this way. Okay, walk this way.
Is he drunk?
No, this way. Yeah. Let's see your leg. I'm bleeding. You're bleeding? Yeah, could be just put on straight. See, the bleeding now. Hold on. Don't be concerned. They're bleeding, bro. You're not bleeding. You're not bleeding. Maybe I'll still back up. You're not bleeding. Let me fix it for you, but you're not bleeding.
So it's just very, very disturbing to watch.
And then there's the guy, when that guy who's arrested him tells him, like, man, I was a big fan. Did he? Yeah, that's the whole video, man. If you watch him since he was a little kid, he was a fan of him. That's a bummer, man.
That's so freaking sad, man.
Let me see his mug.
Actually, I want to hear the part where he says he's a fan.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the video, but
I just want to show you like how he was arrested. It's 5 minutes long.
You ever rewind it? Yeah, keep going.
Wait, keep going?
Yeah, stay here. No, go back. Go back. You're missing it, because this is the guy who's the fan. Watch. See?
You Diego Sanchez, huh? Okay, you look familiar, yeah.
What's your, do you know anybody's name, man? Diego Sanchez? Diego Sanchez? MMA fighter, Diego Sanchez. No, I know you're next like a. What's up, man?
You can pause it, Jim.
Guy, by the way, his buddy that was driving him, I remember the last article, he was like, even, I'm telling you right now, he has issues, he needs help. Like, he's definitely...
Dude, and I'm telling you, we're just getting to the surface, because UFC is so new in the grand scheme of things when it comes to major sports. This is just the surface of what's going to start happening.
BJ,
a lot of guys. Not good. Okay, well, sad to see, man.
It's definitely sad to see.
But he won't do any time, right? Just shooting up into the air?
No, I'm sure. Dude, now that I'm watching all these, remember I told you I'm obsessed with like body cams and dash cams and police stuff. The majority of people that do whatever, they can always get released.
Yeah, they always get released. They're not going to hold them.
They don't cost
Diego.
Yeah. Alrighty. Here's just a silly one. Last one. It's a tattoo of Mike Tyson on someone's arm, but it looks like he's actually punching.
Oh, that's it. It's kind of cool, huh?
It is kind of cool, but I wouldn't do it.
No. But it's fucking phenomenal work. Whoever that tattoo artist is so talented. If you're just listening, it's a tattoo of Mike Tyson on the guy's forearm punching, and his fist turns it looks like Mike Tyson's fist. Yeah, it's some of the best work I've seen. That's great. Is that it, brother?
That's it. Alrighty. We'll get to the
Alright, kids, they're just edging us. I keep telling you, they're just edging us. When's Dana White Contender Series?
Tuesdays, always Tuesdays.
I know, but I think it might be this Tuesday, or is it next Tuesday? It might be next Tuesday.
Season 9.
August 12th. So that's next week. So next week's a big week for the MMA fans. Because you got Dana White Contender Series. It's great. That's on Tuesday night. Take my fucking money. They got pay-per-view. So we just got to get through this week and the next week.
Just got to get through it.
We just got to hang on and get through the next week. We got one of the greatest middleweight title fights in the history of the UFC. And you have Dana White Contender Series. So enjoy the fight night this weekend if you're looking for your fix. But I'm telling you, it's coming next week. I'll be bringing it here on Monday because you have UFC 319 in freaking Chicago. You got Aaron Pico, who I absolutely love. You got DDP, Hamzat, Michael Venom Page is back against Jared Kennedy. Not a great fight for him. Tim Elliott's a fun one.
Dude, Carlos Proctus and Jeff Neal, that's badass.
Yeah, it's a great fight. So they're just edging you, kids. We'll get into that fight next week. Yeah, the whole card is fucking great. But till next time, man. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff. Love you guys. Giving away the TRX at the end of this month. Finally, we're at the last end of the giveaway. It ends this month, August, I think 30th is the last month to enter to win the TRX fully custom with over $50,000 of mods, over 800 horsepower. This thing's totally tricked out. Ultimate Dad Whip. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win this badass TRX. So go to drivefastallgas.com. If you win the truck, get $10,000 cash. That's how we do it. I drove the truck today. It's one of my favorite trucks. This thing's insane. Go to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. Love you. Until next time, I'm out.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX with over $15,000 in upgrades. This is one of one. You won't find another TRX on the road, or a truck for that matter, like this truck that I built. It has over $15,000 in upgrades, and this truck can easily be yours. All you have to do is go to drivefastallgas.com, pick up some merch, and automatically enter to win. It's that easy. Good luck.
Treat each other appropriately in business and so on. Angry about this, he ends up getting into conflict.
Now, Brandon, take the
What's up, kids? Monday morning, August 4th. Man, we're in August. Summer. What's the end of summer, Jen?
I don't know, but I'll look it up.
End of summer. I assume it's in August because September. Oh,
September 20th.
Okay, damn. September. Summer doesn't end until September 22. Wow. All right. It is getting hotter here.
I thought I read something about it getting cooler around September, but that must be off.
I don't know. It's definitely like June wasn't too hot. July wasn't that hot. August is the hottest yet, I'd say.
Mid-October.
Yeah, it gets colder. Oh, well, shit, yeah. Temperature across Texas generally begin to cool down with average falls below 100. Not till October. All right. But it's like, we have some months to go. It's like not even like, yeah, I know. 40s or 50s, 60s. We'll be all right, bro. But it's the hottest it's been so far. All good. Been on the lake. Did some jet skis. Got tee out on the jet skis. I'm freaking ready, A, for school to start. They start, I think, in a week. And B, for sports to start. Tiger starts and Boston start football and baseball next week. Thank God. Got to get them back in there, man. It's been a long summer, fun summer. But I'm ready for sports, baby. I'm ready for sports. Speaking of sports, I mean, at least football's coming back. I think we had the preseason games. Those do nothing for me. You had the Hall of Fame game. At least I got baseball. My Dodgers are kind of cooking. They just can't get it going. Snell looked good. I know you're going to say he gave up whatever it was, 2 homers. No, yeah, 2 homers or 3 homers to Diaz. Yeah, but the park, it's a minor league park. Those are homers. Nowhere else in MLB. I thought Snell's my guy. He's going to get us through. We just need some pitching. The Dodgers, they just got to get it together. And Mookie's playing so bad. Freddie Freeman's balling. Will Smith is balling. Otani's always there. They'll get it going, man. Well, let's, so you got college football popping. I think it's this weekend. And then NFL still in preseason. And the UFC has no off seasons. I would argue this, what the UFC is doing right now, is kind of their off season. These fight nights are their off season. Where they're like, here's something just to wet your beak. But it's not. No. It hasn't been great. It's been a slow kind of overall summer in combat sports. It's been a slow one. Super slow one. Then you got a fight night this weekend again. For the middleweight division, it's an important fight. Roman versus Fluffy. So it's important. There's a lot of implications with that. Outside that, man, it's a fight night. It's what they typically do. Not terrible, but it's not good though, Jen. They're just edging us. They're just arguably.
Welcome. How are you?
I'd be down to argue the greatest.
What up, Rabbi?
It's up there. I'm so intrigued.
Can you hear me?
Am I a prisoner of the moment?
Yo. How are you? It is my 24/7 live stream. How are you? I am not. Why do I have to be in Israel? Yeah, there are many rabbis such as myself who are in the diaspora. It's anywhere outside of Israel. How'd you find out about me, Versailles? Verai? Okay, where'd you meet Solomon? Okay, very cool. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend. I am. It's my last name. Yes, sir. I'm just working on my robots right now. We're all related. We're all related. There are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. How's your day going? What's truck? What do you mean you're doing trucks? You said you're doing trucks? What does that mean? What does doing trucks mean? You're doing trucks? You insect into their vein? What does that mean? I don't understand what you're saying. What does it mean to inject into their vein? That's correct. Feel free to watch the Jewish history lectures. That was fun.
Says the decision to Trump-proof the state with a legal war chest was not meant to be antagonistic, but rather to stand up for California values. The state has sued the Trump administration 37 times in just over 6 months of Trump's second term. On the third anniversary of a crash in La Brea that killed 6 people and hurt 8 others, the LA Urban Policy Roundtable is demanding LA County DA Huckman try the driver in charge. Nurse Nicole Linton is accused of driving at 130 miles an hour, running a red light, causing a crash. On August 4th of 2022, Roundtable President Earl Ilfari Hutchinson says that 3 years of delay in the trial, which he says is unfair to the families of those involved, the community, and the legal system. A new database is available to the public focusing on use of force by police.
The Public Records Access Project lets users search the statewide database by officer name, chief order, county, or agency. Many times reports give the public access to internal affairs records and show how law enforcement agencies throughout the state handle misconduct allegations. User forces that results in death or service injury. The database is built by UC Berkeley and Stanford and published by Times, San Francisco Chronicle, KQED, and Cal Matters.
A brush fire that broke out in San Bernardino National Forest between Anza and Pinyon Pines charred about 125 acres, and that prompted the closure of Highway 74 before Cal Fire aircraft slowed its advance. A fire is still burning in the mountains in Santa Barbara County. ABC's Ellen Stone says huge plumes of smoke can be seen over Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo.
The Gifford Fire has now burned over 65,000 acres since it started last week, burning in a mostly rural area.
Southern California is starting a week-long heat wave conditions that can cause wildfires. Watch Duty is reporting that there is a fire in West Hills. It's near the 8900 block of Megan Avenue It hasn't burned very many acres. About an eighth of an acre in light flashing pools, and trees are burning on the top of a ridge. Homes are threatened. Of course, being watching this. Texas state Democrats are standing firm on their decision to leave the state to break the quorum of the special legislative session. Republicans are trying to pass a new congressional map that would create up to 5 new Republican seats. Texas Democratic Representative James Talawico says their decision to leave is reasonable.
I have participated along with my colleagues in a long American tradition of standing up to opponents of civil disobedience of good trouble.
Texas Governor Abbott has ordered lawmakers to return or face a $500 daily fine or possibly be removed from their position. The European Union will suspend its 2 packages of countermeasures to U.S. tariffs following a deal with President Trump. ABC's Inez de la Platara says the countermeasures will be suspended for at least 6 months.
Trump's executive order last week said tariffs on goods will be 15%. The EU's counter tariffs were initially meant to respond to U.S. steel and aluminum duties, as well as Trump's baseline and art.
Switzerland, which is part of the
Welcome, my friend. Hello. How's your day going?
Some places in the morning, then it'll be sunny again. For Metro LA, low to mid 90s in the valleys, low 90s to the triple digits in the high desert, and the high windy for the high desert.
I'm too old. Calm down with your questions. I know, I'm not here to be interrogated, though. Feel free to watch the Jewish history lectures. I'm working on something, my friend. If you do have questions, including my age and all the other stuff, there's a section of this Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Ask me any question that you want in there, and when I have time, I'll get to it. You do in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. Yes, you do. You click on it, and there's a little box that says send a message.
By the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. This tragic story has been dramatized and many different cultures. Here, for example, you see
That's a great question to ask me in the Ask Rabbi Anything section.
He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a Jewish Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had, in many ways, just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown of Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet, nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians who had never had any experience with Judaism and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, Like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Costa, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 15 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and matriarchs, David and Solomon. He sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted, but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Uriel Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. When I get to the end of the story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we described here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have a community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself into the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual, spiritual disagreements with the community. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall become a very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself
Folks,
to the community.
Look at this athleticism.
Engage in these activities.
Shout out to Solomon.
The Jewish court imposed an extremely harsh sanction upon him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a singular lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And then, amazingly, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him, which was a sign of abject humiliation. He was incredibly depressed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called, in Latin, he wrote Latin, Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life. Terrifying story. Obviously, individual.
There he is. What up, Pimp? How you living, baby? Rah, rah, rah. Rah, rah, rah. Rah, rah, rah. What's good, son? Yeah, dog. And then again at like 10 and 11 and 12 and now 3:20. Are you ready? Okay. So I have to put. No one knows what you just said. What'd you say, Pimp? From Ankala? What does this one do? Oh, I've gotcha. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Are you proud of that shot? I think it was brilliant. They're berries, technically. I looked it up. So quit calling them cherries, dog. They're berries. Psycho Bite.
Conversation about healing purpose and how he turned pain into poetry. It's real, it's raw, and it's seriously inspiring.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Do you think all of the colors come up equally or some more than others? Yeah. I get that.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Pacific Flight 21.
Do you know about Canadian Pacific Flight 21? It is the largest unsolved murder in Canadian history. Whatever you want to do about it, baby. It, I think it was somebody took down a plane. You're at max hit points, son. You're at max hit points. Are you proud?
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. Half of love was supposed to be falling up with another half. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app.
The next year, like full of cocaine, caviar turned into kidnapping and torture. It's coming up tomorrow, Tuesday.
That was Newfie.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on every day from 1 until 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, John Copeland's show on demand on the iHeart app. A minute ago, teaser Devin. You should waste it. I don't know. Say where you're going, when you're going. At some point, you're going to go on vacation. And as you know, this I call this running joke. Except it's not a joke. Terrible things happen to whatever country she goes business. There's something that hadn't come to 100 years, and here you were. And then you were about to see Israel and Egypt.
Exactly.
Right. And forwards. And spend an overnight
don't forget getting COVID in Mexico. COVID in Mexico, that's right. That's right. So, there's actually the State Department's tracking budgets. And
I'm going to try and fly it.
something that's happening to me. We're going to later this summer. And my son.
I don't think it ever gets to like 5 or 6, or like I guess they would automatically go away if they had that. But like it just seems like there's like some kind of AI limitation.
This story just jumped out at me over the weekend. They have found along the
Right. What's OP? Ocean Pacific? Oh, okay. Not original poster?
four nests. Done a good job with the leftover because they tested the nests and it had allowed by the federal government for radiation.
You love quads.
Radioactive nests. It was near tanks of stored liquid nuclear waste. But it looks like the liquid nest with insecticide removed them. And then radioactive waste. No wasps were found inside, but it's gross. Radioactive.
You still gonna go?
Well, I'm not stopping in this town. Awesome search tests.
I hate those.
I am terrified. My wife, she's got bad allergies. She's laid out on the ground, right on the side.
They're berries, dog. Quit calling them cherries.
They claim it was not caused by a leak, that it was always sitting. Then they found 3 more nests at the facility. They're called hot wasps. They could be contaminated, right? If you're living in a nuclear nest, you're going to be flying around, and you can, I guess they glow in the dark. Still growing the Geiger counter as soon as it starts ticking, they claim there's no evidence of public danger. I wonder how many other stories are like this. They now have 4 wasps.
I didn't notice it.
That is not an easy phrase to say. 4 wasp nests in custody. I think it's radiation. The limits was not that low. Our trip. We come back now, we're going to do the who you were in a homeowners association?
I wasn't. My grandmother was. Yes.
Homeowners associations are really deranged.
They don't have anything better to do.
There's all kinds of questionable things always happening with the money. I've rarely been involved with one.
Why didn't it do damage to you?
There's a California housing bill that was passed by the state. This is a rare bill. Associations regarding all the fines that they
I want you to go and quit J-Orn.
Forest Service crews are dealing with a fire that's burning in the San Bernardino National Forest. The Gold Fire, to be called, is east of Santa Rosa Truck Trail. It's burned now about 350 acres. As a precaution, the CHP has shut down both sides of the two-lane Highway 74. 371 to the west, and Youth Mines to the east, which is about 6 miles. I told you about it.
Yeah, because that's like the special thing in this one.
This is brought to you by Semper Solaris. Hospitality workers in LA have filed the paperwork found measure to give people a say on some.
What are you gonna do, pimp? What are you gonna do, pimp? Quad. Wait. I don't know if this helps. 5.
State Democrats in Texas are defending their decision to leave the state to rate rather than
5 doesn't. I agree.
Republican seats. ABC's Catherine Balders says Governor Greg Abbott is content condemning the move. House Democratic Caucus says Democrats are just doing what they have to, and workers at both strike. First time in almost 30 years, about 3,000 machinists walked off the job after union members voted down a deal that would raise wages by 20% and boosted retirement contributions. We're going to go.
You have a huge lead. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. That was not neat.
This works. And this offer will match what you'd end up with if you paid for expensive repairs and agent commissions, selling it traditionally. Plus, you don't have the hassle of listing your home. Buy the home as is for cash. Call Seller's Advantage for no obligation offer. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is.
Extra move.
2747 sellersadvantage.com.
Fuck you, man. You were just yapping away over there.
Right now, 85 in the Woods, 86 in Rancho Santa Barbara. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. So this one is on the Lake Avenue and the left lane, and that ride is slowing down the freeway. You're also slowing on the westbound side of the 210 just to take a look. Watch for delays away from Sierra Madre as you continue back towards Fair Oaks. Park.
No. Yeah. Okay, we're going to change it. We're going to do, instead of all pick, it's draft pick. So you have to, like, I don't think we can have the same guy. Riser selects. What are you doing taking my guy? Oh, I guess. Because I got to go first. Are you going to pick something? Or are you just going to jave? I know. Did we get new things? I got a new thing. We haven't used this one. Matching berries harms 5 damage.
There is an option of striking a deal that will bring down some of these tariffs, provide greater certainty to investment. Believe there's a great deal of common ground.
Yeah, Electro Kitty sucks.
Canada in terms of building two strong economies that work well together.
The Federal Trade Commission warning consumers about a scam involving Amazon. Sarah Lee yesterday. It actually has nothing to do with the international e-commerce company, but with fraudsters trying to make it look legit. They're sending phony text messages claiming to be from Amazon, saying an item you bought has been recalled. The FTC says don't call or don't click on the link offering a full refund, or you could be ripped off by scammers.
Wait, it does damage to you when you get berries? It says all berries on board are poison. Consuming matching them will damage a player 5 health. Does it surprise you sometimes how athletic I am? I would agree. Is like the what? Yeah. Well, it could be like a 30-point shift.
Now, there is a benefit. Just going to say that you're not going to have these yucky, beat-up old cars that just sit in front of your house forever and nobody cleans them, right? After they're scooped up, and other unsightly things that happen all the time to you.
You have to solve the homeowners association.
Only because of that. But if I want to paint my house a certain color, but also though I really don't want to live next door to somebody that paints their house on me. Even though I do like hot pink.
That's one of your favorite colors.
I know, I love hot pink.
You're famous for your hot pink outfits.
But I
Gigantic fuck up. Maybe the biggest fuck up we've ever seen. Dude, Slick Kitty sucks. Or whatever, Electro thing sucks. No, it sucks. Do you just want to give up? Well, you give up on a lot of other games, so it wouldn't surprise me if you wanted to give up now. Yes, you can. They are, but they hurt you. Yep. Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good in your neck of the woods? How'd you find out about me, G? How'd you find out about me? Oh, not really. You're in what? Doug, no one can hear you. What did you say? Okay. How's your day going, pimp? How's your day going, pimp? Okay, how is it? How's your day? That's what I like to hear, son. I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, baby. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm just playing a game with Riser, enjoying life. Here's a 5, Riser. Riser. I now have Electro Kitty. Electro Kitty is now Axel Rays. What are your thoughts? Thanks, baby. Yeah. Yeah. That was good. That was good.
Twice in my life, both times in Argentina.
Wow, that's all I. No, I mean, I know there are some houses, seriously, they look exactly the same, but you have to look at the address, so you don't make that mistake.
Are you proud of that extra move? Dog, are you proud of that extra move? Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
Celebrated in LA, and humanitarian officials say the crisis in Gaza is getting worse.
Do you know what heel leaf does? It's a 30-point swing. It's a 30-point swing, baby. Dude, you took my shit. Dude, you took my shit.
Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Are you gonna go? That's not reverse psychology. That's straight up psychology, pimp. Oh, because your thing sucks. No, you didn't. Why didn't you evolve anything? Flair, are you proud of that move? Oh man, this sucks. I don't have anything good. He was brilliant. Yep. I'm ready for it, pimp. All right. I'm ready for your move. Oh, baby. Electro. I beat you with the shittiest shit ever. I don't like that one. Let's do whatever you want to be. I'll pick. I want my green one, and I want my red one. I'm confirmed, baby. I'm waiting on you. What are you doing, J-Yorn? Are you J-Yorn? Dog. Do the Electro Cat and the blue one. What'd you do? The blue one? You did do that. Wow, that's one time. It's Riser's turn. They're berries, correct. And I'm saying that you said it correctly. Dog. Will you please sing songs of William Montgomery at the Bridgestone Arena? Will you please sing that song? It goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. Okay, well, why don't you get a fucking blue one? And yes, you have. Dude, you fucked me. Dude, F you, man. Yes, it was. Are you gonna go? Yo, dog, are you gonna go? One tile is at the start. Are you proud of that move?
neighborhood homes. There's nothing in the ordinance that sends them, forces them into treatment. Now, you know what's amazing? For all the lobbying that goes on, businesses in all these cities seem incapable of driving the mayor and city council with enough money to
Whoa. Whoa, what's that? That's Stefan. Whoa, he's huge.
mayor for quite some time, and he never did anything.
Russ.
Drug addicted.
That thing might be.
It added an extra percentage point on wealthy people. And then all this money sitting in their accounts. Much of it wasn't spent.
Thanks, baby.
There's a councilwoman up in Sacramento named My Thing. She was against this new mayor, Kevin McCarty's ordinance to get the homeless off city hall property. And she said this policy is not built out to treat the health of our neighbors. Oh man, that's our city language, our neighbors. Yes, fellow. It's not addressed the price. Causes the crisis are police.
Are you gonna go? Dude, that thing is great because it makes everything blue.
If there's enough mental health professionals and drug addiction professionals that exist to staff these facilities, but they never staff them. They just, and you know why? Because they don't actually care. Eventually, sleeping at City Hall lawn, they're going to die. They're going to die of their drug addiction and mental illness. They're going to, I'm sure.
Dude, that's big time. Dude, that thing is unfair. I'm about to die because of that one guy. Just kill me. Okay, cool. I want the blue one. And I want the blue one, and I want the green one. I want the blue one. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. Are you going to go? Evolving restores 10 hit points. Let me go first. Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Should a temporary restraining order on the immigration stops while the appeals court upheld that on Friday. Longer injunctions been scheduled for late next month.
Dog, what in the fuck? What do you think of that move? Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yes, it does. Quad. That should count for two.
Last month was estimating that 1 million women are at risk of starvation right now.
Signed a contract saying that the copyrights will revert back to me after 35 years. But we've done all the things legally to get our copyrights back. Their songs like Respond motion to dismiss the lawsuit. South weather from Camp cloudy and cool and comfy through the night tonight. Lows around 50 degrees, gradual clearing tomorrow and a couple degrees hotter. Highs mid to upper 70s in the beaches, mid to upper 80s, Metro LA, Orange County. Above 110 further out in that Inland Empire, Palm Springs area. A couple more degrees of heat Wednesday and Thursday, then a little relief coming Friday and the weekend. Right now, 73 at the Good Beach, 83. It's going to be 84 in Thousand Oaks. The Dow was up big today. First Friday, it was up 585 today. It's up 92. It's slow in Hawthorne.
405 freeway, you're on the brakes ahead all the way to Lakewood Boulevard. 605. Now, for 605 North Connection, those two Norwalk from the 105 all the way towards Whittier Boulevard, Washington Boulevard. You've got pocket delays through that stretch, and then it's a little crowded ahead between the 60 and the 10. Out of Pasadena, the eastbound side of the 210, loading up from the 130 freeway. Heavy all the way to Wood. Baseline as you continue towards the 15 freeway. 15, there's a crash on. Looks like it's on the north side of the 15, right at the 210. Kind of low and solid getting off of the 10 freeway with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Uh-oh.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up. Show me love them. Keep them safe. Visit NHTSA.com/. Brought to you by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down the criminal network hidden in the shadows? Not tell them, but I know that they're the ones who
The darknet. Journalists will expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your player 4. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
We tried to ignore all the things. No, we didn't. We didn't like it. We didn't like it.
Hunting Red. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and
Welcome, pimp. Yo, dog, how are you?
Grocer took the week off last week, and he's back. Angel's back. I don't know if he took any time off. Velio took some time off, and we're all back. So that's, I guess, good news for people, and horrible news for people that don't, you know, what they do. And please, everybody else there. Over the weekend, I saw the WNBA. Some guy, we'll get to our first guest. Some guy, and it happened not once, but twice in 2 different games.
It was genius.
Yeah, and I thought, well, that's kind of, first of all, an odd purchase for the young man, right?
Multiple same person as far as we know.
I don't know. I don't know in the green dildo game.
Did it stick the landing when it landed, or what happened?
No, but nobody knows. Ricky Bobby kicked it. She seemed like she was mad at it for some reason. And then a referee picked it up with a towel, put a towel over it like it was a bird. Picked it up, and then both teams sent notes saying, hey, we're going to throw this thing away, you know, if we use an extra. It was an odd thing. But I think Alex Stone is going to talk more about that. Sure was a pickle. But it was an odd thing. Did you see it? No. Oh, man, I did. You know, I love the fact that a guy, you know, look, it had to be a guy. Women don't do that. And it had to be a guy, and he was sneaking into the auditorium or the arena.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just... I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? That's what you do? You evolve into the Scorpicon? Are you gonna go? That was your move? One of the least impressive moves I've ever seen. Don't do that. Dude, fuck you, man. Baby. Baby. Extra move.
This is a dangerous individual who was committed an absolutely heinous crime against his victims.
Hydro Rush, son. What a fucking comeback. What a fucking comeback. How do you like that, baby? How do you like that? How do you like that, baby? How do you like that? How do you like that? All right, Karam time. We'll be back. We'll be back to that. But I need to see how good you are at angles today. If you've been working on your angle work. What did you think of that comeback? Do you want to be interviewed? Dude, you're the one who's going first. You what do you mean host advantage? You going first. Dog. That was well guess what? It's not. Thanks. Thanks, dog. No way. No way. Do you think I could make this? How about those two in the corner? Shh. Are you gonna get the red one? Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J your? New fee. New fee. Oh, dog, that was a thing of beauty. Okay, this is old fashioned style, dog. This is old fashioned style. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Oh yeah, but usually someone would say like a diner because donut shops still can be modern. It's like I'm hearing myself make fun of myself. Are you gonna go? Thanks for putting in. I said it's like the old fashioned style, and you're like, okay, oh, like a fucking donut shop. It's classic, dog. Dude, what do I even do here? I made it very difficult for you. Thanks. Thanks, dog. Oh, that's an easy shot for you. You don't see it. You don't see it. I'm not going to tell you if you don't see it. You don't see it. Then get it. Then get it. Are you going to get it? Beautiful shot, dude. Look at you. Look at you.
Start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Are you going to go? Or are you just going to J you? Yeah. I'm waiting. Where's the newfiness of it? I would have made it. Why do you call it a puck? It's a slider, son. Use the correct nomenclature. Look at this shot. Okay, well, does this look like air hockey? Okay, where's the air part? Where's the hockey part? I don't get how this is like air hockey at all. All I know is that we're witnessing greatness right now. That's all I know. I just know that we are witnessing greatness. Perhaps some of the greatest. I'm not good at these shots. Right here, this is the hardest kind of shot for me. I'm not good at it. That's because, oh, dude, easy. You really want to win one, don't you? I bet it keeps you up. And do you want to do an Olympics? Not yet. This is a practice. But do you want to do an Olympics? Okay. Well, then this counts. Once, I know they're not, but ones almost seem pointless in comparison to twos. Wow, you got 5. That was absolute dog shit, dog. I'm going to show you how it's done. Shoot. What are your thoughts on how I got 9 and you got 5? Do you want to be interviewed? It just shows I'm consistent, baby. Are you proud of that shot? Dude, you got 3. You know you were trying to get it in the basket, right? What are your thoughts? You have 8 and I have 14. Do you want to be interviewed? That's a make. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a make. Look at this motherfucker go. Look. Oh, that would suck. 10 points. That's pretty good. You know what the key word is in there? One. 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 Are you ready for a rematch? I mean, you could always send it to me. Here we go, baby. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a beautiful make. It was beautiful. Dog. Almost a record. Don't distract me. Do we have an upset in the making? Don't fuck up. Whatever you do. Oh, he starts off with a swish, folks. That was a big swish. This motherfucker's another swish. It might be over for Rabbi, folks. It might be over. It might be over. Are you ready to play Literati? No. Mancala. Literati. Congratulations on how I let you win. Not to suck dick. Then I'll let you go first.
younger people, younger moms and younger dads who wanted to have a nice life for their children, and they moved to Santa Clarita and Valencia. Then they discovered that to have a nice house out there and two beautiful cars and raise a family, mom and dad both have to work. So, latchkey kids that do whatever they want. One day I got home at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And I think this is starting to who have kids.
PORRIDGE.
Everyone's going to be at that person's house. And that's where it was in the valley when I was growing up. You always went to a house where the mom and dad were not going to be home. And it continues out there in Santa Clarita. Beautiful, beautiful town. It's the best. I love Santa Clarita. And if I had I'd do it all over again, I'd definitely move out to Santa Clarita and raise my daughter.
A teenager in Santa Clarita arrested at gunpoint.
What the hell's going on in Santa Clarita?
After he allegedly smashed a glass bottle over another teen's head. At Pacific Crest Park in a Saugus neighborhood. Frustrated residents on Garden Canyon Drive say they've raised the alarm for months about large groups of kids disrupting the peace.
Dog, do you know what this reminds me? Quit with that garbage.
Residents say weekends can draw crowds of up to 300 kids to the park. Drinking and staging.
Look it, I got that lead back, baby. What the fuck is goose? I gotcha. Are you proud of the way that you're playing? Riser, are you proud of the way that you're playing? Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor? It seems to me like you are joined J-Yorn.
But the residents say the problems persist. Well, they hope this arrest will.
Dog, what's it like to give me a huge lead? Dog, what's it like to give me a huge lead? Dog. 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 Dog.
Jobs added in July than anticipated. The assistant will try to weaponize the bureau. This report brought to you by Sweet James.
No, you can't say that now. While I give you the first chance to go. No, it's not. Why is it? We both speak English. Did you know that Lonnie Anderson died? I'm waiting.
Temps overnight tonight, sunny and a bit hotter tomorrow through Thursday, and a little bit cooler Friday and for the weekend. And right now, 77 in Culver City, 78 in Santa Ana. Let's head out to industry.
This is a work zone on 60 heading westbound from the Fullerton Road towards the zoo. So that's where the right lane's off limits until about 5 this evening.
Do you like this move? It's like a smart woman. Do you want to be interviewed on your lack of Maven knowledge? It's also the name of a search engine that Ghislaine Maxwell's sister invented. Are you gonna go?
This was the choice he faced. Said, you are a number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Is that a faucet, Rudy? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million clean water. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe. I didn't know the trees are so amazing. Yeah.
Dog. Remember that time you thought I only had to double your score, but I actually just needed to beat it 1-on-1?
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person
Hog.
police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What if they never return? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police could properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place. Wouldn't have chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country.
Do you think you will ever beat me at literati?
You can hear the full story to live, die in LA. Listen and follow this podcast for free. Radio and podcasts all in one.
But here's what we're working
demonstrating at a music festival after party in downtown LA. Convicted murderer Eric Menendez is back in prison after staying in the hospital.
54-year-old was hospitalized with kidney stones last month. Family members say he needed surgery.
AFI News is on it.
Taken by this week, has talked about bringing in revenue for the country, about fixing trade imbalances.
AFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. AFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Dude, you might win.
They'll drive through here 70, 80 miles per hour, burning up people's front yards, throwing trash.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
It was fireworks. It's not the F word now, but it's just,
Fireworks sometimes.
you're like, no.
The M80s or whatever the fuck they mean.
But I want to hear what that was with and then normal without some idiot going back and editing. It sounded like
Urinating people's front yards, throwing trash, loud noise, fireworks sometimes.
like fireworks.
Oh, dude.
All right, we had a sad weekend. I found out yesterday that our buddy Michael Bryan passed away. Sad. I know he's Martinez. We were very close with Mike. He was the voice of the reporter in the sky. That was airplane. He worked for CNN for a long, long time. And that was stolen. And he came over here and he seemed to be happier over here than he ever was in his life. He was a bigger than life character. And I always saw him at Santa Anita. Always saw him at Santa Anita. So I was there last night at Santa Anita. It's around 8:30 at night. I'm in the basement with 15 other total losers betting off track. And we're betting low salad. We don't either have money to go down there or the transportation to go down there. So we go to Santa Anita and bet off track. And it's wild. Loserville. And including myself in it. And I'm looking at the program and I see track just right? The comedy guy in track. And I always thought, oh, that's Michael Bryan for sure. He was always the loudest, funniest guy in track. And I put a 10 on that horse. It won by 5 lengths. So it went up 17-1. And I'm sure that Michael Bryan was at Santa Anita. He helped me out last night, that guy. He was a really cool guy. Kids, too. I always saw him. He was always, every time I saw him on his day off, he was with his kids. Every single time I saw him. Whether it was our events at Bronco or the racetrack or any kind of...
Dog, do you think you could win?
Orange County, at the White House, or at Wendy's, he was always there, and he always had his kids with him. Great dad, and I know that you went out to the hospital yesterday, and had an opportunity to see him right before he passed away.
Yes, I did. And they had FS1 on, so you can watch the mountains.
Oh, that's great.
It was great.
Well,
as well. Ryan and Jeff, they all adore you.
Yeah, I reached out to Ryan last night, and I don't know if I can read these seconds. This is so annoying. Find it here. Okay, this is great. I wrote to Ryan, to Mike O'Brien, and I said, Ryan, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'll never go to San Diego again without thanking your dad. Funniest radio guy ever. God bless your family. Con. And then he wrote back, thank you. Means a lot. He really was one of a kind, one of the greatest airborne traffic reporters ever, and the world will never have another Mike O'Brien. That's for sure. We love working with you and all the rest of the KFI team. But Crozier, you knew him well as well. You were at the parties with all of us. That guy was going. He was a real pro.
Like you pointed out before, man, he had his kids with him quite often, and it was very obvious that they had a great relationship.
Oh, yeah.
That to me was the coolest part of seeing him around this. Is he had one or either a couple kids, of his kids there at the events.
Yeah, and these were young kids he was throwing around. These are kids in their 30s. Still together.
You could just tell they really thought a lot of their dad.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he was at the turf club sitting with them ordering food. He was with us in the mustard section, on the rail, getting, and I remember seeing Mike, and he had a Band-Aid on his head. I could see it in his head or had something removed or whatever. And then he like 2 or 3 Band-Aids. I said, is that something you have to remove? He goes, yeah, I was going to go to the emergency room, but I just had enough money for this last trifecta. So I was going to stop by. Priority, my kind of guy. The emergency room and urgent care comes second to the nightcap trifecta.
He genuinely loved doing this when he was doing traveling for us. He was flying it.
Oh, yeah.
He genuinely loved it. He loved being in radio, and we talk about it all the time. Like, he always, you could tell, he just had an affinity and a love for it. Just listening to other people on the air, and talking about other people on the air. He was a big fan of being in radio.
You need a really good comeback here. Even though the tiles are stacked in your favor. Thanks, baby.
Bronco party won't be the same without him. Always there, always having a great time with his kids. And I hope his kids keep them. I hope his kids keep the spirit alive and keep going to that thing.
That's all awesome.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. All right, God bless Brian Taylor. We're live on KFI AM 641 Elm Road.
Here is the latest from the KFI 24-hour news of official Supreme Court case in oil spill Saturday night and traced to a boat docked in Newport Harbor.
Are you proud of the way that you've played? Dog. I got 300. You got 205. That's not very good. That's not very good for you. That's not very good for you. Are you going to go or are you just going to J-or? Dog. My time is valuable. Dog. 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 What are you doing? Sipping water with a spoon? Dog. Oi, are you gonna go? Dog. Are you just J-Yorin? How much more time do you need? Okay.
Let's see the color difference. My whole ear turning red versus this side, like she's a little pink, she's not red. So I don't really know what to do because I've been cleaning it.
No one cares, woman. Riser's just J-Yorin. Folks, if you're watching this in the future and you're wondering what the fuck is going on, it's Riser. It's his time to J-Yor. After getting such an ass kicking in literati, he was so tempted that he couldn't stop J-Yorn. Are you done J-Yorn? Dude, not fair. Not fair. Not fair. I'm going to resign. I didn't know that you were ready. So the clock. Tell me when you're ready. Tell me when you're ready. I don't need your comments. I am. Here we go, folks. The king of J-Yorn. Wow. All that time for a 9? Oh, wow. Good job. That was really good. Oh, nice 7, dude. That was a really good 7. Oh, nice 9. Dog, get another 9. Oh, you got a 7. 2, 1. Better fire it. Okay. Why are you only getting super far away ones? What? Well, then just get it, dude, and quit not doing well. Uh-oh. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. You need 2 10s. That's a 9. That's a 5. And he got it, folks. He got it. Doug, shut the fuck up. All right, word box. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J your? Dog, what do you think of the ass kicking that you just experienced? Gonk? What the fuck word is gonk? You're not even trying with real words. Gonk. You just. What's it mean, dog? No one knows what that means, son.
Suspect is in custody after an hours-long standoff with the LAPD while parked in a Costco parking lot. Sky 5 captured the nearly 3-hour standoff, which began this morning around 2:30. Officials say that the man was making criminal threats and had a sign on his dash.
About getting your ass kicked. Dog, what are your thoughts about getting your ass kicked? Dog. You want to lose again? Yeah, because you just see what kind of fake words you can make up. I think it's really easy. Wow, good job getting 7. But I could have got that when I was a child. What is What is Kia? What is Kia? I have no control over that. I had something in my eye. I have something. I said I have something in my eye. You love it. Good job sucking dick. Nice job. Are you proud of that shot? Thanks, dog. Are you proud of that shot? Because I think that shot sucked cock. What do you want me to do about it? Get there. I mean, why do you call it that? You suck at this. Good job. I ain't never gonna die. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor? What blue one? Dude, why do I want that dog shit thing? Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? Are you gonna go? That's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, good move. That was baller. Hydro Rush. Easy what? Where's the quad? What does the electric thing do? Dog, do you know about Canada's largest unsolved murder? Exactly. Quad. Hydro Rush.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it. A serial killer, I believe.
Do you know how to make pellet jet into Cephanix? I just did, dog. What do you want me to do about it? Are you gonna go? No one knows. Dude, you got the 3. You're welcome, pimp. Extra moves, son. Extra moves, son. You just missed a quad. Dog, do you know what the hydro rush is? Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna Jayor? Dog, do you know what the Car- do you know what the Caragon is, son? You did fuck up. And everybody knows it. Oh, that was big time, dude. Doug, I don't know. I don't know about what you're talking. I do, but I generally try to avoid ending sentences with prepositions because I'm a pimp, bitch. What's seriously? What's obvious about it? It was not a quad. Oh, I saw that, but I don't think that helps. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? Go with the berries, dog. Everybody knows you would go with the berries and evolve. Are you gonna go? Doug, are you gonna go? You didn't get a quad in real time.
You've been staring at the phone for a month and you're going to this party at school and you had that great idea about Raggedy Ann and Andy. I think she missed a lot of the opening. She missed a lot of the beats. Yeah, that's right.
Dude, quit with that garbage. Because I'm sexy, baby. With a big dick. What do you want me to do about it? Now you're gonna evolve? I thought, oh, I don't have to evolve because I'm so fucking great. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? How dare you hydro rush me? How dare you? Dog. It's over for you, son. Oh, you made a mistake? Do you want me to take a time machine back so you can fix it? All right. Get your capacitor. Did you say you have to go? All right, we'll come back later. You don't have jack shit to do. Look, can I give you? Look, are you ready? Are you ready for your to-do list? Number one, J-Yor. Number two, J-Yor. Number three, J-Yor. Number four, J-Yor. Number five, J-Yor. Number six, J-Yor. Number seven, J-Yor. Number eight, play Rabbi in the Olympics. Play play Rabbi in the Olympics. Yo, what's going on, Rick? Rick 2412, how you living, Pam? Rick 2412. That's a nice story. Did Jim Carrey tell you that? That's a nice story. Is that something that Jim Carrey told you? Hey, what's going on, Rick 412? Dog, you made Rick 412 not come back. He didn't give a shit about your stupid Jim Carrey story. Dog, did you know that Lonnie Anderson died? seriously, Riser, did you know that Lonnie Anderson died? Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Hold on. Hold on. Let's learn about it. What is the largest unsolved murder in Canada's history? It's a flight. Here we go, son. Here we go, son. It's Canadian Pacific Airlines Flight 21. Canadian Pacific Airlines Flight 21. Dude, there was a bomb. Dude, it was a bomb. It was a bomb. Dog, listen to this motherfucker thinking he's funny. You think he's gonna do that? It was a bomb. I gotta take a whiz.
concert in Vegas?
I have not.
Oh,
But I would go.
you should go. You would steal the show. Hey, wear something, I don't know, wear those your church pants or meeting pants.
Wear church pants.
She wears these hot church pants.
Here's another story on but so I wore camouflage sweats to a very casual
We had a
meeting.
big meeting.
It was
It wasn't
so
casual.
casual. That's why I wore the sweatpants. They were cute. They were like nice. They didn't have holes in them. And he said after the meeting, "Thanks for dressing up." And I was like,
And I meant it. See, I thought they were nice pants.
it's like this. Thanks for dressing up.
No,
That has a very like.
it's not at all. I will go to my grave knowing that you're wrong and I'm right. I thought you dressed up for the until you pointed out there were sweats. I didn't even know. I'm not a pants guy.
You're one of the most observant people. No, you are one of the most observant people I know. You pick up on things that, like, I would never think anyone would pick
That's
up on.
not true at all.
It is true.
But I thought you dressed up for it, and then you said, "No, F you." You know, you didn't say you don't swear by. You said, "How?"
You couldn't let that one go. I walked away from you, and you just couldn't like bite your lip. You had to go. Thanks for dressing up.
I thought you did. Maybe shouldn't have made a comment back.
That part is true. You shouldn't have made it.
All right. We have some more crime. Everybody, gotta keep everybody abreast of what's going on in the city of Santa Valley, the crime capital of the world, and more homes are getting hit every night. Let's go to Studio City, and I think Studio City is our latest stop.
This is the latest in a series of residential crimes across the San Fernando Valley. And this one happened just up the street from us here on Long Ridge Avenue. But we want to point out, you can see several signs. There's a neighborhood watch sign and a private security sign.
How'd that do? Anybody deter anybody? No, not at all.
These point out what may have actually made the difference in what happened at this home overnight around 2:20 this morning. Check out the police response. I just talked with LAPD's Van Nuys division, and I told 4 men hopped the fence to get into the yard of an upscale home here. They were not able to get inside, I'm told, and apparently made a quick getaway. Police tell me the homeowner is currently out of the country. The neighbors are keeping a watchful eye. Someone spotted those men and called 911.
Spotted them at 2:20 in the morning. Yeah, how that be? But spotted me. It was up at 2:20 in Studio City.
The neighbors are keeping a watchful eye. Someone spotted those men and called 911. There's also that private security I mentioned patrolling here, policing that may have spooked these would-be burglars. And let's go to Studio City here. LAPD's North Hollywood division responding overnight, or I should say around 11 o'clock last night, a frightening confrontation here on West Fry Street near Rhodes Avenue. Police say an alarm startled the homeowner awake, then saw someone run into their house. That homeowner grabbed his gun and fired off several rounds.
Oh, cowboy. All right, my kind of guy. Grabbed his gun and started hammering.
Fired off several rounds at the person in their home. Police tell us there's no evidence the person was struck by the gunfire, and the person apparently ran to a waiting getaway car. It's unclear
But I feel like DDP
Steps from Judaism in a normal way. He had no Jewish community, and now he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking it to heart. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which the Amsterdam community tried to deal with this unusual figure is extremely telling, not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, but it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures toward religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Beit-Din was really trying to enforce that medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of new Jewish identities are rapidly becoming evident in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is Baruch Spinoza, who not that much later, after Acosta's experience, went through a similar experience.
We caught an 8-pound catfish. That was the prediction. The prediction was for me to catch something over 5 pounds. We caught a lot of threes. We caught a lot of threes today. But not enough. This motherfucker. Yeah, dude, he keeps doing that. But I've been dealing with this guy since over on Twitch.
On the way.
Rabbi's been doing this shit since Twitch. For years, this asshole. I'm not the only guy that does that. Still hasn't got a life. No. Just gotta pray for him at this point. Now we can do this. Yeah, do it for the realest fucking game right now. She will. Pray. Oh, I'll show you what I'll do. I'll give you prayer.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Live. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you the word the whole message so powerful, so central to Jewish life. I can get all my own with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure it's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you two very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder. And remember, this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. That's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff. But I looked at it and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color. And so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow. I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it. But my eyes started watering. I looked up at him and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery feels like. Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments, a 1956 film. Not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful 3-hour epic. Came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived on top of another store. And I was totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this Ten Commandments because this was story I realized was all about me and my family and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics, and I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that they had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric, into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus, just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses.
And this guy's dog.
Has an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become the leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returns, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings of the incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I took so long because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So let's do this. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical.
Dude, that was the worst. The guy kept thinking I was hitting zeros on like 10 health with his prayer drop throw, and his teammates are just fucking throwing ice balls at me, and eventually I fell.
I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. It means that you need evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you're leaning towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, there is a lot of evidence, but it's not as direct and concrete as you might like. And I'll leave it to you, of course, to decide how you want to do this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected with theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? First most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in. There are a lot of places down here in the satellite map. The reason was in the Nile Delta, towards the eastern most plain. The Nile just flows from the south to the north. By the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph. But it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one that would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this even in Rashi in the 11th century here about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. And finally, papyri or documents written on a paper-like organic substance just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside is like tight, it's very difficult to unroll that and find out any kind of data such as a copy or it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about the slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted familiar defeat on the pharaohs. They just wanted. Nevertheless, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the 13th, late 13th century which describes the bricks of the wood that were placed in the region. We also have some and about the transformed and you can actually see that here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans, and the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which include a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jewish slaves along the coast of the Nile Delta. And this is highly consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. Fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at Piv Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, we've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits, and they found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, it's really excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited upon Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type of things. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's a problem with the river and it caused the frogs to jump out and so on. I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which was to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of the reeds, right? Like the sea of the sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassively large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely, but Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean, and that the Jews somehow went north and went over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. So I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, we looped around up to the through Jordan and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the incident. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as established throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms. And it's hard to imagine we didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basically what I want to conclude, however, with a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture in the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggest very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty trite. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded. And so we have a picture of him in battle, and he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. Here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the battle of Tagus. That was up in northern Syria, where Pharaoh reigned far and wide through the whole of Israel, as we saw with Shoshan in the last class. We're going to see the next class. You can see that on the left here is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text. And notice here that one of his most famous victories is driving his enemies into a big river of his own land. It's fascinating that the biblical Exodus has an ironic parallel to these enemies in their chariots drowning in water. What does that mean? There is an ironic similarity. I'll give you another one where it is a more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see pharaohs encampment, and there's people here that are performing various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary, and you can see there's his country, which has the two wings, which is ironically reminiscent of the chariot that decorated the ark. A scholar, Dr. Michael Coleman, in this area in particular, tells us this it's the first and orientation of the the book of Exodus has some really exciting parts. Let's say about 2/3 of it, and then they kind of like get some the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and eventually be translated into the permanent temple of Restream. And the structure is very bare, much similar it is to orientation and proportion to the second commandment. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of principles. What exactly does it do? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses X was constructed and used it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's entity. Is it intended to be ironic kind of grab saying you think, a war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel moving towards the golden era of kings, Saul, David, and so on. Thanks for watching.
The wife of former New York Knicks forward Danilo Gallinari said she was waiting near shore when she was bitten, calling it the worst day of her life.
Wow. Right near shore, it looked like whitewater, not even swimming. Knee deep in water, or ankle deep, or waist deep. I don't know where she was.
Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jewish people enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the account that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, but we'll just have a quick look at some of the references that we have in archaeological records to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Merenptah, also pronounced Merenptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merenptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merenptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. Fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish, non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might, in a place that seems unlikely given the larger context, it seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, within the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say, there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, the Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, as they're evil. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh and Hamilton's not even actually not so good. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1273. Backdate Ramadan. Let's say that, as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 12 which I mentioned last, by the way, that this is just another example of the Egyptian, especially Pharaonic Israel, distortion, where clearly the witness of the Jewish people, but nevertheless they mention this in architecture. We saw, by the way, last week, that the Battle of Kevin, which the pharaohs described as being a complete rout in favor of Egypt. I think that the Knights would disagree with it. We know that the region remained basically stable. So anyway, this factor, if Israel was such to destroy the year 12, or that they did not have to realistically no later than the year 12. So it means that the Jewish people of Israel wasn't defeated in the late first century, and after which period, if you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago. That is the total of year
Coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony and who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives? Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. And how about one more time for the best damn band in all the land? Raúl Alejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Nachos Belgrande, Huevos Rancheros, and the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums, ladies and gentlemen. They call him Big Mike. Some people are saying that he grows inches every week. Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and live in the flesh. Let him hear you, the one and only D Madness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, this episode is brought to you by Talkspace, Open Phone, and Tacobas. We have a bunch of other amazing sponsors as well. Here's a little bit more from them right now. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, enter the room dick first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your crotch. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com, and we always got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Tony at checkout and pay $5 for shipping. Wow, that's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast.
There was a tremendous amount of archaeological
Are you guys really ready to start tonight's show? I'm telling you, it's about to go down every single week. And we're really doing it, Red Band. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is the first episode that we've ever taken 12 years and 2 months of doing this show nonstop. Never missed a Monday release. This is the first time in our history, right now, and it might only last 1 week, in which we are actually the #1 podcast in the world. So, very exciting. A wild accomplishment. Don't tell the guy that owns the club. But this week we are the #1 podcast. Oopsie daisy. Sorry, boss. We're all best friends. It's all very exciting. Speaking of best friends, I booked 2 on tonight's show. An absolute legendary episode ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of the best to ever be on this show. You're here. You're lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our guests. The return of Duncan Trussell and Ian. We have fun every Monday. You guys have done this show before. Very exciting. Here we are, absolutely thriving in showbiz, unlike Stephen Colbert, who no longer is employed. Jimmy Kimmel is next. They will all fall in line and bend the knee to meet the new young king. And my guests are Ian Finance and Duncan Trussell. This week, Duncan was my first ever favorite comedian in the world live 18 years ago. I saw him for the first time at the Comedy Store. Special appearance at the end by the great, another Hall of Fame nominee guest, Lil Hobo.
Thank you. Yeah, Lil Hobo.
How's it been?
Not great, man. He after the last appearance here, he's already addicted to drugs, but after the last appearance, he spiraled into heroin addiction, spent some time on the streets, and he was just in like a really horrible Waymo accident.
Wow. Well, prayers up to the great Lil Hobo.
Thank you.
The ventriloquist doll has the soul of an aborted baby in his heart, right?
Man, I just have to say this, when somebody is in a deep drug spiral, they say things like that. And he did claim to have an aborted fetus in his heart. And
they'll say Ian Finance also here. Hi, Ian. Welcome. Duncan Trussell is going to Australia, Columbus, and Orlando. DuncanTrussell.com. Ian Finance on tour. IanFinance.com. And he's on social media. IANIMAL69. Good luck rewinding that and following him on Instagram. IAnimal69. He's going to Chicago, Oxnard,
and anyway,
Irvine, that's what it says. Hi, welcome back. You guys have both been on the show multiple times. You know how it works. Over 300, I do believe, right around there, people signed up through. Truly insane the amount of humans that are in this bucket. It's absolutely crazy. Names are falling out. If I pull one of their names out, they get 60 seconds on their up, and their time's up to get the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up. Then also bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which rudely interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview with them. We find out everything about them. They go from being a comedian for a minute to a guest on a podcast. Absolutely out of nowhere. Anything can happen. The whole thing's improvised. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? I'm going to let one of these great Puerto Rican boys pull out the first name. Look at that. The true brown hand of a man. That's a funny looking name. We'll see if that's a real human. And in the meanwhile, we are going to start the show with one of our esteemed golden ticket winners, ladies and gentlemen. We don't get to see a lot of this guy very often because it's not easy to write a new minute of comedy every week. He was very, very new and green when we found him. And here he is giving us a brand new minute. Ladies and gentlemen, a fan favorite, an adorable species unlike anything we've ever seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, make some fucking noise for the return of golden ticket winner Keith Cordes, everybody. Here we go.
I moved to Texas about 2 years ago, and before I moved here, I was living with my grandma, and I liked to live with my grandma a whole lot, but I had to move out. It was time. I had to move out. Because, you know, me and grandma, we would fight. Me and grandma, we would hustle, you know? Like, she was a baker. She liked to bake, like, cookies and cake and brownies and everything that was good, and I liked it a whole lot, and I would eat it up too fast. And she would tell me how it pissed her off. And she would say, stop doing that, it pisses me off. And I tried to control myself, but I didn't have any self-control, and she did that. She knew I didn't have self-control, but she still made the sweets. She was like a pimp feeding crack to a bitch. I'd have to beg for cookies. I'd beg, I'd say, please.
Okay, I hope you found that interesting.
She'd say, shut up. No, I didn't do that. I didn't. It's just a joke. She's a homophobe. I didn't suck her penis. She's a. Alright, thank you. Alright.
What a terrible set. Dog, you need to fucking give it up.
Yeah, a lot to unpack. What do you think a homophobe is?
No, my grandma, she was one of the first transgenders. You know, she has a penis, but she's a homophobic grandmother with a penis.
You're out of your fucking mind, little
Out of his mind? That's exactly my favorite genre of porn.
Old grandma tussling.
No, a homophobic grandma with a penis.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
Yeah, my grandma, she has a site. I'll give you her website.
Great.
It's a porn website for you to jerk off to.
What? Dude, I already jerked off to your grandma. Under the table. I am hard as a rock, though. That is, it's rare comedians can mix eroticism with such great jokes.
What the fuck is real? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused. Just to make sure your grandma doesn't have a dick, right?
No, she doesn't have a dick. It's a joke. I'm sorry, guys.
Did you guys ever fight?
No, we didn't fight too much.
Did she bake? Was anything real, Heath?
No.
Did you even like cookies?
Oh, I loved her cookies. I loved her cookies, Ian. I loved her cookies. That wasn't the thing. She did make me feel guilty for eating the cookies, and that's where the art came from. You know?
Heath, let's talk about real life for a second. You're a little bit of a rock star around these parts, right? You work at the mothership like 5 nights a week at least, and you're always around. You're doing shows all around town. Everybody knows Heath Cordes, the little legend.
Yeah, it's fun on 6th Street. It makes me feel pretty cool.
Yeah, speaking of which, I was given a little bit of information that you might not know that I know.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was shown a video, I believe it was Saturday night, breaking news. I was shown a little video on Saturday night, and someone said to me, one of the managers here goes, "Ooh, you know about your boy?" And I go, "No, and which boy?" And they go, "Little Heath, E-boy, the true boy, the one true young life." And they showed me video of them carrying you and throwing you in the backseat of an Uber. And what happened there, Heath? Tell us exactly what went down.
I got pretty drunk. And I thought I went home. I remembered the Waymo trip, and I thought that I went directly home. But apparently I went to Mitzi's in between. And I got carried out of Mitzi's by a security guy. And I pissed myself in the Waymo.
Wow. Wow. That's way more than we needed to know. Wow. How do you know that you pissed yourself in the Waymo?
Because my pants were very wet the next morning.
The next morning they were still wet.
They were very wet,
You
yeah.
naughty little boy. Wow. What exactly how much do you have to drink to get that drunk? What is that, a full can of beer or something? What puts you in that type of place?
No, I'm getting good. I'm getting good at it. It was at least 8 or 9 drinks that night.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, buddy? Do you feel okay? You're just having fun. 2 now?
I've never felt better, Tony.
Oh, wow. You fucking little party machine. How old are you?
I'm 23. I just had my birthday.
Over 11. It's incredible. Have you been drinking a lot like that, or was that like a special thing?
It happens a little too much.
Yeah, think about that. What are we thinking? You might have a little problem.
I have a little problem. A little problem for a little guy.
That's adorable. Who needs grandma's cookies when you can have a glass of street whiskey?
Amen.
He's not going to go through the 12 steps. He'll go through the 12 stools. Are you drunk right now, Heath?
I'm a little buzzed.
What have you been drinking? What is going on over here? Someone put a little White Claw in your baba.
Yeah.
Someone put a little dip your pacifier in some whiskey.
They did. I know if they did whiskey, I'd throw up. I can't do whiskey.
Of course.
Yeah, I just do Jello shots.
Okay, no, seriously. What do you really drink? Like that night that you pissed yourself in a Waymo, what did you really drink?
Yeah, like lemon drops and geisha, like with Jello shots.
Really?
I don't think I'm gay, but like I drink gay.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Amazing. Well, I mean, it's I love it. You know, me and all my friends, we all grew up in the Comedy Store. You know, it was our college experience, and it's fun to get to watch you hit the vape pen up here. Like you can't, like I'm not about to send you off. It's just gotta show off. Oh yeah, I'm a real boy. Just a vaping boy. Can't wait 15 more seconds for that hot hit of vape. But we love you, Heath. It's so fun to watch you grow physically and mentally here at the mothership. We love you, you young buck. You're on your way to wild success.
Can I champion one thing on the show real quick?
Please. Sure, Heath.
I had a threesome.
Whoa, okay. Hold your horses. Now we got something to talk about. Yes, Black Power, absolutely. Holy, whoa, hey, whoa, no, don't do that. Goddamn, stop doing that. Don't do that, you little rabble-rousers. Settle down, you crazy bastard. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to get away from the whole Nazi thing. God damn it. Fascist Tony Hinchcliffe has an 11-year-old Nazi training the Hitler Youth over here. He looks like the kind of genetic freak Hitler was trying to get rid of. Let's talk about this threesome, or as many people are calling it already, a 2.5-some. What happened? How did it go down? Let's talk about it, Keith.
It was a very hot lady who had an OnlyFans account, and I made out with her like a year ago, and I wasn't supposed to do that because I was dating somebody at the time. And so like ever since she's been like totally hot for me, and it didn't work. I was gonna put on a mustache, but it didn't work.
Pick it up, Mike. Pick it up. Pick it up, Keith. You have another shot at this. I don't know what you're doing, but
under David's rule,
okay.
After a extended conflict with his father.
The adhesive stay on the other side of it? Okay, let's skip the mustache. Let's get back to the words. Wow, why the fuck? Can you just real quick, just for my own super confusion, why were you going to put on a mustache then?
It was supposed to be like a metaphor about how I'm a man now.
Well, God has his own very funny sense of humor. God's like, no way, bitch. Okay. Flag on the play. All right, so let's talk about this threesome.
Yeah. All right. So it happened. It was with a very hot lady, and we met at the strip club.
Hold on, Heath, let me tell you. You got the hot lady part. Yeah. For it to be a threesome, there needs to be one more.
There was another one. It was her friend. I don't remember her name. I don't know her name at all. It was her friend.
Come here, dude. You're gonna get sex trafficked, man.
Serious, you can't fuck around.
There's no one easier to traffic than somebody you can fit in your glove compartment.
You gotta be careful.
I know, I gotta be more careful.
His threesome was just him and a baby Bjorn once.
So Heath, take us through it. How does it go down? You're at a strip club? Is that what you said?
I met her at the strip club, yeah. And then we went to her place. And I don't remember a whole lot of it. But I do remember that both of them did stuff to my penis.
You were molested. This is what a show this is, right? 1 second he's doing Nazi salutes, the next he's admitting to being molested. All to start the show. So you just that's what you remember?
That's what I remember, Tony.
Do you remember anything else? Were your pants wet the next morning?
Yeah, they were a little wet. Yeah, they were a little wet.
Did they film it? You said it was good. OnlyFans.
I sure hope they didn't film it.
Oh my God! It's her OnlyFans. Nope. Any other details about it that you remember?
No, I just remember feeling shame the next day.
You felt shame?
Yeah, I felt
Imagine
shame.
how they felt. What the fuck did we do last night? We felt nothing. Just rare stripper guilt. The rare SG. All right, the show has begun under the unbelievable control of Heath Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. And now we go to the bucket. You guys know this is the part where things can get a little bit wacky because we're meeting people. Anything can happen. A lot of these people's hearts are beating out of their fucking chests because minutes before they have no idea that they're going up, and all of a sudden now they're on the biggest comedy show in the world. This looks like a fake name, but I'm gonna read it anyway. We're gonna see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. Your first bucket full of the name goes by Tony Pepperoni. Oh my God, it's Tony Pepperoni.
That's me, Tony Pepperoni.
Personages of Israel identify.
Hey, what do you call it when the Wright brothers do 9/11? The wrong brothers? Mamma mia! What did you say, Papa Mia? Mamma mia! Hey, what's a fat lady's favorite computer, Adele? Mamma mia! Hey, guys! Anxiety is like vaping. Just because you're not ashamed of it doesn't mean it's not gay. Mamma mia! What was that? Say some racist jokes? Okay. What do you call a Chinese guy with a lot of money? Cha-ching? What do you call an Italian with herpes? Tony Pepperoni. Tony Pepperoni, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Unbelievable. Welcome to the show, Tony Pepperoni. You absolutely destroyed. This is incredible. We've never had anything quite exactly like you on the show before. While your name is Tony Pepperoni, you are also wearing a shirt covered in pepperonis. You took the approach that Heath should have taken to a fake mustache. Just gone straight duct tape. None of this fucking just regular padding bullshit over here. And for some reason, why not? You're wearing a chef's hat that even chefs don't ever actually wear. It's just basically a costume. Tony Pepperoni, how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
Oh, wow. How long have you been experimenting with the Tony Pepperoni character?
3 years.
All right. 2 years in, and you're like, I need to try something else. Did you notice an improvement when you made the big switch to Tony Pepperoni?
Huge improvement.
Huge. People love Tony Pepperoni. Now, where have you been doing this at?
Austin.
Oh, you've lived here in Austin the whole time?
Yes, sir.
This is where you're originally from?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Expanded the borders, consolidated them.
So, Tony, Mr. Pepperoni, if I may, what do you do for work exactly?
I'm unemployed.
What was the last job that you had?
I worked in tech. I was a tech.
Okay. Up until when? How long have you been unemployed for?
8 months.
8 months? Holy shit. I mean, what's your plan, Tony Pepperoni?
I got to sell some t-shirts. If anybody wants to go on my Instagram, I'm selling t-shirts.
Are they Tony Pepperoni t-shirts?
Yeah.
But you're about to sell out. What's your Instagram?
Tony Pepperoni Comedy.
Wow, Tony Pepperoni Comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Support Tony Pepperoni. We love Tonys, and we love pepperonis. Incredible. How many t-shirts have you sold up to this date?
0.
Wow. Amazing. We would expect nothing less, nothing more. That is the over-under at DraftKings.com using the promo code KillTony. So let's talk about it, Tony. What do you do for fun?
Sometimes I make rap beats.
Like on a computer at home?
Yeah, on a computer at home.
You don't do it with your mouth or anything?
Well, sometimes I rap.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, it's not good. I mean, guys, I don't care if you say it's not good. You're wearing a chef's hat, you have duct tape on your face, a pepperoni shirt, then you crushed your set. Michael, give us a little fight beat. Tell them the beat that you want, Tony Pepperoni.
Just like in our very first section, we talked about how the geography is around the history of this community. But it's,
hey, give me that spotlight.
The Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon is also tiny compared to much larger empires after its day, certainly afterwards.
Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air. When I say Mamma Mia, you say I'm Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Yo, see ya. I wouldn't want to be ya. You ain't the one. The one that's wearing pizza. That's me. Tony P. P-E-double-P-R-O-E. Ain't no phony. Ain't no baloney. Cheese and cheese and pepperoni. Check my Insta, buy a shirt and get to know me.
Wow. I'm getting reports in my ear that is one of the most prolific raps in the history of the show. Some people are saying, they're also saying that you just said pepperoni 5 times. It's absolutely incredible. Wow. What's your real name?
Anthony.
So you really are a Tony?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Is there anything else crazy we should know about your life, Tony Pepperoni?
I used to work in the sewers.
You used to work in the sewers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Red band on the ones and twos. No better time for a Italian stereotype than Tony Pepperoni telling us that he worked in the sewers. What exactly did you do in the sewers?
Mostly I crawled in the sewers and I got all the big rocks out of the way.
Amazing. Wow. That is incredible. Is there anything else that you did other than move big rocks out of the way in a sewer? Did you have any other responsibilities at all? I've never heard of an actual Italian doing anything like this in the past 150 years.
Yeah. So we had to inspect the sewer pipes with the camera. So I would lower the camera and pull it back out.
Wow. Very good. Pulling out is exactly what you should be doing. But I'm going to tell you what, I loved your minute. I loved the interview. I loved everything about it. It's completely insane, but I like it. Tony Pepperoni, ladies and gentlemen, has started the show. Started the bucket. We have pure moments of going into bucket full number 2. Absolutely incredible. One more time for Tony Pepperoni, everyone. Oh my God. Speaking of pepperonis. Heidi, everyone. One of the backbones of our squad here. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, enter the room dick first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your crotch. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Speaking of better sex,
Tony, I think Blue Chew is providing some of the best ED treatment out there. Sometimes I take a Blue Chew just to make standing in line easier. It gives me something to beat on.
Yeah.
Let's face it, Tony. This ain't a supplement. It's an erection resurrection.
We're really doing it, Red Man. And guys, this isn't just about performance. This is about legacy or third legacy. You ever group chat something to talk about? You know, when you lay it down and they're talking about how good nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've always got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Tony at checkout and pay $5 for shipping. Wow, that's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Guys, this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, it can be overwhelming to have too many options. Figuring out which TV shows to stream or deciding what to wear in the morning can just be too much. Well, the same applies if you're a business owner who's hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But you're in luck. ZipRecruiter now gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the best ones quickly out through their innovative resume database. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony.
Tony, I think ZipRecruiter is the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on the top candidates for your roles. See a candidate you're really interested in? You can unlock their contact info instantly. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter's the #1 rating hiring site based on G.
The #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Skip the candidate overload and instead streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. Where 4 out of 5 employers list on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive one address, ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony right now to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, we're having fun, ladies and gentlemen. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Ian Simon, everyone. Ian Simon. Make some noise for Ian, everybody.
How the fuck is everybody doing? This is a great evening. Glad to fucking be here, guys. Alright, so let's start off on fucking Jew. Alright, I'm a German Jew to be exact, so it's very confusing for me a lot. Sometimes I'm like, oh, hey, bang. The other times I'm like, see, Kyle. Very, I can fucking say it. Anyway, here's one for you. What do you get when you cross a Jewish guy? Nothing? Christianity.
Skimming over the top of the historical record as we find.
Bring it back. Okay, so
If
what are the
it's
animal
so
lovers out
important,
here?
actually pull back to the text. and
Everybody
read
loves
the
animals. You got a fucking dog. Come on, you got a dog.
They
Yeah,
are
see,
fantastic.
dogs, cat.
And if you have a sense that
So,
it's going to be dry,
I got a black cat, black rescue cat. I named her Toothless from How to Train a Dragon. And let's just say she had teeth when I found her. I really love me some black pussy. Speaking of fried chicken, if this doesn't work out well, I'm going to open up a food truck. Because every time you want Chick-fil-A, it's closed on a fucking Sunday, dude.
Ian Simon. Whoa. Okay. Ian. Stick with me over here. That's it, buddy. That's it. Your part's done. Hi, Ian. You've seen the show before, right?
Not to the end.
Not till the end.
Just turn off before the end.
Okay, but you know.
See the bad guy died.
Okay, Ian.
I just wanted to point this
Monster
out.
movie.
Ian.
ADHD's a hell of a drug, Tony.
Okay, well, it doesn't work very well on this show. You're in the interview part now, Ian.
I need my crutch before I forget. Harlan Williams gave me a crutch, a silver crutch. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be doing this right now. You're supposed to be talking.
Let's go back to where
Wow. Somehow your instincts took over there. Look at that. Amazing. Ian, so you've been on the show once before, right?
Yes, sir.
Harlan was the guest. What did we learn about you that night?
That I'm damaged goods, pretty much. But, in a good way.
What way? Can you explain? Can you remind us what we learned exactly?
I probably shouldn't be out in public.
Why?
Sinners because he introduced that divisiveness.
I wish it was something cool like Tourette's or something like that. It's not. I'm just borderline retarded.
Relative location
Like not special needs, but the other retard, the one that used to before they switched it up and everything went sideways. You know, we could just be like, that's retarded. That motherfucker's a
Israel is Samaria.
Can you please change your name to not Ian? Perhaps something that rhymes with a pizza topping or something like that. There you go. Yeah, you got it. Hey, killing yourself. Ian, how long have you been on stand-up?
About a year and a half, 2 years.
What do you do for work?
Nothing at the moment. Thank you for asking, though. We touched on it last time. I had disability for 20 years. It's all fucked up. And
how'd you get fucked up?
It's been a run of interesting.
Can you just name some of the things?
Yeah, car accidents, adrenaline junkie crap. Just run of the mill.
Driving his car into protests.
Yeah.
I've been known to hit a protest or two on the way to Circle K or 7-Eleven.
Okay, Ian, we're gonna keep it moving. You got a little joke book last time you were on?
Fuck no, I didn't. I got a crutch.
You got nothing. You got nothing last time.
No, I got a silver crutch.
I can see why you got nothing last time.
You know, I was in ER twice for my legs.
Here, catch this. Catch that. There he goes, Ian Simon, everybody. There he goes. There he goes, Ian Simon, everyone. He's leaving now. There you go, Ian. There he goes. There goes Ian Simon, everybody. One more time for Ian, everyone. There he goes. Hell yeah. There's a vibe tonight. Anything can happen on this show. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. Mark Fitz. Mark Fitz.
Yeah.
You know how transvestites do that thing where they tuck their dick and balls between their legs and they look like they might have a pussy? I was wondering, what do old transvestites do with all that saggy, stretchy scrotum skin? All that saggy scrotum skin hanging out. Someone told me they stuff it up their ass, I heard. But I thought I was high, and I thought, what the fuck would they do if they farted with that giant skin bag inside there and blow a giant fucking balloon out their ass? Then I thought, well, what if they ate like a fuckload of beans and just put some E. coli into it? Man, they could work up a massive fucking fart. He can unwedge his fucking G-string and take flight like a fucking hot air balloon, man. My legs are shaking. He could go on to be the next
giant hairy scrotum floating the next gay pride parade, man. Oh, that's something for an old tranny to put on his bucket list, ain't it? Short tag, quick and funny. Parade floats bust open sometimes. If that scrotum float was the bust open, that would rain down cum all over us like manna from the heavens of the great gods. Gay gods. Thank you, that's my time.
Okay, Mark Fitz. Welcome to the show, Mark. This is your first time on, correct?
Yeah.
I remember if you've been on before, and I love seeing new faces up here. We like your style, Mark.
What did I do?
You got the boys laughing. You got everybody laughing. You did what we are so relieved after the last comedian. Believe it or not. Basically, you're like, after Ian Simon, you're basically Richard fucking Pryor right now. We would have laughed at anything, and you did.
I'll do the blackface.
Good enough. No, don't worry about it. Don't ruin it now, Mark. Just play it cool. Wait until I ask you a question, Mark. Play it cool, Mark. You're doing good. Duncan Trussell.
I wasn't laughing at your jokes. I was laughing because, like, the only funny part of that to me was when you kept saying my legs are shaking.
Yeah, when I did the scrotum thing, I looked down, my knees were okay then, but I went like this, and my knees were like,
see, that's real.
Yeah.
Everything else, well, I can't imagine that at some point you're like, I wonder what happens if an old transvestite. You think if they eat beans, they shit a fart?
So let's talk about it, Mark. You have a very good command of the stage. You're calm, cool, collected. How old are you, Mark?
63.
How long you been doing stand-up?
That's a loaded question. 44 years, but technically, this is my first time on stage.
All right, explain that to us.
The first time I ever actually did a stand-up act was when I was in 11th grade. I was in this class. It was called a speech class. And every week you had to give it wasn't like how to talk, but it was like, they gave you a speech class. They taught you every week how to present do a presentation speech for something, you know. And the one week it was for do a stand-up act. And I had two George Carlin albums. I had a Toledo window box and Class Clown. I had that shit memorized, man. Like, first day I ever got.
George Carlin jokes?
Yeah.
Nice.
He let us plagiarize.
You did a Carlos Mencia impression. Very good.
Yeah. I actually thought about saying something like that.
So, this is your first time on stage since then? Right here? You haven't done any open?
Yeah, I've never been on
No
stage.
open mics, nothing?
No.
You just decided to come here?
Yeah.
Wow, what made you do that?
Kind of a bucket list thing.
To be on Kill Tony? How many weeks have you signed up?
To do stand-up, but then it was to, like, I was initially going to, like, try to just do open mics and, like, do the 3-minute things, but do 3 1-minutes and see which one's the best one and hopefully get on here.
Sure.
But that never happened.
Why?
My first year I came down to Austin, I had 3 different medical issues that caused me simple things. But
what were they?
Knee operation, 2 feet operations. And no, I don't have feet, like...
Plantar fascia and an ACL?
No, all my toes, and I had a broken...
What happened to your toes?
Kind of like getting hammer toe shit. I had like just had to correct it.
Okay.
Ian
can heal you. He does this thing where he sucks on toes.
That's okay.
Give me them toenails.
So,
Look at your beard while I do it.
How long ago did you move to Austin?
About 3 years ago.
So 3 years ago. So when you were 60 years old, you moved to Austin. Where did you move from? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. What were you doing in Pittsburgh? Working in the steel industry?
No. I've been doing I used to do construction work, but I had some injuries, and my body can't take it anymore. So I started doing online merch stores and stuff like that.
Okay. What do you do for fun?
Shoot pool.
Nice.
A few other things.
Absolutely. Okay.
Show us your feet.
Yeah.
Show us your feet.
You don't want to do it?
Feet.
He's embarrassed. He doesn't want to show his feet. We're getting out hard.
It's not like Cam's dad. They look normal. It's just...
They're just more amazing reference.
I just had my little toe was kind of curling over a little bit off to the side, is all it was, and now they fixed it, now it's straight, so all you can see is a little scar. I'm not taking my fucking shoe off to show you.
Sorry. So they made your toes.
Pay me later, I might.
So the doctor made your toes straight.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna need to talk to this doctor. Anyway, do you have any kids?
No, not that I know of.
So you were just, you have a wife ever?
No.
Never married?
No.
Gay?
Come on.
No?
Okay. No.
Christ, all right, homophobe. What are you? Heath's grandmother? Okay. That actually makes sense, because Heath's grandmother, homophobe, and had a penis, could be him.
Oh, well,
It was a reference you earlier. So, but you had girlfriends?
Of course, yeah.
Of course. What's the longest relationship you ever had?
A few months.
A few months, that's it? Well, how do these things end so fast with you? You're a handsome man. You look like you'd be a former pro wrestler or something.
I used to be. I was real wild.
Tell us about that. What do you mean?
I kind of figured you would.
Yeah.
Like other people, I don't understand why people don't come prepared, of course, with jokes, but also to talk about something.
You're literally an opportunity to do what you're criticizing right now. You are in the moment being like, you know what's crazy is when people don't answer questions honestly. Go right ahead.
But I was a real bad, wild kid. I started stealing when I was 7. That went all off into my young adult life. I spent a bunch of time in and out of jail and prison.
What's the longest you ever spent in prison?
I did 17 years altogether, but 7 of it was busted up into a bunch of rules.
Wow.
And I did 10 years straight in maximum security prison.
Oh my God. So what did you do to get the 10-year sentence?
Robbery and a handful of other.
What did you rob exactly?
Us of our time?
No,
I'm so scared of you.
That's a good thing.
You're a real bandit out there. Old Curly Toes strikes again. The curly-toed bandit.
It was I hate talking about it. I robbed the safe.
You know what the 10-year federal sentence was for.
Yeah, I just said I feel weird talking about it. It was, I mean, it's long ago.
It's over now. You're a great guy now.
I robbed the safe in the grocery store.
You broke open a safe in a grocery
No,
store?
I went in while they were open for business and called for the manager and had him take me back.
Was it an HEB?
No. This is a different state.
Giant Eagle?
No.
Kroger?
Different state.
Was it a Kroger?
It was one of it was one of them. It wasn't in Pittsburgh. It was one of those. I don't even know the name of the grocery store. It wasn't a normal chain.
You don't even know the name of the grocery store that you robbed and got 10 years in federal prison for?
I think that's the last thing I should really concentrate on. Yeah, but
I mean, you got 10 years in prison. I would have.
No, it was one of them no name. It wasn't like a chain grocery store. It was one of them little.
Okay. So let's slow it down. Just stick with me and answer the questions honestly, okay? So, at what point did you get caught? Did you get money out of the safe?
Oh, yeah, I got
How much did you get?
But then I got caught later.
Answer the fucking questions. Answer the fucking questions. Stick with me. Focus, motherfucker. How much money did you get out of the safe on that day?
$11,000, and I got away with it, but then I got caught later.
Okay. How did you get caught later? How long did you get away with it? How did they catch you?
When I ran out the door, the grocery store, they slide open, but it's not fast enough because I'm wanting to leave real fast.
Put the mic up to your mouth.
And I put my hand onto the door and pushed it shut.
Oh,
I already had fingerprints on it.
Yes. Wow. So how long did you get away with it for? 2 months, 1 month, 3 months?
A few months.
How long? What did you spend?
No, it's like about 6 months. Yeah.
All good. What did you spend the $11,000 on?
I don't know, just blew it. I was thrown off.
Were you doing drugs?
No, I never did drugs.
You never did drugs? No prostitutes?
No booger sugar.
You robbed a grocery store of $11,000 and you didn't spend the money on anything in particular.
No, just blew it. I was very wild, adventure-seeking kind of a person. That was my weird. I liked the thrill of in a sick, demented. Again, I was a fucked up childhood, so I just.
What was fucked up about your childhood? Tell us.
I was just wild as fuck. Just off the chain, wild as fuck. I started stealing when I was 7. I did my first burglary when I was 9. I wasn't a good kid.
When you say burglary at 9, what exactly did you burglar at 9?
Somebody's house that left the doors open.
What did you get from their house?
I would just no. I would steal like money and stuff. The first time I did, I went back to this house like 4 or 5 times over a period of a couple months, and I'd go in, sneak some stuff, take it.
What's the last crime that you committed?
That one I did.
The big one, the grocery store.
Yeah.
And then
and when I got into prison that time there, my first year in, I was like your typical angry fucking prisoner. But my second year in, I decided, man, I'm done with this. While I was there, it wasn't hard. I mean, it was very hard. It wasn't easy inside a mass security prison to turn your life around.
Craziest thing that happened to you in the 10 years in prison. You answer this one good, and then the interview is over. But I want a good fucking answer on this one. I don't want you to go, it was wild, and me go, what do you mean wild? It's really wild. And me go, what the fuck do you mean, dude? You're driving me kind of crazy.
I got snagged up in a riot, but I got out of it and left. It wasn't.
You say snagged up in a riot. What exactly do you mean?
Well, I was in one of them prisons where it's divided up into gangs.
Of course,
but
I'm guessing.
I didn't want to be in it, so I was like by myself, which was rather dangerous. But I used to be big. So the white. I was outside out in the grass field, and it was a softball field, and there's only one gate to go through to get out, and a riot started right outside that gate, and I had to leave because you have to go lock down when they have riots, and this place has riots all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And I got snagged up in a little bit, but I just.
Set was decent. Interview was compelling. I'm giving you a big joke book, Mark Fitz. Wait, what? What?
Can I ask you one thing real fast?
You're gonna ask me something right now. Okay.
I've been trying to contact Ari Maddie for a while because I can help him. I can help him qualify for a government program to get citizenship.
I'll give you his phone number.
Hold on. I actually.
But it's prison time. You gotta give me something in return.
I actually have.
Can you explain to us how you, of all people, not me, friends with the current administration, or Joe Rogan, who literally decided the presidency of the United States, what can you do that we can't do exactly?
It's a long story how I got it, but I was looking for something for myself. Not because I'm a newly immigrant, but something else. But I noticed this one thing that I read about, and it's something that he could qualify for. That it's a pathway to citizenship. I actually because I was trying to contact them. I did a video, and I put it on a tablet. I have the tablet out here to give to you, so it explains it in the video. It's too much to explain out here. It's not funny.
Hello?
Ari, you're on the show.
Jesus Christ.
I know I told you that you have the night off, but there's a guy up here, very scary guy. He's been in prison numerous times. He's 63 years old. The last time he was on stage was 44 years ago. It takes him forever to answer questions. He's spent 10 years in federal prison after robbing a grocery store in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for $11,000. He got away with it for 6 months, but he left his fingerprints on the door on his way out. And he was part of a riot once. Long story short, at the very end, after I told him I'm going to give him a big joke book, he said, there's one more thing. Can I ask you a question? I can help Ari. How far away are you from the club exactly?
I am just getting out of the steam room, so I reckon I'm like 15 minutes out.
Okay, well, we have a guy here that's going going to talk to you about some stuff, and then we'll have some drinks afterwards, okay?
So the guy who's connected criminal next door, he's going to help me. That's all I need, Tony. How about you get another rapist or a Nazi? How about we get a whole crew together? What the fuck kind of a crew are you putting together? He's a lawyer, not a criminal.
Absolutely perfect. Ari, Maddie, ladies and gentlemen, we love you, Ari. We'll see you soon. There you go. And here's your big joke book. Did you have fun here tonight? You seem like you didn't enjoy this. You happy? Okay, there you go. There you go, smart fits. Let's get one more bucket pull out here. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything. An astronaut, the president, a princess. That's me. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own business. You'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, and a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that is where Shopify comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started.
Tony, I love Shopify. You can accelerate your content creation. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling.
Strolling, bowling. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/GilTony. Go to shopify.com/GilTony. 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 This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Therapy can be costly, but Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable.
I think Talkspace is providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. Tony, Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and employers, including TRICARE and for active duty, and veterans and their dependents. Most insured members have a zero copay.
That is incredible, right, man? You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider that's the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. You can also switch providers at no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting help convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. You can even talk it out between sessions by sending messages to your therapist as a listener of this podcast. You'll get $80 off your first month when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 for Talkspace. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen. Are we having fun out there? That's what I fucking thought. Make some noise for him. It's Jimmy Coteros, everybody. Jimmy Coteros.
Austin, motherfucking Texas. How we doing? Little about me. I'm a 10-year manager of a grocery store in Pittsburgh.
There you go.
The fuck? I got fucking 60s. I'm gonna fuck this whole thing. I got 60 seconds. I might have did some worse shit than him. I have an 11-year-old son, and I accidentally showed him all the porn in my phone. Austin, I'm picking him up from summer camp 2 weeks ago. We're driving home. He sees the Tesla Cybertruck. Dad, I heard those are expensive. Let me have your phone. I hand it to him. It's quiet. Dad, I look over. Massive amounts of blowjobs on my phone. Full panic. I don't even know how that got on my phone. He's 11. Dad, it's actually right here in the search bar. I'm freaking out. I take the phone from him. Listen, this is why we have Google Block on your electronics. 1 minute I might see is Tom Brady coming out of retirement, and the next minute I see this disgusting filter. And it's quiet, and I feel like I weathered the storm, and he says, Dad, it's totally okay if you're gay.
I just start showing him all of the giant.
There it is. Very solid, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Coteros. Welcome to the show, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
I like your style. Great start. Rolling off of the Pittsburgh thing. Welcome, welcome, Jimmy. How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years and a month.
Awesome. Where are you from?
Outside of Tampa.
Okay.
Gordon Dixon country. That's my boy. Yeah, Gordon. That sounded less weird when in my head.
Who's Gordon Dixon?
He was on here. He works down at Shakespeare's. He's been on here.
Okay. All right.
Thank you guys for coming.
Okay, yes. They're all here for you, Jimmy.
I just wanted to give him a shot. I came and saw my boy. He's
Crazy shout out to give, but okay, you got it out there. And you'll never get repaid for that, by the way. It's an odd favor, and you did it. I like your style, Jimmy. What do you do for work? What type of mechanic are you exactly?
I run grocery stores, Tony.
No, seriously, Jimmy.
When I sell it, bubble.
Yep. What do you do for work?
I own a junk removal and hauling and home services company.
Wow, strong white guy stuff.
It's called Jimmy's, so you know I own it. Like I just needed to. If you need someone to haul your junk. Where were you, Tony? I apologize.
Okay. Jimmy, do you live here now?
No.
You still live in Tampa?
I do.
Okay.
It's my second time here. You didn't ask that.
Okay. All right, Jimmy. Very good. What's the most interesting thing that's ever happened in your life?
Is cancer interesting? I don't know if that's.
You had cancer?
Yeah, 3 years cancer-free.
Wow, congratulations. It was up the lymph nodes?
It was the lymph
nodes? Yeah. And were you a heavy smoker?
You guys have tissues here? No.
Jesus.
I'm a light smoker.
Are you still smoke?
I smoke. I mean, you have one there. No, I smoke when I drink.
And all that added up. How old were you when you got diagnosed with cancer?
44.
Okay. And you had partied hard from your whole life up until that point?
No, never been a partier.
What was your symptoms?
So I was picking a friend up from the airport. I lean over to tie my shoes, and I start salivating. So I go over to the sink, and it's just blood.
Jesus.
Hot part of the show. So then I call 911. I go to the, it was just a burst abscess, and they go, which every doctor has told me, your tonsils are massive. Have you ever been told you should remove them? And I go, yeah. And they go, we think it's time. So I had my tonsils removed, like a miracle. They removed my tonsils, and they find the smallest. Now, what they'll tell you about cancer is they're looking for like a cluster of grapes. They found like a grape. So I had like a 99% cure rate. I knew I was going to be okay, but started to throw the kitchen sink at it. So 35 rounds of radiation, 7 rounds of chemo, 56 pounds lost, feeding tube, all the stuff. Yeah. I mean, I could make that funnier. I could polish that pig up if you want. I'm just saying, I do have a joke, but I don't want to. Can I say it?
I think we all have cancer now, Jimmy.
It's oral.
Got it. All right. Well, you really have kids?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
8 kids.
Just one?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 12 now.
12 now. Is it true that he found porn on his phone? Fake story.
Say it again.
Real story or fake story?
It starts out as a real story. He was off 4 or 5, not 2 weeks ago. And he saw it and he goes, Dad, what's this? And I go, mind your fucking business or whatever. Like it wasn't even a relevant thing that I had to explain. But I felt like it would be a good bit.
All right, yeah.
Feelings aren't facts.
How do we feel about Jimmy, guys? It's very rare that we have the same comedian on twice in a row. It's very exciting.
My picture was on the wall in that fucking grocery store. By the way, it was called Pathmark. You don't remember the name of it. I fucking remember it. I'll never forget that day. The rest of my life.
Third time's a charm. I like you, Jimmy. You oscillate between like funny and then like trying to argue. I think you're naturally funny. Like some of the stuff, like some of your mannerisms and like little lines were I thought were like very funny, but then it's like
I don't know, like you try to be fun. I would suggest like just be natural. Like you have a very compelling, funny story to tell. I think I stick to that and just be yourself more. It'd be great. I thought it was. I was laughing at some parts.
Taking all that. Because if you have 60 seconds and you laugh at some parts,
it's pretty good. It was a little bit of a long walk around the block for the punchline, but you know, it still had a punchline.
And I just wanted to take you on that walk.
Thank you.
It's not all funny. Some of it's.
When you showed a 4-year-old blowjob porn, and he goes, "What's that, Dad?" You really said, "Nothing. Shut the fuck up."
It sounds different the way you said it. Also, that's what I said. Yeah, both of those can be synonymously true. Yours sounded more like.
Just say it like I'm sorry. Just say it like you said it.
Your Honor, yes, I said.
Hey, Dad!
Fucking word.
Dad, you just fucked up my life forever. I'm 4. I have more neurons in my brain than at any other time in my life. And this is gonna freeze itself into my memory. I'll probably have to get therapy. Probably rob a grocery store. My toes are gonna curl in. What is this?
Now I know what you mean about the long journey to the punch. I get it now.
Jimmy Coteros, here's a medium-sized joke book. Congratulations, you were going to stop Tony. There he goes. Jimmy Coteros. We're flying through it this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. People are going to the restroom to do bumps of the old Puerto Rican pound cake. There they go, everybody. All right, special part of the show, ladies and gentlemen. One of our Hall of Fame former regulars is behind that curtain right now. We very rarely get to see him. Known for what I've been kind of looking for and struggling with this evening, which is the most honest, direct answers in interview history in the Kill Tony universe. If you know the words to his theme song, sing along. For this is Hans Kim.
I like how Texans will make fun of liberal cities, but when they jerk off, they set their VPN to California. That's gay as fuck, bro. I have a gun. Not on me. Somewhere in the room. I don't even leave my door unlocked anymore because I want to use it. Like, oh, is that my best friend I invited an hour ago or the greatest moment of my life? I have an AR-15. It can shoot 600 yards. I can't even imagine being mad at someone that far away. Hey, you better stop doing that in 500 yards. All right, that's my time. Thank you so much.
Showing the difference between golden ticket winners, bucket pulls, and true full-time regulars of the show. Former weekly regular Hans Kim is back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my sweet Hans.
Hello, Tony. Thank you for having me. Sorry about this weekend. I totally fucked up.
Oh, that's right. You guys want to hear a fucking behind-the-scenes awesome showbiz story and how absolutely insanely autistic and retarded Hans Kim is, everyone? Let me ask you this before I tell them this story. You don't have to say the number. Don't say the number. Was that the highest paying one-time 15-minute long gig you've ever missed?
Yes.
Without a doubt, right?
Without a doubt.
So for 15 minutes, let me just tell you, it was a lot of money. We will not say the number, but just know a fucking lot of money, especially for 15 minutes of work. It was is scheduled to be in Edmonton, Canada. We all did it. I made it. Ari Maddie made it. David Lucas made it. William Montgomery made it. We had to have a layover in Denver because what they don't tell you about Austin is that it doesn't fucking direct flights everywhere like LA did. That sucks. Anyway. And in Denver, Hans Kim, after we ate breakfast, he realized right then, boarding the plane to Edmonton, Canada, that he forgot his passport, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Oh my God. And if you're wondering how much money, definitely at least half your salary. Half of your annual salary.
Is as much as a teacher makes in a year.
Yes. For 15 minutes of work, the only thing that he needed to bring was his passport. Not even a change of underwear would be necessary. We would all have been home 24 hours later. And we were, me, Ari, William, David, richer than ever. And then there was Hans, who had to tell me what, I don't even know. I couldn't even talk to you afterwards because it was so stupidly frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
So what happened? You had to get a flight from Austin? Or from Denver to Austin?
I was going to do that, but then I was like, I have a weekend in Appleton that I canceled for that show, so I was like, let me just go to Appleton. So I was just alone in a hotel room while you guys were in a stadium.
Oh my God, yes.
In Appleton.
In Appleton, Wisconsin. Yeah. So that's even worse. Holy shit. So wait, hold on. Did you cancel the whole weekend?
No, I canceled the Friday.
So you were going to fly from Edmonton to Appleton?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So that night, can you tell us, like, what was going through your head? What type of guilt? And
I was like, stupid.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's how you answer a question on Kill Tony, honestly.
Do you like punch yourself when you're angry and stuff like that?
I throw out things very hard sometimes, but I try not to do it anymore because, it scares me.
That's true. That is true. So, Hans, what else is going on in life?
Well, the shows in Appleton were great. There was a...
And you had to do, 2-hour-long sets?
2 Saturday, 1 Sunday to make up for the Friday. So I was just like 4 days away from home, just without the teacher salary. And there was a pregnant lady in the show, and she had a seizure during my set.
Wow, a pregnant lady had a seizure during your set in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Yeah, she was fine. She couldn't handle her liquor. No, I'm just kidding. That's the joke the husband made.
Okay, giving credit where it's due.
But yeah, I was like, name the kid after me. But yeah, she was seizing up. I guess that's something that women do when they're pregnant.
No, it isn't.
I don't know. Maybe she was a liberal.
Was it at a specific joke? Was there something what it was?
Yeah, it was like, the Chinese, a lot of people were racist to the Chinese during the pandemic, which as a Korean, I say let them have it. Yeah, they're the ones that decided to eat bats and pangolins. I was just eating dogs like a good Asian.
That's right. Hans still got it. Wow. Everything else is good, Hans? What else is going on?
I have a bulletproof vest now.
What the fuck is going on with you, Hans?
He's a Virginia Tech shooter 2.0.
I mean, it's a force multiplier. I have a battle.
What do you mean? Wait, what? What's a force? What do you mean?
Like, if you have a bulletproof vest, it multiplies how much force you can inflict on your enemies.
What? What do you mean?
Like, if you buy another gun, it's not like you're gonna dual wield 2 AR-15s, so it makes more sense to buy like gear that'll help you in a gun battle. So
this has gone from an interview to evidence.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. What are you gonna do with all of this stuff, Hans? Do you ever have thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think about shit hits the fan, SHTF a lot.
Wait, what?
SHTF. I've been watching a lot of YouTube about this.
Nobody knows what that is.
You're a prepper. You're becoming a prepper.
Thank you.
He bought me a long-range walkie-talkie recently. I don't know if that means I'm safe.
A walkie-talkie. A red man, I get you a gift. Do you want the walkie-talkie?
The shit hit the fan. Meet me at a tooth party.
I'm sorry. I put the walk in walkie-talkie.
What is your plan with the walkie-talkie situation? You looking for some long-form friendship?
Yeah, when we're out in the woods, doing an end.
What do you go out in the woods sometimes here in downtown Austin? The old famous Austin Woodlands? What the fuck are you talking about?
When the zombies come, when we're like traveling, and you can just be like, "Hey, Red Band, do you have any more bacon or something?"
Red Band's like, that's literally all I have is bacon. Fast sons of bacon. Have you guys communicated with these walkie-talkies?
A little. Yeah. A little walkie-talkie.
Wow, what are you guys talking about?
Hey, we don't. I mean, we were in the same room when we did it. So.
Wow, truth comes out. That's what I'm talking about. A good, honest interview. It's so much easier than people think. Both parts, really. The stand-up, be real. That's what we tell everybody. The interview, answer honestly. It's such a testament. The difference between people trying to blow up their answers and just being real. It's so funny picturing you two in the same room, like, can you hear me?
Chance, I would beg to differ because I'm pretty sure it's not.
It was at the Secret Show every Thursday, and we were just like, hey, you're gay, I'm gay, we're all gay. Yeah, that's about right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Hans, you've done it again. An amazing minute and an unbelievably compelling interview. One of the biggest legends in the history of the show. He is at Madison Square Garden on August 15th. One more time for Hans Kim, everybody. Ooh la la! From walkie-talkie to the mighty Heidi. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Chris Cilio. Chris Cilio. Oh shit! All right.
There's no way that you expect someone to get that. There's no way in hell somebody understands that A is for apple, B is for vendetta. Are you kidding me? It makes sense, but how does it?
Chris Cilio. Oh shit! All right.
Fuck! I hope this is real. What a hilarious prank that would be. Chris, it's your big prank. It's Kill Tony. It's an empty warehouse. Nobody's here. Oh shit. All I did before I went blind was jerk off and play video games. And then God was like, that's enough. I give you a gift and you wasted it, son. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. I do it all again tomorrow. I wouldn't have changed a goddamn thing, dude. Give it up for my roommate for bringing me out here, dude. He's a way better roommate. My last roommate sucked. He just didn't really care about personal space. He would always hang out in my room. Yeah. So every time I'd go to jerk off, I'd have to be like, hello?
That's very good.
Is anyone there? Which, by the way, if you ever hear me say, hello, is anyone there? You have about 30 seconds before I start jerking off. You should say something, all right? Or else it's on you, not me. I don't want to hear about it in the papers later. The guy who kind of looks like Louis C.K. does exactly what Louis C.K. did.
Celio, can I cut you off? I'm the other way, buddy. I'm over here.
Shit! Fuck!
Unbelievable set. Unbelievable set. Incredible, Chris. I find it all so amazing. I can't believe that you think you look like Louis C.K. Or like Louis can't C.K. I loved every single thing about what happened here with you tonight. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
10 years.
10 years. Holy shit. Where are you from?
Miami.
You still live in Miami?
I just moved here.
Wow, congratulations. How recently did you move here?
2 weeks.
Is this your first time signing up for the show?
No, I've been here every week until you got me.
So 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. I love it. I love it, Chris. How old are you?
29.
29. So you started at 19.
Yes, sir.
And when did you go blind?
About 6 months before that.
Really? You went blind at 19?
I was 18. Yeah.
And so what exactly happened?
I had a fuckload of retinal detachments, which is something that usually UFC fighters get.
Yeah.
But to me, it was a small Chinese boy.
Wait, what does that mean? A small Chinese boy sucked your eyeballs out here? What happened?
My friend in high school was just fucking with me and tossed his high school transcripts at me. Just an envelope full of papers, nailed me in the eye. Next thing I was blind. I already had lost one eye before that, and we're still friends, guys. Relax, all right?
Okay.
He drives me around sometimes.
Wow, that's more dangerous than anything. You're probably the better driver out of the two of you. So this is incredible because you lost an eye before that. How did you lose the eye before that?
Same thing, just a bunch of retinal detachments, but I was like, this one's going good. Nothing's going to stop me on this one eye. And then he threw that. His bright future sealed mine.
Wow. Is it thyroid issues? Is that
No, the retina is in your eye. It's the thing that
from thyroid that happens. Thyroid.
No.
Our senior health correspondent, Ryan Ridvan, taking a chance trying to relate thyroid issues to retinal detachments. He's who you look like, by the way. Not Louis C.K. But the joke still works. Chris, blind at 18. So have you, had a real job or anything? What do blind guys kind of do?
I had a job for a while. Wasn't that good at it.
What was it?
I worked in an office at a nonprofit for a while.
I was a crane operator.
Dude, I worked at a nonprofit where they help people find jobs, and they couldn't fire me.
Yeah, right.
As bad as I was, they were like, nah, we'll just let him.
Probably couldn't find your cane. How could you find someone else's job?
Incredible, Chris. So what else do you do? What are your hobbies? What are you into?
I like to go to music festivals and do drugs.
Oh, fuck yeah. Absolutely. Incredible. What's the most fun you've ever had at a music festival? What are your favorite drugs?
All of them.
Okay, hell yeah.
Preferably at once. No, acid mushrooms. Everything that some people will make me see something, I put in my mouth.
Yeah. Amazing. What exactly do you see when that stuff happens? Like, I mean, I'd imagine that you still see stuff in your dreams, right?
I can still see my dreams, yeah.
And it's completely black other than that?
Other than that, yeah, even on all the psychedelics, like, it's great. I love psychedelics. It feels like all of my senses are turned up to 11, except for sight that's still on 0. It does. I don't get any visuals with psychedelics. Yeah.
Casey's not everybody visuals on psychedelics.
No, I've done all of them.
Incredible. How about love life? Have you ever been on any blind dates? So stupid. So stupid. But when in Rome. When in Rome. By the way, may I say, D Madness, I've never seen him more on the edge of his seat during an interview. It's the first time he's ever been genuinely interested in anybody in the last 250 episodes of the show. They clearly bias.
They told me to tap him up. I was like, I don't know where he is.
It is incredible. Chris Celio.
B-Ray got out, dude. All the mob getting
So,
some love today.
what's it like? Do you date blind guy? How does it work?
It's tough, like, I'm on the apps, My bio just says blind comic, see the possibilities.
Love it.
And I swipe right on everybody.
Hell yeah. Has it worked? Like, it's like, give us an example of what going on a date with you is like. I find this all so intriguing.
I had a girl take me to an art exhibit.
What a bitch! Really?
She just tried really hard to describe things to me that I couldn't care about.
God, that is so fucking funny. It's crazy. Wow. My goodness. So what else, Chris? What are your, now that you're here in Austin, what are your goals? What do you want?
To do this, man. I want to do this here. When I first went blind, I had always wanted to be a comic, even before I went blind, but I kind of forgot about that when just doing a bunch of surgeries and things like that. But when I went blind, I was just sitting at home in the dark, listening to Kill Tony and shit. So ever since then, I wanted to fucking do this. This is a huge moment. OG belly room Kill Tony, dude. OG belly room Kill Tony.
Wow. Well, Chris, it has come full circle for you, my friend. Even though the lineup is out of control nowadays, so many fucking talented regulars and people in the rotation, I have to say that I want to see more of you, and having you sign up regularly would just be a tremendous hassle for you and for everybody else. So let me be the first and only one that matters to tell you that you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner. The newest golden ticket winner. Everyone's on their feet, Chris. They're going crazy. Aaron, I'd love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Boom. There he goes, ladies. Chris, step up to the mic one more time, real quick there. How do you feel right now? It's right to your right. Jesus, worst handler ever. What, you blind too, asshole? Jesus Christ. Look at fucking. We saw Tony Pepperoni earlier. Here's fucking Tommy Salami. What the fuck is this guy? Look at this fucking cagoots over here. Holy shit. Chris, how do you feel?
You're fucking amazing, man. Thank you so much, dude.
Absolutely. Welcome to Austin, Texas. You're an amazing talent, and we're looking forward to having you on.
Hey, and you got a standing ovation.
Yeah. Yeah, the place went nuts.
Yeah. And that girl in the front row showed her tits.
Yeah. Chris, throw that mic in the mic stand. You're part of the Kill Tony universe. They're going to get your number and information back there. Congratulations. Another one. The squad continues to grow.
Wow, that was cool.
You guys having fun out there tonight? Back to the bucket we go. As you see, or can't see, anything can happen here on this show. It goes from funny to compelling to heartfelt to terrible to amazing. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Keegan Carmichael, everybody. Make some noise for Keegan Carmichael.
My dad would always tell me, alcohol will never fix anything. Then why did you carry beer in your toolbox? Yeah, you didn't think I noticed anything. Then why? My dad would always tell me, alcohol will never fix anything. Then why did you carry beer in your toolbox? Yeah, you didn't think I noticed. Hey, I was doing comedy. Comedy's tough. As a comedian, I haven't gone on the road, but I'm pretty close to being on the street.
This is an amazing
Hey, I wish a story
Mitch Hedberg
really did come with two sides, because I would love to read a book with mashed potatoes and coleslaw. Now, hey, I would love to read. Hey, I wish a story really did come with two sides, because I would love to read a book with mashed potatoes and coleslaw. Now, hey, what'd you enjoy about Huckleberry Finn? The gravy. Hey, are you hungry? Cool. Let's go to the library. All right, thank you.
Keegan Carmichael. Some people are already calling him the Keegan, let's just jump right into what literally 100% of the people in the room are thinking. Are you aware that in every single way you're doing a Mitch Hedberg impression?
I get reminded every day.
Is that on purpose or like accident? Is this how you are in real life?
Yeah, it's weird. Like people DM me like that question. Like, is that how you are? Yeah. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So you were like this, and that was your sense of humor, and then you saw Mitch Hedberg, and you're like, whoa, what are the odds?
I used to impersonate Mitch Hedberg. I still do.
I mean, the look, the everything, every single thing, the delivery, the joke style. Are you a super fan of his?
No, my favorite's actually Dimitri Martin.
Dimitri Martin? Now I know you're kidding. That's literally nobody's favorite. I just love the way he rips the paper off the pipette. Keegan, who are you in real life? What do you really like?
I just a couple of beers in the park and read a book, man.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
A little over 2 years.
And has it always been like this? You from Seattle, Portland? Where are you from?
Nah, I'm from Illinois.
Illinois.
Okay.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I DoorDash on an e-bike.
You what?
I DoorDash on an e-bike.
DoorDash on an e-bike. I hate it when my deliveries are on e-bikes.
Yeah.
It's always smushed around and fucked up.
But believe me, nobody understands that better than me.
Don't trust him. It is funny, like your spirit definitely lives on through him. Not quite as powerful, obviously, as the late, great, and super amazing Mitch Hedberg, but I mean, you do kind of got it down. You wrote those jokes?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, I know.
I was just going to say, it's too bad that they don't need Mitch Hedberg impersonators at kids' parties because you kid. I'm sorry. It was funny like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah. So every time you do a show, anywhere you go, every time you do stand-up, all the other comedians are like, God, this fucking guy's doing a Mitch Hedberg impression, right?
Yeah. Some people wait outside the club to like say shit to me.
Yeah.
Have you seen Mitch Hedberg's stand-up?
Yeah, it kind of freaks me out.
How old are you?
31.
31. So when's the first time you saw Mitch Hedberg stand up? Were you a big fan of his at one point?
Oh, at one point, I mean, dude, Dimitri Martin was my guy.
Again, I hear ya. That's funny and all, but seriously. We're all like witnessing, like, it is like a Mitch Hedberg impression. Did you always talk like this? Is this how you talk in real life?
Yeah, Tony, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Okay.
Can you do a Christopher Walken impression?
I don't watch movies, man.
Keegan, most interesting thing about your life, tell us. What would we be intrigued to find out about you? 31 years of experience and being Keegan Carmichael, tell us.
I have a cast iron pan.
Do the other part, go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, it's cool because you gotta take care of it. Like, you have a cast iron pan, you have a responsibility, you know? You know? Like a lot of girls now, they're dog moms. You know, not me. Like, I'm the father to a pan.
What else, Keegan? Tell us something else interesting about you.
Dude, door dashing on the bike. That's a fucked up world. I have trouble sometimes because I fall a lot. Like I don't like the Texas cheerleaders. Because I was going really fast and they were on the sidewalk, and so I fell into the ditch. And I'm laying on the ground, and she looks over me, and she's like, "Is your bike okay?" And then like the lime scooters, they're in the way too. Well, you know, to me, a Texas cheerleader is like a lime scooter. I probably have to pay to ride you, but I just prefer you get out the way.
Keegan, fun times. Here's a little joke book, my friend. There he goes, Keegan Carmichael. It's kind of like blasphemous what he's doing.
Awful.
Yeah.
Like, he has good jokes. He could just do them like different, like his own self. It's
yeah.
Like literally acting right now.
Yeah, and looking like him's kind of crazy too. Anyway, We have any sage? Can we sage the room? Never really saged. Never saged the Kill Tony stage before, but that one kind of creeped me out. Yeah. All right. You guys good? Everybody good? This guy's leaving. He's seen enough. This guy's pissed. This guy's pissed off. Make some noise for your next bucket pull, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike Gleason, everyone. Mike Gleason.
How's it going? A lot of my friends say that I'm really hard to get gifts for. I don't think it's that hard to hop online and Google things to get for people with yellow teeth. That was an incredibly fake smile. Sorry about that. I'm from Chicago. I'm in the dating scene here, which is pretty good. Took a chick out the other day, which is awesome. Opened up the car door for her, and she's like, look at this. Chivalry's not dead. I'm like, easy, bitch. My door stinks. I got to climb in first. All right? Chivalry, I don't know if you're cold. The window works just fine. But that's awesome. Really big fan of these Waymos out here you guys got. They're pretty cool. Brings back the childhood in me. I used to throw snowballs at cars, which is pretty fun. But now I feel like you could just throw anything at these things, and you're feeding all these like vegans that are like hanging out in the streets doing yoga poses and stuff. All right, that's it.
Okay, Mike Gleason. Fuck yeah. All right. Welcome, Mike. How long you been on stand-up?
It's kind of weird. I started in like 2001, and then I kind of quit, and I really liked the show, so I kind of moved out here and kind of restarted it.
How long ago did you move to Austin?
On Easter, 420.
420. Perfect. Fuck yeah, dude. What do you do for work?
I haven't found a job yet.
Okay. What's your plan? What are you good at?
Stealing catalytic converters.
No.
Where are you from? Where were you at before?
Chicago.
Chicago. Construction. Yeah. This is what construction guys look like in Chicago?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Have you looked for a job in construction here?
I have, yeah.
How's it going?
Not bad. I kind of actually turned down a few jobs, which is weird, but I just wasn't catching the vibe.
Okay. How much money do you have saved up?
Quite a bit.
Like what?
A lot that I don't want, like, my poor friends to reach out to me. I mean, do you really need a number? It's not a lot anymore, but it was enough to get me out here. I'm doing the Hans Kim thing, living in a trailer.
Nice. Nice. You have a bed in it?
Yeah.
Like a little bed?
I got a purple bed.
Nice. Very good. You're doing good.
Purple.
You're doing good. Okay. So what do you do for fun, Mike, when you're not doing stand-up?
I like to frisbee golf. People watch is a huge thing for me.
Yeah, people watching is fun again.
Yeah.
Fentanyl's out. Trump stopped fentanyl. Crack is back. People watching is more exciting than ever. There was nothing fun about that fentanyl phase that we went through under the Biden administration. And now crack is back thanks to the reigning, defending president of the United States, Donald Trump. And 300 people just shut the show off right then. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that's what they do because they literally can't hear that without losing their mentally ill minds. Mike Gleason, tell us what the most interesting thing about your entire life is. It's our first time meeting you. Might as well spill the beans.
I'm an overshare.
Why don't you start right now then?
Yeah, all right. Fuck it. How I got my money, I worked for Tesla and got the shit kicked out of me for actually being the only one there who knew how to do shit. They, like, hired everybody out. Like, dude, I mean, I would not buy a Tesla or any of their products. They're horseshit. I know, sorry. Wow. You don't want to hear that, but...
Engineer shit? Or what kind
Dude, it was like, I was the only roofer there, and there was not a pitchfork in sight. And I was like, what's going on?
You were a roofer?
Yeah, solar roof. I did.
Okay. Solar roof.
And, like, everybody was in
Are you at my house?
No, but do you know what I'm talking about? Are you having
he has a solar roof. He makes money off of it.
Yeah, I still have that. But yeah, I can tell what you're. I know what you're.
Yeah, It's like that we were doing jobs and they didn't like check out where the sun went, and then we put it on and there was like a huge house behind it that is blocking all the sun. So we went back like 8 times and they're like, yeah, no, it's definitely the install. And I'm like, no, it's the guy who designed it. Like there's a huge house blocking the sun. Okay. Yeah. So I got a lot of money from him because there was a dude there who also did cedar shake roof. Beat the ever living shit out of me. Like I was with my hands up, like I'm 40 years old. I like this job. I don't want to lose it. You know, like
beat you up.
He beat the crap out of me.
Like punched you in the face, kicked you in the ribs, the whole thing.
The whole thing, dude. He took my helmet off and smashed it off. Like if you get my phone, I think I have my. Like you can read what like Tesla sent me everything that all the dudes wrote, and it was hilarious. Like they're like, he was a pussy and all this shit, and then they slammed the helmet off of my head. Like everything that this guy said, he kept saying solar panels need sun. Why? What getting suggestions are getting shut down all the time,
and they beat the shit out of you.
One guy did,
right? So, but you made a bunch of money because of that.
Well, I fucked up my hand in the fall. And then, like, I don't know, the chick who did the surgery, like, left some metal in there. I was, like, Wolverine for a little bit, and then they took 3 bones out. So, like, the settlement, I got a hefty chunk of change. How much?
Again, just
can I tell you how much is left? Yeah, it's probably funnier.
Sure.
Like $20. Okay. I'm buying leather jackets. It's in the middle of the summer. Like, I'm not spending well.
Wow. You had a female surgeon?
Yeah.
She left metal in.
She was pregnant, too. Pregnant chicks hate me. Sorry.
Why do pregnant chicks hate you?
I don't know. They just smell my, like, singleness and never settled down. I don't know. They just hate me. Pregnant chicks hate me. My coworkers hate me.
That was really good, but never got
My son hates me.
You ever think it might be you, Mike?
It's almost a lot.
All right.
Depends on what sport,
any
too.
crazy accomplishments? You ever win a trophy for anything?
Yes. I used to be a good swimmer.
First place work. Fun times, Mike. Sign up again. We'll see you again. Mike Gleason, everybody.